invincible, leaving no one behind. Despite strong climate ambitions, Taiwan continues to be excluded from this process. With higher emission reduction targets and science-based actions, Taiwan can help accelerate the global transition. Every capable partner, including Taiwan, must have a seat at the table. And as current chair of AOSIS, I speak as one with my fellow leaders. Our future depends on the 2025 NDC synthesis report. And we know it clearly shows we are not on track to limit warming to 1.5. All countries must submit NDCs of the highest ambition and urgently. 1/3 is not acceptable. We need to do better. Equally urgent is our enhanced and accessible climate finance. Our safety and survival are rights, not bargaining chips. And COP30 must deliver the finance that turns ambition into action. You know, Palau's traditional war canoes were manned with warriors to paddle, a chanter to keep them in sync, and a bailer to keep them afloat. We are in a climate war, and the success of our mission is everyone's responsibility. Our survival requires us to chant, bail, and paddle together with unity of purpose as one. Because only together, as the theme of our 80th UN General Assembly reminds us, we are stronger. We envision a Pacific where our children inherit not crisis, but courage and purpose, where our islands are not sinking symbols, but rising beacons of innovation, climate justice, and hope. Obrigado, compadre Silva. Thank you.
Nesse momento, convido para a manifestação a ministra do Meio Ambiente de Angola, Ana Paula de Carvalho.
So we are inviting Ana Paula de
Good
Carvalho,
morning.
the Minister of Angola.
I speak in Portuguese. Bom dia.
Good morning. I'll be speaking in
Excelência,
Portuguese.
Senhor
Good
Presidente da
morning, Your
República
Excellencies,
Federativa do Brasil,
Presidents of the
Excelência,
Federal
Senhor
Republic of Brazil, Your
Secretário-Geral das
Excellency,
Nações Unidas,
Secretary General of the
Excelentíssimo
United
Senhor
Nations,
Presidente da COP30,
Excellency, President of
Excelentíssimo Senhor
COP30, Your
Secretário
Excellency,
Executivo da
Executive
Convenção
Secretary
do
of the
Clima,
Convention
chefes de Estado
for
e de
Climate, Heads
Governo,
of State and
distintos
Government,
delegados, minhas
distinguished
senhoras
delegates,
e meus senhores.
ladies and gentlemen.
É com grande honra e
It is
profundo
a great
sentimento de
honor and
responsabilidade
with a great sense
que
of
Angola se
responsibility
junta
that
a
Angola
esta cimeira de líderes sobre o
joins
clima,
this
realizada
Leaders Summit
aqui
on
em
Climate
Belém, Pará,
held in the
no
city of
coração da
Belém, Pará,
Amazônia,
in the heart of the
símbolo
Amazon.
vivo da
A living
urgência de
symbol of
equilibrar
the
o
urgency
desenvolvimento
of
humano
balancing
com
human
a
development
preservação do
with
nosso planeta.
our planet's
Trago
conservation.
a esta plenária uma
I
saudação
bring to this plenary
especial de Sua
special
Excelência
greetings
João
from
Manuel
His
Gonçalves
Excellency
Lourenço,
João Manuel
Presidente da
Gonçalves Lourenço,
República
the
de
President
Angola,
of the
a quem
Republic of
tenho
Angola,
a honra de representar,
that I have
que
the
por
honor of
razões de
representing
agenda
here,
não pode estar
as
presente
because of reasons
nesta
of
terceira
agenda,
edição
he
da
could not be
Conferência das
present
Partes.
in this
Neste
30th
momento, Angola
Conference of the
celebra
Party.
com
At this moment,
orgulho
Angola is
50 anos
celebrating
da nossa
with pride 50
independência,
years of
uma data
independence,
de profunda
a date
reflexão
of
sobre o
deep
caminho
reflections
percorrido e
on
os
the path
desafios que ainda
trailed and the
nos unem.
challenges
Apesar
that
disso,
still
o nosso país
face
reafirma o
us.
seu
Despite
compromisso
this, our country
firme
reaffirms
com
its
uma
firm
agenda
commitment
climática justa,
to a just,
solidária e
solidary
orientada para resultados
agenda
concretos.
oriented
Angola
to concrete
reafirma a
results.
sua
Angola
determinação
reaffirms its
em contribuir
determination
para
in
limitar o
contributing
aquecimento
to limit
global
global
a
warming
1,5 graus,
1.5
bem como o
degrees,
fortalecimento
as
das
well as
comunidades
strengthening
vulneráveis
the vulnerable
para se
communities
adaptarem às
so that they
alterações
can adapt
climáticas.
to climate
E estamos a
change.
trabalhar no sentido
We are
de
working
acelerar
in the
a
sense of
transição
accelerating
para uma
the
economia de
transition
baixo
towards a
carbono.
low carbon economy.
Temos avanços consideráveis no que diz respeito às energias limpas, tendo sido registrado um aumento na nossa eficiência energética, quer por via de fontes de abastecimento hídrico, solares e até mesmo ciclos combinados. Relativamente à gestão de resíduos, também foram dados passos significativos. Temos 2 aterros na província do Namibe, que é uma das 21 províncias que compõem o nosso belo país. Para o OGE 2025 foram previstos 2 centros de valorização de resíduos, um para a conclusão na província do Ambo e outro de raiz na província do Bengo, que atenderá as províncias de Luanda, Bengo e Colibengo. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, permitam-me partilhar que Angola é um país rico em recursos naturais, mas também vulnerável aos impactos das alterações climáticas, onde a variedade climática já afeta setores críticos, como a agricultura, os recursos hídricos, a energia e as populações rurais que necessitam de respostas estruturadas e eficientes. Por isso, reconhecemos que a COP30 não deverá ser apenas uma conferência, mas um marco moral e político para definir o rumo da humanidade perante o maior desafio do nosso tempo, isto é, a tripla crise planetária, onde vivemos diariamente efeitos das alterações climáticas, a perda da biodiversidade e a crescente problemática dos resíduos. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, Angola participa nesta COP com um compromisso renovado e concreto. Foi já submetida a nossa NDC3, que traduz a nossa visão nacional de desenvolvimento de baixo carbono, resiliente e inclusivo. Estamos a reforçar metas de mitigação, mas também a colocar a adaptação e a resiliência climática no centro daquilo que são as nossas prioridades. Porque para nós, adotar é sobreviver. E sobreviver é um ato de dignidade. Acreditamos que a transição energética justa representa uma oportunidade histórica para o continente africano e, em particular, para Angola. A transição que respeita as circunstâncias nacionais valoriza o nosso potencial em energias limpas e garante que ninguém fique para trás. Uma transição justa deve ser também uma transição de justiça ambiental, social e econômica. Trata-se de gerar emprego digno, ampliar o acesso à energia e assegurar a inclusão das mulheres e jovens nas soluções climáticas. Estamos igualmente a finalizar o nosso primeiro Plano Nacional de Adaptação, que será submetido a esta COP30. Este plano integra o clima nas políticas de desenvolvimento, visando proteger os recursos hídricos, agrícolas, reforçar infraestruturas e construir comunidades mais resilientes face à seca, cheias, incêndios florestais que se intensificam a cada ano. A conservação da biodiversidade e a gestão sustentável dos recursos naturais são fundamentais para a nossa soberania ambiental, econômica e social. Mas sabemos que não é possível haver adaptação sem financiamento previsível, acessível e justo. É por isso que nos juntamos à voz dos outros países menos avançados que continuam a enfrentar barreiras desproporcionais para aceder aos fundos que lhes permitem agir. Assim sendo, esperamos que a COP30 seja o início da transformação das promessas em ações reais de financiamento e compromissos em soluções concretas. Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, nenhum país vencerá esse trabalho sozinho. É por isso que Angola defende firmemente a cooperação Sul-Sul como um dos pilares mais importantes para uma resposta global mais equitativa e, por isso, acreditamos no poder da partilha de conhecimento e na solidariedade entre as nações. O mundo aguarda por decisões corajosas desta cimeira, pois a COP30 deve marcar o ponto de virada em que a ambição se traduz em ação, em que os compromissos se tornam implementações e que a esperança volta a ser credível. Angola reafirma o seu compromisso em ser parte ativa da solução, transferindo resiliência, promovendo uma economia verde e inclusiva e defendendo uma agenda climática africana forte e solidária. Termino a minha intervenção com uma frase que alguém escreveu, mas que nós apoiamos. O desafio climático é, antes de tudo, um teste à nossa capacidade de cooperar e de acreditar que o destino da humanidade é comum. Thank you, merci beaucoup, muito obrigada.
Neste momento, convido para a manifestação o ministro das Relações Exteriores das Ilhas Marshall, Kalani Kaneko.
Madam President, Excellencies, I want to start by stating my sorrow at the devastation wrought by Hurricane Melissa in the Caribbean. As islanders, we cannot help but see ourselves in the images coming out of Jamaica, Cuba, and Haiti. All we have to do is look outside our front doors to witness the impacts of climate change. For centuries, we were protected by the vast blanket of ocean that served as a thoroughfare between islands and provided the abundance food that nourished us. And when the swells rose high, the coral reefs that surrounded us provided protective rings to calm the waves. But now the sea rises, the coral dies, and the fish stock leaves our shores for cooler waters. What will happen when the next storm comes to us? If this is a COP of truth, then to answer this question, as the President of Chile said, we must begin with the science. And the International Court of Justice advisory opinion reaffirmed that our response must be a collective one, guided by the best available science in the 1.5 degree temperature limit, grounded in human rights principles of equity, justice, and directed toward ensuring that those most responsible provide support for those most vulnerable. We put our faith in the Paris Agreement 10 years ago, and we have worked tirelessly to live up to its commitment. The Marshall Islands delivered the NDC in February, and we submitted our National Adaptation Plan 2 years ago. And we are doing our utmost to implement these plans with limited resources. We know that the Paris Agreement has moved the needle on climate action. We have expanded clean energy and slowed warming. But the future of my country depends
on each and every party coming together to do more faster, whether leaders are here or not. The largest emitters must show up on paper with higher ambition, indices, and more finance. This COP needs to agree on an adaptation package with a new finance goal at its heart, with concessional terms and direct access to small island states. Because I tell you, in the Marshalls, our adaptation needs are overwhelming. For us and islanders alike, adaptation finance means investing in our survival in the face of hurricanes, wildfires, droughts, famine, and sea level rise. My people have already shown tremendous resilience. When the United States exploded 67 nuclear bombs over the Marshall Islands, we were bequeathed poisoned homes, cancerous growth, communities living in exile. Yet we endure. The fight for climate change is a fight to ensure that the history doesn't repeat itself. It is clear that the fossil fuel industry is not preparing for a just, orderly, and equitable transition. Instead, we see a future of supply shocks, conflict of resources, stranded assets, and the legacy of dangerous climate change being visited upon us to serve the interests of others. A legacy now visited on Caribbean shores. So I stand with President Lula and support his call for international community to come together to define a roadmap for the transition away from fossil fuel. I am equally inspired by the COP President's call for a spirit of Muri Trao, in which we work together to achieve more than we could ever possibly imagine doing alone. Every voice should be heard at this COP. Every nation needs to be part of the solution. The Marshall Islands has long called for Taiwan to be part of the UNFCCC process, and I repeat that call again today. When nations' voices are silenced, democracy dies. The behavior last month around the International Maritime Organization was shocking. It cannot happen again. It is time for those of us who believe in cooperation to stand together in this fight to tackle climate change. It is the spirit of Mutirao that we must employ to find the emitters or to find the emissions reductions that we have to make to get 1.5 back within reach. No government wants to be told that they didn't do enough, that they must go home and try harder. But that's what I'm asking us all to do. But this time, let's work together. Let's help one another, learn from each other, support one another, and be ready for the next storm. Comoldada, obrigado. Thank you.
Neste momento, convidamos para a manifestação a chefe do Departamento de Meio Ambiente do Irã, e vice-presidente para o Meio Ambiente, Shina Ansari.
In the name of God, Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and representatives, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the government and people of Brazil for hosting the COP30 in Belém. This gathering could provide nations with an invaluable opportunity to take realistic, equitable and inclusive actions to address the environmental crisis and challenges facing our planet. In recent years, all countries present at this conference have pledged to protect the environment by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, adapting to climate change, and moving toward the use of renewable energy sources. Despite facing unilateral coercive measures as well as imposed restrictions on access to modern technologies, knowledge, financial support, and foreign investment, the Islamic Republic of Iran has achieved remarkable progress while considering further steps to take in the coming years. Over the past year alone, Iran has increased its solar energy capacity by 75%, expanded wind power generation, being added to a previous target to increase nuclear power capacity, join the BRICS carbon market, and reduce carbon emissions through efficient flare management in its oil and gas fields, such as a 10 billion cubic meters reduction and a further 12 billion cubic meter reduction plan for the next 4 years. Accordingly, transitional fuels and enhanced energy efficiency management projects are underway to enhance the country's resilience to the adverse impacts of climate change. These measures demonstrate Iran's firm commitment to environmental protection. It also emphasizes that despite the mentioned challenges, the Islamic Republic of Iran continues to strive to uphold the right of its people and others to a clean and healthy environment. This does not mean that we overlook major environmental challenges such as prolonged drought and rising temperature, approximately 1.8 centigrade, and a 50 millimeter decline in precipitation over the 50-year period. Rather, it emphasizes that despite all obstacles and being deprived of technology transfers envisioned in the Convention, the Islamic Republic of Iran continues its efforts. Mr. President, the United States, in coordination with its regional proxy, the Zionist regime, has launched military aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. This act not only violates international law and constitutes war crimes, but has also caused extensive and lasting environmental destruction. Among the most serious consequences was the release of over 50,000 tons of carbon emissions in Tehran alone. The reckless attacks on Iran's peaceful nuclear energy facilities represent a blatant and deliberate crime that could have led to one of the world's largest environmental catastrophes. This act of aggression is alongside with a 2 years ecocide and a variety of war crimes committed by this outlaw regime in Gaza. These crimes were not only a massacre of innocent people, women and children, but also caused deep environmental damage. Ladies and gentlemen, the Islamic Republic of Iran, while firmly recognizing the inherent environmental and humanitarian threats, continues to believe in the power of international cooperation. Iran stands ready to share its local knowledge and experiences and to engage constructively with other nations and international institutions in advancing our common environmental goals. We are heirs to one earth and one destiny. May we act with respect and justice so that we may pass on a sustainable legacy to future generations. Thank you.
Neste momento, convidamos para a manifestação o ministro do Meio Ambiente do Iraque, Halo Mustafa Al-Askari.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished esteemed participants, good afternoon. From Mesopotamia, the land of Iraq, we extend our greetings to you, to Brazil, the home of the Amazon, the lung of the earth, and an active contributor to climate equilibrium throughout the Holocene epoch. It's an honor for me today to represent my country, Iraq, and I'm pleased to convey the greetings of the Iraqi people and the government, along with their appreciation to the Republic of Brazil and the United Nations for organizing and hosting the COP30. This conference is being held in amid of growing global environmental challenges and the increasing impacts of climate change, reminding us that the destinies of our water and air are one, and that the environment knows no borders. And between the Tigris and Euphrates, Iraqi marshes, mountains and desert, and the Amazon, there is a historical and continuous solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather today at COP30, making the 10th anniversary of the adoption of the Paris Agreement, and at a time when the world faces an undeniable reality that the current trajectory of updated NDC does not place us on the right track toward achieving the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement. In the context, we call at the conference for a clear and measurable commitment to climate finance and for the equitable support to be directed toward vulnerable countries and communities with limited adaptive capacity as a fundamental human right. Today, Iraq announced tangible progress on its climate action pathway. We have submitted our second nationally determined contribution 2025 to 2030, which serves as the overarching framework and roadmap for climate action in the country. In this document, we have raised our level of ambition to reduce greenhouse gases emissions in full commitment to the Paris Agreement and its provisions. In addition, we have launched 6 other key documents related to climate action. On the other hand, Iraq has taken a significant institutional step by establishing the State of Company for Carbon Economics, aimed at operationalizing the mechanism of Article 6 of the Paris Climate Agreement, engaging with regional and global markets, and put the foundation for a national carbon market. In today's conference, we reaffirm that Iraq is among the world's key contributors to global energy supply and will continue to play this vital role in ensuring the stability of energy and oil markets. However, in parallel, Iraq is advancing the implementation of clear and comprehensive plan to reduce carbon footprint of the energy and of oil industry, as well as to reduce methane emissions. This plan includes ending routine flaring of associated gas by 2028 and improving the efficiency of oil industry operations, expanding renewable energy capacity to reach 12,000 megawatts. In terms of exposure to climate change and the challenges of adaptation and environmental resilience, water scarcity has become an extensional challenge in Iraq, alongside it, waves of drought, desertification, and sand and dust storms are intensifying. The marshes of the southern of Iraq are experiencing frequent droughts that have affected more than 90% of their historical area. Similarly, the mountains and forests of Kurdistan region, as well as the natural ecosystem in eastern and western Iraq, face the same problem. The crisis threatens biodiversity, agriculture, undermines the livelihoods of local communities, increases displacement and migration, and disrupts the routes of the migratory birds. In recognizing the needs of our people, after decades of suffering and to increase greater resilience, the government of Iraq placed climate action at the core of its national development plans. It's also placed youth, women, academic researchers, civil society, and the private sector at the heart of decision-making and implementation. Because climate action requires the participation of all, and because local knowledge and innovation are the driving forces of sustainable solutions. Iraq is also working to open doors and opportunities for cooperation with the neighboring countries to adopt joint regional adaptation plans and cross-border mega projects in the fields of water, agriculture, nature-based solutions, energy, and sustainable transport within the framework of the Paris Agreement. Regional cooperation remains the most effective path to maximize impact, reduce cost, and strengthen stability and integration among the people of the region in the face of climate change. In conclusion, we confirm that our message today present a roadmap framed by clear timelines, measurable actions, and partnerships built on trust and transparency. What we have outlined in second nationally determined contribution, along with the institutional reforms and implementation projects we have launched, from ending routine gas flaring to expanding solar energy, representing a genuine commitment by Iraq that deserves recognition and support through financing, technology, and expertise. The success of this conference and the acceleration of the Paris Climate Agreement's implementation depends on strengthening climate funds and facilitating access to affordable and sustainable finance, supporting carbon markets with fair pricing mechanisms that stimulate and sustain green investment, and upholding commitments with the framework of common but differentiated responsibility. I thank you.
Neste momento, convidamos o ministro do Meio Ambiente da Jordânia, Ayman Suleiman.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President Lula, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President of COP30, Excellencies, distinguished guests, good afternoon. On behalf of His Majesty King Abdullah II and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, I extend our sincere appreciation to the Republic of Brazil and to the people of Belém for hosting this important gathering in the heart of the Amazon, an emblem of nature's richness and fragile alike. We convene once again as soon as the global family, united by the shared duty of safeguarding the planet and to protect the generations that will inherit it. In our region, the Middle East, climate change is not a distant threat. Rising temperatures, shrinking water resources, and degraded systems threaten lives and livelihoods across the borders. Conflict only magnifies these risks, destroying land, marine life, and vital water resources, and displacing millions of people. Jordan has long carried the human consequences of regional crisis. This reality places the pressure on our scarce resources, particularly water, and intensifies our vulnerability to climate shocks. Yet, despite these challenges, Jordan has chosen a path of a proactive action and unwavering commitment. At COP27, His Majesty launched the Climate Refugees Nexus initiative, a call to link climate action with the realities of forced displacement of people. Today, that initiative continues to gain commitment, with dozens of nations joining to ensure that refugee hosting countries receives the recognition and the support they deserve. Jordan continues to advance ambitious climate policies anchored in justice and resilience. We are expanding renewable energies, supplying more than a quarter of our electricity from solar and wind. We are expanding water reuse and sustainable agriculture, and restoring ecosystems degraded by the drought and overuse. We are developing green hydrogen projects and regional partnerships to drive a just transition for our people. These efforts form the backbone of our updated nationally determined contributions, reflecting our vision for a climate resilience and low carbon future. But ambition without solidarity will not suffice. We urge this COP to ensure that the new collective quantified goals on the climate finance reflects the principles of fairness, transparency, and accountability, and addresses the priority of the vulnerable, including host nations like Jordan, to carry a disproportionate share of global responsibility. The displacement and environmental degradation demand a holistic, inclusive approach, one that unites our efforts for climate peace and humanity dignity. Excellencies, Jordan stands ready to work with all partners on both regional and global levels to advocate practical, evidence-based solutions that empower communities, protect ecosystems, and secure a livable future for all. We call for renewed trust in a multilateral trust built on tangible results, equitable financing, and shared responsibilities. Because in the end, the fight against climate change is a fight for a life itself. And in that fight, no country can stand alone. Thank you.
Convidamos agora o ministro do Meio Ambiente e diretor da Agência de Proteção Ambiental da Libéria, Emmanuel Kingurei Yarki Paolo.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boakai, Senior President of the Republic of Liberia and the resilient, peace-loving people of Liberia, I extend our deepest appreciation to the government and people of Brazil for their hospitality and for hosting this landmark COP30 in Belém, the heart of the Amazon. Brazil leadership in forest stewardship serve as global example of how nations rich in natural capital can also lead in climate diplomacy and environmental justice. The setting of Belém, where the Amazon breathes the planet, is a fitting reminder that tropical forests everywhere must be preserved if humanity is to sustain its future. Liberia, for its part, holds over 40% of the remaining forests in West Africa, one of the most critical biodiversity hotspots on Earth. The forests are not merely national treasures, they are global lungs, capturing carbon, regulating rainfall, and supporting food and water security across the sub-region. Within their canopy lies a network of life that binds rural communities, sustain endangered species, and provide ecological services vital to regional and global stability. The protection of these forests is therefore not merely the Liberian responsibility, it is a global imperative. Liberia has demonstrated strong national leadership through the implementation of the nationally determined contribution, which commit to cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 64% by 2035. Yet, the path to this target requires more than ambition, it demands investment. The gap between our vision and available climate finance remains wide, threatening progress we have made towards adaptation, renewable energy, and sustainable livelihood. That is why we strongly support innovative financing mechanisms such as the Tropical Forest Forever Facility. The TFFF provides a sustainable performance-based mechanism to reward countries that conserve and sustainably manage their forests. For Liberia, this initiative represents hope that our commitment to conservation will be met with predictable financial support, enabling us to invest in green jobs, community development, and resilient landscapes. Through our support for the TFFF, Liberia stands ready to demonstrate that protecting nature and pursuing development can advance hand in hand when the right financial framework exists. Our national development framework, the arrest agenda for inclusive development, encompassing agriculture, rule of law, education, sanitation, and tourism, ensure that climate action contributes directly to people's lives. This is climate justice in practice. Liberian national carbon market policy follows guarantee that benefits from carbon trade are shared equitably with indigenous people and local communities, ensuring fairness, transparency, and sustainability at the heart of our climate governance. Excellencies, as we gather here in Belém, let us not forget why we are here. The world forests, from the Amazon to the Congo to the Upper Guinean forests, are not merely landscape, they are lifelines. We must move beyond pledges and act with urgency and solidarity. The Paris Agreement must now be fully implemented, not in spirit, but in financing, technology, and capacity support to empower countries like Liberia to meet their commitment. Let COP30 be the turning point, where promises become progress, where nations act together to ensure a climate safe for the future and for all. Liberia stands ready to lead with integrity, to protect our forests, to partner with the world in building a more just and resilient and sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Convidamos nesse momento o ministro do Meio Ambiente da Mauritânia, Messouda Barhan Mohamed.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والمعالي والسعادة، أيها الحضور الكريم، يشرفني أن أتحدث إليكم اليوم باسم فخامة رئيس الجمهورية السيد محمد الشيخ القزواني رئيس الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية بمناسبة انعقاد هذه القمة لقادة مؤتمر الأطراف الثلاثين. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أعبر عن خالص امتناننا لفخامة الرئيس لولا دا سيلفا ولحكومة والشعب البرازيل الصديق على حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة الأخوية. وأغتنم هذه الفرصة لأبلغ باسم فخامة رئيس الجمهورية السيد محمد الشيخ القزواني تحياته الودية والأخوية إلى نظيره الرئيس لولا، متمنيا له وللشعب البرازيلي دوام التقدم والنجاح لأعمال هذا المؤتمر التاريخي والتوفيق الكامل. أصحاب الفخامة، أيها السادة والسيدات، نجتمع اليوم في مدينة بلم في قلب الأمازون، هذا المكان الرمزي الذي يجسد ثرواتنا الطبيعية، يجسد جمال ثرواتنا الطبيعية وجمال كوكبنا وهجاشته في آن واحد. إنه مكان يدعونا جميعاً إلى التحلي بالشجاعة والتضامن والمسؤولية في مواجهة التحديات البيئية التي تهدد مستقبل البشرية. ففي موريتانيا أصبحت آثار التغير المناخي واقعاً ملموساً. نرى زحف الرمال الصحراوية، ندرة المياه، تدهور الأراضي، وتزايد هشاشة مجتمعاتنا الريفية والشاطئية. هذه التهديدات تلقي بظلالها على نظمنا البيئية ومواردنا الطبيعية وسكاننا. غير أن بلدي اختار طريق العمل بدلاً من الانتظار. تحت قيادة فخامة رئيس الجمهورية السيد محمد الشيخ القزواني نسعى إلى تحقيق انتقال نحو تنمية مستدامة عبر رؤية واضحة والتزامات ملموسة من أجل حفظ الانبعاثات وفقاً لمساهمتنا المحدودة سداء 3.0 التي تم إعدادها حديثاً. تطوير الطاقات المتجددة من الطاقة الشمسية والريحية والهيدروجين الأخضر التي تمتلك موريتانيا فيها إمكانيات هائلة. كذلك حماية الأنظمة البيئية الطبيعية واستعادة المناطق الرطبة والساحلية، وتعزيز صمود المجتمعات الأكثر هشاشة في وجه التغيرات المناخية. إن هذه الجهود تنبع من رؤية أوسع قوامها بناء اقتصاد أخضر وشامل يشارك فيه كل مواطن موريتاني في حماية بيئتنا المشتركة وصون مستقبل أجيالنا. أصحاب الفخامة، أيها السادة والسيدات، لا يمكن لأي دولة أن تواجه أزمة المناخ بمفردها، فالدول النامية رغم مساهمتها المحدودة في الانبعاثات العالمية هي الأكثر تضرراً من آثار التغير المناخي. ومن هذا المنطلق تجدد موريتانيا دعوتها إلى تعزيز التضامن الدولي على أساس الإنصاف والعدالة، وندعو إلى تيسير الوصول العادل إلى التمويل المناخي والتنفيذ الفعال لصندوق الخسائر والأضرار ونقل التكنولوجيا الخضراء وتعزيز القدرات الوطنية في مجال التكيف والمواجهة. أصحاب الفخامة، أيها السادة والسيدات، لم يعد أمام العلم ترف للانتظار، فالعمل المناخي لم يعد خياراً، بل هو واجب أخلاقي ومسؤولية جماعية. وباسم فخامة الرئيس محمد الشيخ القزواني أؤكد التزام موريتانيا الراسخ بالعمل يداً في يد مع جميع الشركاء لبناء مستقبل مستدام مرن وعادل لكوكبنا. فلنجعل من هذه القمة COP30 نقطة تحول نحو الأمل والعدالة والمسؤولية المشتركة، وأشكركم لحسن إصغائكم والسلام عليكم.
Nesse momento, convidamos a ministra do Meio Ambiente do México, Alicia Isabel Adriana Bárcena Ibarra.
Excelencias, agradezco al Gobierno de Brasil y felicito al presidente Ignacio Lula da Silva por la organización de este evento. Gracias al ministro Mauro Vieira, gracias Andrea Correa del Lago, gracias Marina Silva. Devastadoras lluvias azotaron recientemente a México. 5 estados fueron gravemente afectados, cerca de 90 municipios incomunicados, más de 100,000 viviendas dañadas y 80 vidas perdidas. Una tragedia que trasciende fronteras y que nos recuerda con dolor, pero con claridad, que el cambio climático ya no es una advertencia, es una realidad que nos iguala como humanidad porque nos ha alcanzado a todos. La furia del clima no distingue territorio, ni ideología, ni estatus. Es una fuerza que golpea sin compasión y su verdad es simplemente incontestable. Lo inaceptable es la parálisis del mundo ante ella, la dilución de la voluntad política en discursos políticamente correctos y vacíos, la cobardía disfrazada de diplomacia, la negación ante la ciencia que anestesia la acción. Pero sin embargo, en medio de esta tormenta todavía encontramos un atisbo de esperanza. La esperanza no nace del optimismo ingenuo, nace de la conciencia del deber, porque esta acción climática no es independiente de nuestra condición humana. Es una responsabilidad que nos une como naciones y una convicción que nos define como generación. Su fuerza, su efectividad y su ambición está en nuestras manos, entre estas paredes, aquí y ahora. Aquí y ahora, en Belém, en esta 30ª Conferencia de las Naciones Unidas sobre Cambio Climático, convocada por la hermana República de Brasil, en esta COP de la verdad, la COP de América Latina y el Caribe, y me atrevo a decir la COP de la esperanza. Me honra representar a la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, primera presidenta mujer, y transmitirles su saludo fraterno. De su mano como científica y a 10 años del Acuerdo de París, México reafirma su compromiso inquebrantable con la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre Cambio Climático. Nuestro liderazgo en este proceso tiene nombre. Se llama la tercera contribución determinada a nivel nacional 3.0, la NDC 3.0, una hoja de ruta integral para acelerar nuestra descarbonización y avanzar hacia un modelo de desarrollo más justo, más incluyente, más sostenible y más innovador. En materia regional, con espíritu de cooperación y solidaridad, México y Brasil convocamos a una reunión en agosto de este año, por primera vez a 22 países de América Latina y el Caribe, para construir una posición común hacia la COP30. La prioridad de esta región fue clara: adaptación y soluciones basadas en la naturaleza. Una de las estrategias ya efectivas en nuestra región, porque nuestra región es responsable tan solo de 11% de las emisiones globales de gases de efecto invernadero, y sin embargo es una de las más vulnerables y además es una de las que tiene la mayor biodiversidad, tanto marina como terrestre. Estimamos, por ejemplo, que tan solo con recuperar 10% de los 1.450 kilómetros cuadrados de manglares mexicanos, podríamos reducir cerca de 19 millones de toneladas de carbono equivalente, que representan el 3% de nuestras emisiones nacionales del año 2024. El 15% de nuestro territorio está ocupado por selvas tropicales. y manglares. Por eso reafirmamos nuestro compromiso por formar parte de la novedosa iniciativa Bosques Tropicales para Siempre, TFF. De hecho, recientemente, entre México, Guatemala y Belice, creamos la Gran Selva Maya, que contiene 5.7 millones de hectáreas de selva tropical y que une el Petén con la zona maya mexicana. En nuestra NDC, la meta de mitigación al 2035 se enmarca en una visión de largo plazo, una brújula que orienta nuestros esfuerzos para alcanzar emisiones netas cero a mediados del siglo. Por primera vez, México presenta sus metas en términos absolutos. Nos comprometemos a alcanzar un máximo de emisiones netas entre 364 y 404 millones de toneladas de carbono equivalente. De manera no condicionada, esto representa una reducción de más de 50% con respecto al escenario tendencial. México también asume una meta condicionada para no rebasar entre 332 y 363 millones de toneladas de carbono equivalente. La NDC 3 es una ruta para una nueva forma de industrialización en México, que se llama Plan México y que incluye a sectores estratégicos como el transporte, la generación eléctrica, la industria, la agricultura y ganadería, los residuos, petróleo y gas y construcción. Estamos además muy comprometidos a potenciar la economía circular para resolver el tema de residuos y plásticos por lo menos y reducir las emisiones de metano. La adaptación es uno de los principales elementos que contempla el Plan México, reforzando prevención, seguridad alimentaria y energética, conservación de biodiversidad, agua y protección de la infraestructura crítica. Tratamos el cambio climático como seguridad nacional. Ese será uno de los temas que estarán incluidos en la primera Política Nacional de Adaptación que se publicará en 2026. México está convencido de la importancia de las soluciones basadas en la naturaleza y que la compensación por mitigación con la naturaleza es una forma de alcanzar las metas de la NDC 2 y de la NDC 3. México está convencido además con gran conciencia que los impactos que sufrimos por las lluvias, sequías y los huracanes debemos entonces incorporar un componente de pérdidas y daños y otro dedicado a medios de implementación para garantizar recursos, la tecnología y las capacidades. Incluimos además un componente transversal que integra la perspectiva de género, derechos humanos, transición justa y la equidad intergeneracional. Reconoce a los pueblos indígenas, a los afromexicanos y mexicanas, a mujeres, infancias y jóvenes como víctimas por su alta vulnerabilidad al cambio climático, pero también como protagonistas para esta transformación. En resumen, la NDC 3.0 se estructura en 5 pilares: mitigación, adaptación, pérdidas y daños, medios de implementación, condiciones habilitadoras y temas transversales. Así, México contribuye al combate global al cambio climático con profundo sentido de responsabilidad, con ambición y con visión de Estado. Esta NDC 3.0 no es un documento solamente, es una hoja de ruta de toda una nación hacia el futuro que merecemos. Se construyó mediante un proceso muy participativo y deliberativo conforme al Acuerdo de Escazú y se basa en la mejor ciencia disponible. Enfatizamos también la importancia de fortalecer las sinergias entre la COP de biodiversidad y la de cambio climático y desertificación. El río Trío, ese río Trío que se construyó en Brasil en 1992. Y de medir sobre todo y reportar de manera conjunta para diseñar taxonomías que permitan reconocer las metodologías para valorar la biodiversidad y los ecosistemas marinos y terrestres como grandes sumideros de carbono y fuentes de inversión económica. Pero no medir por separado en cada convención o en cada tratado. Se trata de medir juntos y tener metodologías compatibles. Debemos avanzar en esta armonización de métodos para internacionalizar, por ejemplo, el comercio de carbono que hoy ocurre en territorios limitados o solo a nivel nacional. No hay tiempo que perder. Cada décima de grado importa porque cada decisión cuenta. Cada retraso se traduce en pérdidas y daños irreparables, en vidas humanas, en ecosistemas devastados, en comunidades en riesgo. Por eso nuestra nueva NDC es una prueba de nuestro compromiso hacia una acción climática ambiciosa, transformadora e integral. Ninguna nación, ninguna, puede recorrer esta crisis sola. Aquí y ahora reafirmamos el valor del multilateralismo. Es imperativo actuar juntos y actuar simultáneamente y además hacerlo no solo con la sumatoria de las NDCs, sino también con una acción de financiamiento que cumpla con el artículo 9.1 del Acuerdo de París. Hoy en la COP30 no venimos a hablar del futuro que tememos, sino del futuro que aún podemos construir, porque hoy la esperanza no es una palabra vacía, es una acción colectiva que exige nuestra valentía, valentía de invertir en la vida y no en el carbono, valentía de mirar a nuestras hijas e hijos y decirles: hicimos todo lo que estaba en nuestras manos. Señoras y señores, aún tenemos tiempo para llegar y salvaguardar la meta de 1.5 grados, pero la ventana de oportunidad se está cerrando. Hoy más importante que nunca es imperativo que la COP concluya con una señal política clara de nuestra determinación por corregir el modelo de desarrollo y el rumbo. En términos gramscianos, es momento de dejar morir el viejo mundo para dejar uno nuevo, un mundo en el que podamos vivir en armonía con la naturaleza sin dejar a nadie atrás. Por eso quiero recordar, para finalizar, las palabras que el entonces presidente de Estados Unidos, Barack Obama, pronunció hace 10 años cuando se firmó el Acuerdo de París. Y Obama dijo: somos la primera generación en experimentar los efectos del cambio climático y la última que tendrá la oportunidad de revertirlos. Muchas gracias.
Neste momento, convidamos para a manifestação o representante de Mianmar, ministro dos Recursos Naturais e Conservação Ambiental, Kim Maung-hee.
Mr. President, Excellency, distinguished delegates, it is my distinct honor to deliver these statements on behalf of the government of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar. We begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to the government of Brazil for its leadership in convening this pivotal summit and for the excellent arrangements. Myanmar is a Southeast Asian nation bordered by India, Bangladesh, China, Laos, and Thailand, with a coastline along the Andaman Sea and the Bay of Bengal. Our country is a globally recognized biodiversity hotspot, endowed with a rich variety of forest ecosystems, from tropical rainforests and mangrove to high-altitude alpine forests. These invaluable natural resources are national priorities, with forests covering approximately 42.19% of our land area. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the gravity of the climate crisis is felt acutely in Myanmar. As a nation endowed with significant forest cover and biodiversity, yet ranked among the most vulnerable to climate impacts, we recognize this summit not merely as a meeting, but as an indispensable forum for dialogue, partnership, and collective ambition. Guided by our Myanmar climate change strategy and our NDCs, we've placed the forestry sector at the core of our climate action. We are actively implementing measures to promote renewable energy, enhance energy efficiency, and advance climate-smart agriculture. Furthermore, we are scaling up adaptation activities across sectors, accelerating and scaling up climate finance assessing pathway for technology transfer and supporting robust capacity building are the crucial importance for the success of these endeavors, national ambitions and implementations. It is this context of shared responsibility and opportunity that we warmly commend the President and Government of Brazil for the visionary initiative launched at this summit. I am pleased to formally announce the Government of Myanmar's support for endorsement of the declaration, call to action and pledge, including the launch of the Tropical Forest Forever Fund, the Belém Declaration on Hunger, Poverty and People-Centered Climate Action, and the call to action on integrated fire management. To conclude, climate change mitigation is a global issue that concerns all people on Earth, and it requires everyone to be involved, leaving no one behind. All human beings are on Earth must participate in the efforts. We once again extend our heartfelt thanks to the Government of Brazil for its invitation to join these meaningful efforts. Myanmar reaffirms its unwavering commitment to strengthening national, subnational, and local coordination. We will continue to work in closely partnership with the international community to realize our vision of a sustainable, inclusive, and climate resilient future for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. President.
Convidamos agora o ministro do Meio Ambiente de Omã, Abdullah Ali Al-Anhi.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس لويس إناسيو لولا رئيس الجمهورية البرازيلية الاتحادية الصديقة، أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والمعالي الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني بداية أن أنقل لكم تحايا جلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق المعظم سلطان عمان حفظه الله ورعاه، وخالص تمنياته لأعمال هذه القمة بالتوفيق والنجاح. كما يطيب لي أن أتوجه بخالص الشكر والامتنان لجمهورية البرازيل الاتحادية الصديقة حكومة وشعبا على حسن الاستقبال ورقي التنظيم لمؤتمر الأطراف الثلاثين. كما أود التعبير عن بالغ التقدير للأمانة التنفيذية للأمم المتحدة بشأن تغير المناخ على جهودها الكبيرة في توجيه العمل المناخي العالمي نحو التنفيذ. أيها الحضور الكريم، نجتمع اليوم على ضفاف الأمازون، رئة الكوكب وشريانه. يحيطنا قلق كبير من تأثير التغير المناخي على النظام البيئي برمته، وبالنتيجة على الحضارة البشرية. وإن ما يشهده الكوكب من ظواهر ارتفاع درجات الحرارة وذوبان الجليد وفقدان التنوع الحيوي وحرائق الغابات لم تترك مجالا للشك من أن التغير المناخي حقيقة لا يمكن تجاهلها. الأمر الذي يضعنا جميعا أمام مسؤوليات وطنية وعالمية لتسريع وتيرة العمل المناخي وتضافر الجهود، خاصة بعد مخرجات التقرير التجميعي للمساهمات المحددة وطنيا الصادر بنهاية أكتوبر الماضي، والذي أظهرت نتائجه بأن العمل المناخي لا يزال دون طموح. أيها الحضور الكريم، إن وراء هذا الأداء المتواضع عدة تحديات رئيسية، أهمها الحوكمة العتيقة لمؤسسات النظام البيئي العالمية والإجراءات البطيئة والمعقدة لمنظومات التمويل، إذ أن العالم قد أصبح مشتتا بين القمم والمؤتمرات البيئية والمناخية، وأصبح منغمسا في إعداد التقارير الفنية العديدة، وكل ذلك على حساب الوقت والجهد والموارد، وبالنتيجة على حساب التنفيذ. وعلى الضفة الأخرى فإن تعهدات التمويل كثيرة جدا والمتحقق منها قليل، بل وأن المتحقق منها لا تتمكن الدول المستحقة من الوصول إليه، وإن وصلت تصل بعد جهد وعناء، وهذا أمر طبيعي في ظل غياب المعايير وضبابية الإجراءات. أيها الحضور الكريم، طالما النظام البيئي للكوكب نظام واحد لا يتجزأ، وطالما الاتفاقيات البيئية الثلاثة التي أقرت هنا في البرازيل تعالج قضية واحدة وهي قضية النظام البيئي، فمن الضروري مراجعة المنظومة المؤسسية البيئية العالمية التي نعمل من خلالها، والتي تدير ملفات الحاضر والمستقبل بحوكمة الماضي، مما أدى إلى تشتت الجهود وبطء الإجراءات. فالحوكمة المؤسسية الكفءة هي الأساس في نجاح منظومات العمل وتوحيد الجهود ومجابهة التحديات. أيها الحضور الكريم، إن بلدي سلطنة عمان يمضي بثبات وإصرار نحو تحقيق أهدافه البيئية والمناخية، إيمانا منه بأن التحول المناخي ليس عبئا بل فرصة اقتصادية وتنموية كبرى، إذ أن الاستثمارات في الطاقة النظيفة والبنية التحتية المستدامة والذكاء المناخي قد أصبحت محركات النمو في القرن ال21. ولذا فقد وضعت رؤيتنا الوطنية عمان 2040 متطلبات الاتفاقيات البيئية الثلاثة كأجندة وطنية رئيسية، ومضت قدما في تطبيق الاستراتيجية الوطنية للحياد الصفري وتفعيل السجل الوطني للكربون وتطوير سياسات المادة 6 من اتفاق باريس. كما تعمل سلطنة عمان على تنفيذ العديد من مشاريع التكيف مع التغيرات المناخية، ومنها نظام الإنذار المبكر ومنظومات الحماية من الفيضانات وتشييد المدن المرنة والمستدامة، إضافة إلى التوسع في تبني الحلول القائمة على الطبيعة. ومن هذا المنطلق تؤكد سلطنة عمان على أن التنمية والاستدامة مساران متكاملان لا متعارضان، وأن تحقيق انتقال عادل ومنصف هو الطريق لضمان مستقبل آمن واقتصاد مزدهر ومستدام، وأن صون البيئة هو الاستثمار الأمثل في مستقبل الأجيال القادمة والركيزة الحقيقية لرفاه الشعوب. شكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Convidamos nesse momento o ministro do Meio Ambiente do Peru, Miguel Ángel Espichan Marinas.
Señor Presidente de la República Federativa de Brasil, Excelencias, distinguidos jefes de delegación, ministras y ministros, traigo el saludo de nuestro presidente José Gerí Oré. Somos el cuarto país con mayor superficie de bosques tropicales del mundo, con más de 68 millones de hectáreas de bosque amazónico, que cubre casi el 60% del territorio nacional. En esta área viven 51 pueblos indígenas que gestionan el bosque, demostrando que la conservación y el desarrollo de la Amazonía pueden y deben avanzar juntos. Si bien el Perú aporta menos del 0.5% de las emisiones globales, somos un país altamente vulnerable a los impactos del cambio climático, lo cual representa para nosotros un gran desafío. El Perú ha logrado reforzar nuestro compromiso con la conservación de cerca de 5 millones de hectáreas de bosques en beneficio de más de 30.000 familias amazónicas. Hemos ejecutado 3 proyectos por más de 62 millones de dólares del Fondo Verde para el Clima, permitiendo fortalecer la conservación y el uso sostenible del bosque, con actividades bajas en carbono. Trabajamos con varios socios y lo hacemos porque creemos y tenemos una firme convicción en el multilateralismo y en la cooperación internacional, también porque sabemos que sin un financiamiento justo, la acción climática de los países en desarrollo no será sostenible. Llegamos a Belém con compromisos concretos. Hemos actualizado nuestras NDC 3.0, que consolida una meta absoluta de no exceder 179 millones de toneladas de dióxido de carbono equivalente al 2035. En adaptación, incorporamos nuevas áreas como migraciones por clima y empleos verdes, junto con componentes de conservación de biodiversidad y lucha contra la desertificación. En mitigación, el Perú está consolidando un mercado de carbono de alta integridad. En el 2024 aprobamos nuestro Registro Nacional de Medidas de Mitigación, que va a garantizar trazabilidad y salvaguardas ambientales de los proyectos. Asimismo, presentaremos el primer proyecto bajo el Acuerdo de París con Suiza en temas de energía limpia. Perú tiene también una iniciativa de huella de carbono que integra a más de 1.800 organizaciones, entre ellas públicas y privadas, de las cuales 85 son del sector privado. También vamos a presentar nuestro centro de monitoreo multipropósito que produce información coherente y verificable sobre emisiones y bosques. Innovamos también como herramienta, la primera herramienta en América Latina que identifica los riesgos climáticos y acciones de adaptación en el sector privado. El ámbito forestal es una prioridad. El mercado de carbono es una de nuestras principales apuestas. Impulsamos el programa nacional Red Plus y el programa Red Indígena Jurisdiccional, reconociendo la conservación de 7 millones de hectáreas amazónicas gestionada por pueblos indígenas. Sin embargo, también hay amenazas. Los incendios forestales se han convertido en una de las mayores amenazas para la Amazonía. En el 2024 se han registrado más de 10.000 incendios, generando alrededor del 15% de las emisiones del sector UTCUT. Perú asumió el liderazgo regional al presidir la Red Amazónica de Manejo Integral del Fuego y nos adherimos a la declaración impulsada por Brasil que se llama la acción sobre la acción de gestión integral del fuego y la resiliencia frente a los incendios forestales. Respaldamos con entusiasmo el Tropical Forest Forever Facility, que reconoce el valor global de los bosques. Por eso el Perú viene trabajando en sus condiciones técnicas y de transparencia para su implementación. Esta COP30 lanzaremos nuestro paquete país en el marco del FCLP, una propuesta para movilizar recursos hacia la Amazonía y que buscamos apalancar 30 millones de dólares. Lideramos con Brasil y Noruega el compromiso de la tenencia de la tierra. Todo este conjunto de acciones demuestra un mismo mensaje. La acción climática en el Perú es una política de Estado. Estamos cumpliendo, estamos invirtiendo y estamos proponiendo soluciones efectivas. Pero necesitamos socios que crean en esta visión y nos ayuden o sigan ayudando a escalarla. Invertir en el Perú es invertir en la Amazonía, en su biodiversidad de ecosistemas, de especies y de genes y sin duda en la estabilidad climática del planeta. Muchas gracias.
Convidamos agora a ministra do Meio Ambiente de Ruanda, Bernadette Arakiwi.
His Excellency, President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, distinguished heads of state and government, Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, fellow leaders. I take this moment to convey greetings from His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of Rwanda, whom I have the honor of representing at this summit. And we express our gratitude to the Federative Republic of Brazil and the State of Pará for a warm hospitality. Ladies and gentlemen, Rwanda arrives in Belém with both resolve and hope. We commend Brazil for centering COP30 on implementation, inclusion, and forests. And these are principles that mirror our own journey of turning vulnerability to action. In May 2023, devastating floods across Rwanda claimed more than 130 lives and resulted in almost $200 million in damage, all in just 24 hours. Sadly, this was not an isolated tragedy, but another example of how much damage can be done in one single climatic event. However, Rwanda refuses to be defined solely by its vulnerability. Our climate action is coupled with economic empowerment while also placing women, youth, and children at the forefront. Through our landscape restoration initiatives, Rwanda is on its way to restoring 2 million hectares of degraded land, transforming barren hills into thriving forests and farmlands. Our forest cover has also grown to 30%, a testament to our commitment to restoring ecosystems. In Kigali, we are restoring 5 major wetlands into natural flood buffers to protect our capital while creating green spaces for the city's residents and visitors to enjoy. What was once seen as wastelands is becoming a living shield against climate shocks. With less than a decade to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal within reach, Rwanda's updated nationally determined contributions, our NDC 3.0, has an economy-wide target of reducing emissions by 53% by 2035, while also strengthening resilience across every sector of our economy. Through this ambition, we aim to demonstrate that climate action and economic development are not opposing forces, but rather mutually reinforcing imperatives. As we move from Baku to Belém, Rwanda looks forward to agreeing on a clear roadmap to deliver the $3 billion annual commitment agreed up at COP29, while charting a path towards the more realistic goal of at least $1.3 trillion per year by 2030. Rwanda advocates for accessible, predictable, and equitable climate finance, as well as a loss and damage fund that meets the needs of the most vulnerable. Capacity building and technology transfer that empowers domestic climate action must also be prioritized. Rwanda will continue to work with partners to ensure the global goal on adaptation achieves its potential through indicators that measure both adaptation progress and the adequacy of adaptation finance. We commend Brazil for placing forests at the core of COP30, not merely as carbon sinks, but as living ecosystems that sustain biodiversity, livelihoods, and climate resilience. And yesterday's launch of the Tropical Forest Forever facility offers a transformative model for rewarding conservation at scale. Rwanda also supports Brazil's call for COP30 to be a moment to deliver real action and for all parties to submit enhanced NDCs that are aligned with the 1.5 degrees Celsius target. Your Excellencies, the choice before us is clear. We can continue with incremental progress while the planet burns, or we can rise to meet the scale of this crisis. The fossil fuel era is drawing to a close. We must now ensure the transition is just, inclusive, and equitable. Rwanda's message is clear. Climate vulnerability must not dictate our future. Ambitious climate actions grounded in restoration, inclusion, and green growth is not only possible, but essential for our nations. And the world must match such ambition with finance that is accessible, predictable, and just. Let Belém mark the moment when every nation, regardless of size or emissions, has the tools to thrive in a safe, equitable, and resilient world. I thank you.
Nesse momento, convidamos para a manifestação o representante de São Tomé e Príncipe, ministra dos Negócios Estrangeiros, Cooperação e Comunidade, Ilza Maria dos Santos Amado Vaz.
Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente da República Federativa do Brasil, Lula da Silva, Suas Excelências, Senhores Presidentes, chefes dos governos e os representantes dos Estados-membros, Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente da COP30, representantes das organizações internacionais, senhoras e senhores, é com profunda honra e elevado sentimento de responsabilidade que tomo palavra em nome da Sua Excelência, o Presidente da República Democrática de São Tomé e Príncipe, nesta Cimeira do Clima que nos reúne em Belém, cidade de encontros, de partidas e de esperança. Permitam-me, antes de mais, transmitir as fraternas saudações da Sua Excelência, Sr. Presidente da República Carlos Villanova, e expressar o nosso reconhecimento pela organização deste importante evento, no momento em que o mundo enfrenta, de forma cada vez mais evidente, os efeitos reais das mudanças climáticas. Hoje, Belém volta a ser o ponto de partida não para novas descobertas geográficas, mas para um novo pacto com o planeta. A humanidade chegou a um momento em que já não basta compreender a crise climática. É preciso agir com urgência, convicção, justiça e solidariedade. As alterações climáticas não conhecem fronteiras, mas atingem-nos de forma desigual. Os pequenos estados insulares, como São Tomé e Príncipe, enfrentam vulnerabilidades multidimensionais, agravadas pelas mudanças climáticas. A subida do nível do mar, a erosão costeira, os fenômenos meteorológicos extremos, as inundações, a destruição de infraestruturas básicas e a insegurança alimentar são realidades que afetam gravemente as nossas populações, comprometendo o desenvolvimento sustentável e o futuro das próximas gerações. O que para alguns é projeção científica, para nós é vida cotidiana. Mas São Tomé e Príncipe recusa o papel de vítima. Somos uma nação resiliente que acredita que a vulnerabilidade pode transformar-se em força, com cooperação, parcerias, inovação, vontade política global e investimentos. Excelências, perante os desafios, São Tomé e Príncipe assumiu, desde 2015, um compromisso firme no quadro do Acordo de Paris e, em 2021, reforçou as suas ambições com a submissão da NDC 2. Tornamo-nos o primeiro país do mundo reconhecido integralmente pela Unesco como Reserva Mundial da Biosfera. Um marco que honra o nosso património natural e reforça a nossa responsabilidade de proteger o equilíbrio entre o ser humano e a natureza. Estamos a implementar o Plano Nacional de Adaptação às Alterações Climáticas, centrado na gestão sustentável das zonas costeiras, nas energias renováveis, na proteção das florestas e na educação ambiental. A nossa visão é clara: crescer sem destruir, e prosperar sem comprometer o futuro. Excelências, nenhum país pode enfrentar sozinho uma crise global. A justiça climática exige reconhecer que quem menos contribui é quem mais sofre. São Tomé e Príncipe junta a sua voz à dos pequenos estados insulares para pedir compromissos efetivos de financiamento para adaptação e mitigação. É essencial que os mecanismos como o Fundo Verde para o Clima e o Fundo de Perdas e Danos sejam plenamente operacionalizados e acessíveis aos países mais vulneráveis. Não pedimos caridade, pedimos parceria justa e solidária. Senhoras e senhores, o mar molda a nossa identidade e o nosso destino. Com uma vasta zona econômica exclusiva, o oceano é a nossa principal fonte de vida. Defendemos uma governação sustentável dos mares, baseada na ciência, conservação e uso racional dos recursos. Reforçamos também a cooperação com os países irmãos da comunidade dos países da língua portuguesa em programas sobre a biodiversidade marinha, transição energética, pesca sustentável e resistência costeira. A língua portuguesa é, assim, um elo de ação climática e compromisso partilhado. Excelências, a nossa responsabilidade climática também é geracional. A juventude de São Tomé está envolvida em projetos de reciclagem, agricultura sustentável e educação ambiental. Investir nos jovens é investir na soberania do futuro, porque eles não pedem discurso, pedem ações concretas. E têm razão. São Tomé e Príncipe acredita no multilateralismo e na cooperação Sul-Sul. Destacamos as parcerias, iniciativas e mecanismos promovidos pelo Brasil, país anfitrião desta cimeira, com resultados concretos em agricultura sustentável, inovação ambiental, proteção florestal. Um exemplo de solidariedade e de laços transformadores em soluções reais. Belém foi ponto de partida de grandes viagens. Hoje deve ser o ponto de partida de uma nova jornada da humanidade de reconciliação com a natureza e de justiça climática. O que está em causa não é apenas o ambiente, é a dignidade humana, o direito a existir com segurança e esperança. Senhoras e senhores, que façamos do combate às alterações climáticas um território de união, que façamos da palavra compromisso um verbo de ação. No presente, implementamos. São Tomé e Príncipe reafirma com convicção o compromisso com o Acordo de Paris e com os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Muito obrigada.
Convido nesse momento para a manifestação o ministro do Meio Ambiente e da Transição Ecológica do Senegal.
Monsieur le Président de la République fédérative du Brésil, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Monsieur le Président de la Conférence des partis, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif de la Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur les changements climatiques, Mesdames et Messieurs, Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République fédérative du Brésil, Monsieur Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva, je voudrais tout d'abord vous transmettre les salutations amicales de son Excellence, Monsieur Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, Président de la République du Sénégal. Le Président Diomaye Faye vous adresse ses vives félicitations pour la tenue de ce sommet des leaders en prélude à la 3e conférence des parties à la Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur les changements climatiques. Cette rencontre démontre, une fois de plus, l'urgence d'une action collective face à la crise écologique. Dépassant légèrement l'année précédente, cette année 2025 est la plus chaude avec ses désastres climatiques de par le monde et dont la plus récente est l'ouragan Melissa dans les Caraïbes avec son lot de destruction. Mesdames et messieurs, l'urgence climatique met en péril non seulement la vie humaine, mais elle impacte aussi négativement les infrastructures et les biens de survie. Aucun continent n'est épargné. Les pays les plus vulnérables, nos pays, sont en souffrance croissante. Notre responsabilité à tous est donc fortement engagée et la COP30 doit être l'occasion d'inverser la tendance et de renforcer les efforts mondiaux de réduction significative d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Nous devons, par notre solidarité commune, construire cette trajectoire globale de neutralité carbone d'ici 2050, car chaque dixième de degré compte afin de limiter la hausse de température à 1,5 degré Celsius. Mesdames et messieurs, à l'instar des autres pays, le Sénégal est également touché par les changements climatiques, exposant ainsi la vulnérabilité de nos populations. En plus d'être un enjeu environnemental, le changement climatique constitue également un risque économique pour nos pays. Bien souvent contraints de s'endetter pour y faire face, alors qu'ils sont très peu émetteurs de gaz à effet de serre. C'est pourquoi la question du financement de la crise climatique et d'une transition écologique juste et équitable mérite d'être au cœur des échanges ici à Belém. Le Sénégal, à l'image d'autres pays africains, entend pleinement jouer sa partition en élaborant et en mettant en œuvre sa contribution déterminée au niveau national. En effet, malgré un financement insuffisant de la CDN 2.0, le Sénégal a respecté son engagement inconditionnel de réduction de 7% de ses émissions depuis 2010. Plus de 4,5 milliards de dollars américains ont été investis dans 300 projets, à la fois d'atténuation et d'adaptation, et cela avec 40% du budget national. Par ailleurs, notre pays a entamé le développement de réseaux de transport durables et a atteint une utilisation de 30% des énergies renouvelables, car effectivement, dans le cadre de sa vision 2050, le gouvernement du Sénégal ambitionne d'atteindre d'ici 2035 plus de 40% de pénétration du renouvelable dans le réseau électrique. La transition énergétique requiert un réel accompagnement et c'est dans ce contexte que notre pays, qui a élaboré le plan d'investissement de son partenariat pour une transition énergétique juste, réitère son plaidoyer en faveur d'un financement plus soutenu et prévisible. Mesdames et messieurs, le Sénégal s'est résolument engagé dans la lutte contre la déforestation et la dégradation des terres, notamment dans le cadre du programme de la Grande Muraille Verte, sans omettre la lutte contre le trafic illicite de bois. À ce propos d'ailleurs, notre pays, le Sénégal, salue les initiatives lancées par le Brésil, pays hôte, pour lutter contre la déforestation. Je voudrais ainsi réaffirmer l'engagement du Sénégal en faveur de la Convention cadre et de l'accord de Paris. Je voudrais aussi confirmer ici l'élaboration par notre pays de la 3e génération de notre contribution déterminée au niveau national. Et je voudrais enfin réaffirmer ici l'élaboration de notre stratégie à long terme à l'horizon 2050. Mesdames et messieurs, pour terminer, je formule le vœu, au nom du président de la République, M. Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, que les résultats de cette COP30 consolident le partenariat global pour une action climatique juste, tournée vers un avenir prospère et durable, dans un esprit de solidarité pour la préservation de notre maison commune en faveur des générations futures. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Agora chamamos para a manifestação, o representante de Serra Leoa, ministro do Meio Ambiente e Mudança do Clima, João Emanuel Abdullahi.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished leaders and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from President Julius Maada Bio, the government and people of the Republic of Sierra Leone, a small but determined nation in the Upper Guinean forests of West Africa, committed to confronting the global climate crisis. We gather here in Belém not merely to deliberate, but to decide the future of our planet. For many of our people, climate change is not an abstract concept. It is an everyday reality that threatens lives, livelihoods, and our path to sustainable development. In Sierra Leone, we have witnessed the destructive power of climate change. Severe floods and landslides have taken lives and displaced families. Rising seas continue to consume our islands and erode our coastlines, while extreme heat endangers lives and unpredictable rainfall disrupts our agriculture, which is the foundation of our rural economy. Nature reminds us that the climate crisis is not about tomorrow, but it's already here upon us. In the face of these challenges, our government has acted with urgency and resolve. We have strengthened our national disaster management systems and improved early warning capabilities. Beyond immediate response, we are building long-term resilience by restoring degraded ecosystems, investing in climate-smart agriculture, and empowering local economies to adapt and thrive in a changing climate. Sierra Leone has also made significant progress in advancing our climate governance framework, and we aim to enact a new climate legislation in the first quarter of 2026. Our third generation national determined contribution articulates our ambition to reduce emissions, strengthen adaptation, and protect our people from the worst impacts of climate change. These commitments are being translated into real action, promoting renewable energy to power rural homes and schools, restoring mangrove forests and protecting our coast, and mainstreaming climate-smart practices into agriculture and water management. By 2030, we aim to cut our socioeconomic vulnerability index by half. This is a measurable target, supported by actions across agriculture, water, coastal protection, health, and disaster management. We have designed this effort to be inclusive. Gender equality, youth leadership, and community participation are built into every step. We are showing that adaptation is not separate from development, but essential to it. That every farm restored, every coastline protected, and every child kept in schools strengthens our resilience and advances our shared prosperity. We recognize that climate change affects every sector of our society. That is why we have taken deliberate steps to mainstream climate action into our national planning and budgeting systems. Climate action is no longer a side issue. It is now a central pillar in Sierra Leone's national development agenda. While our efforts are strong, they are not sufficient on their own. The fight against climate change demands collective and global response. Science tells us that to keep the planet safe, we must limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Achieving this goal requires decisive action, not only by countries like Sierra Leone, who suffer the most, but also by those who emit the most. At this critical juncture, we must also reflect on the urgent need for adequate and predictable financing for adaptation. We therefore urge developed countries to honor their commitments on climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity support. The current allocation of global climate finance remains heavily skewed towards mitigation, while adaptation, which is vital to the survival of millions in vulnerable nations, receives far less. We're calling for significant rebalancing, where funds for climate action must prioritize adaptation, especially for the least developed countries. Adequate and predictable financing for adaptation must be channeled to where it is needed most in order to strengthen resilience, protect livelihoods, and secure a sustainable future for vulnerable communities. Technology transfer and capacity building must be greatly enhanced for LDCs, which contribute the least to global emissions, but bear the greatest burden of its impacts. Adequate provision of adaptation finance must not only be pledged, but also tracked and verified on the ground, ensuring that resources reach the communities most affected by extreme heat, floods, droughts, and rising seas. The climate negotiations must remain guided by science, equity, and justice, giving voice to those whose lives and futures are most at risk. At this defining moment, I urge all leaders to move from promises to performance. Let COP30 be remembered as the summit where ambition met action, where the world agreed not only to reduce emissions, but also to invest in resilience and adaptation for all. Sierra Leone stands ready to contribute, ready to partner, ready to lead by example. Together, let us secure a future of resilience, justice, and opportunity for ourselves and for generations on board. I thank you.
Convidamos nesse momento o ministro de Meio Ambiente e Florestas do Sudão do Sul, Josephine Napuon Cosmos.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings and best wishes from His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, the President of the Republic of South Sudan, the government and the people of South Sudan, and a message of peace, unity, development, and unwavering commitment to the global climate partnership. Once again, I convey our gratitude to the government and the people of Brazil for hosting COP30 in this beautiful city of Belém and for the warm hospitality accorded to my delegation. I extend our solidarity to all nations gathered here in the shared endeavor of protecting our common home. The climate crisis in South Sudan is worsening. Over recent years, our people have endured recurring floods, heat waves, droughts, and irregular rainfall patterns. These climate extremes are compounding the effects of conflict and fragility. Excellencies, we gather at this difficult time for the planet. As the United Nations Secretary General has warned in the lead up to this summit, humanity is on the brink of overshooting the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold, and in Secretary General recent intervention, he has said plainly that we are failing to avoid an overshoot with devastating consequences for the most vulnerable. This is not an abstract projection for South Sudan. It is already our lived reality. We therefore urge all parties to treat the clarion call and the Secretary General's warning as a moral and political summons to act with agency and equity. COP29 produced a historic political outcome on finance by setting a new collective quantified goal, which explicitly calls for mobilizing at least USD 300 billion per year for developing countries by 2035. Further urges the international community to work towards mobilizing up to USD 1.3 billion per year by 2035. For countries such as South Sudan, reaching the new collective quantified goal, full ambition will determine whether we can protect lives, rebuild climate resilient livelihoods, and embark on low emissions development pathways. We therefore call all developed countries to deliver on the new collective quantified goal. South Sudan welcomes progress towards a dedicated global loss and damage mechanism. However, the fund remains critically undercapitalized relative to needs. We call for rapid, predictable, and adequate capitalization of the loss and damage fund. The fund must be able to issue calls and disperse at scale so that countries like South Sudan can rebuild lives, restore livelihoods, and safeguard essential services after disasters. South Sudan's pathway to resilience depends on urgent, sustained technology transfer and capacity building. We ask developed countries, multilateral development banks, and private actors to scale up capacity building and technology transfer and remove barriers to access finance. Excellencies, the operationalization of Article 6 offers new opportunities to mobilize finance while delivering real emissions reductions. But Article 6 mechanisms must be governed by integrity, transparency, and fairness. We urge parties to support inclusive rules and capacity support so that least developed and fragile states can participate meaningfully in Article 6 markets on fair terms. South Sudan stands ready to engage constructively at COP30. We reiterate our commitment to implementing our NDC, NAPA, NAPS priorities and to cooperate through Article 6 in ways that deliver finance, technology, and capacity for sustainable development. We conclude with an urgent appeal to deliver on the new collective quantified goal and the path to mobilize USD 1.3 trillion, fully capitalize the loss and damage fund, operationalize Article 6 and commit to technology transfer and capacity building that empower countries like South Sudan to protect their people and environment. Mr. President, South Sudan thanks all partners for solidarity, and we look to COP30 to turn commitments into tangible support and shared progress. Thank you.
Convidamos agora representante do Tajiquistão, o senhor ministro do Meio Ambiente, Bahadur Sheralizada.
Excellencies, distinguished heads of delegations, dear friends, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Tajikistan, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the government of Brazil for warm hospitality and organization of the COP30. We commend Brazil's leadership in hosting this important global gathering here in Belém, a city that symbolizes both the richness and the fragility of our planet's ecosystem. Excellencies, climate change is no longer a distant concern. It is a present and escalating crisis that threatens the very foundation of life on Earth. Its devastating consequences, rising temperatures, melting glaciers, desertification, and the loss of biodiversity are affecting every community, the most vulnerable who have contributed least to global emissions continue to suffer the most. For Tajikistan, a mountainous and landlocked country located in the heart of Central Asia, climate change poses a particular grave threat to our water resources and to the livelihoods of our people. Our glaciers, which serve as a primary source of fresh water for the entire Central Asian region, are retreating at an alarming rate. Over the past several decades, we have lost more than 1/3 of our glacier area, a trend that endangers regional water issues, agriculture, energy production, and ecosystems across our shared basins. At the same time, Tajikistan's vast water resources hold enormous potential for clean and renewable hydropower generation. With over 60% of Central Asia's water resource and significant untapped hydropower potential, Tajikistan is well positioned to become a key producer and exporter of green energy. The development of renewable energy potential, particularly hydropower, serves as a main instrument to achieve our national climate ambitions and commitments under the Paris Agreement, while contributing to a low-carbon future for our neighboring countries by increasing the share of green energy in their economies. Excellencies, recognizing the urgency of preserving glaciers and protecting mountain ecosystems, the government of Tajikistan hosted the first international high-level conference on glacier preservation in Dushanbe earlier this year. The conference brought together heads of states, ministers, scientists, societies, and experts from around the world to discuss joint measures for preserving glaciers and strengthening resilience in mountainous regions. Distinguished delegates, in recognition of Tajikistan's long-standing global advocacy for water and climate issues, the United Nations General Assembly has declared 2025 as the International Year of Glaciers Preservation. One of the most significant elements of this resolution is the establishment of a trust fund for glacier preservation under the management of the United Nations. Tajikistan made its initial financial contribution to this trust fund, demonstrating our commitment to collective global action. We take this opportunity to invite all UN member states, international and financial organizations, and other partners to make financial contributions to this fund and support global initiatives dedicated to glacier research, monitoring, and preservation. Furthermore, Tajikistan, together with France, has co-initiated United Nations Decade of Action for Cryospheric Sciences, aimed at enhancing global understanding and cooperation in cryospheric research and policy. We invite all countries, research institutions, and development partners to contribute to its successful implementation. Excellencies, as we meet here in Belém at a decisive moment for our planet, Tajikistan wishes to underscore several key priorities for the global climate agenda. First, urgent action to limit global temperature rise. We must to redouble our collective efforts to keep the global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius. This requires ambitious science-based indices, the acceleration of renewable energy transition, and global commitment to the production and use of green energy. Second, strengthen the global adaptation framework. Adaptation must receive equal priority with mitigation. Greater support and including predictable climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building is essential for countries most affected by climate impacts, particularly landlocked and mountainous developing countries. Third, protecting the world's water and cryosphere systems. Glaciers, snow covers, and permafrost are crucial components of the global water cycle and climate systems. Their preservation must be integrated into all future COP decisions, the global stocktake process, and the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Excellencies, the conclusion, Tajikistan remains firmly committed to working with all partners towards the goals of the Paris Agreement and ensure that our collective action today safeguard the well-being of future generations. The challenges before us are immense, but through solidarity, scientific cooperation, and shared responsibility, we can still shape a resilient and sustainable future for our planet. Obrigado. Thank you.
Convidamos agora representante de Tuvalu, o senhor ministro do Interior, Mudanças Climáticas e Meio Ambiente, Maina Vakafua Talha.
Honorable President, UN Secretary General, distinguished leaders, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the government and the people of Tuvalu. Tuvalu was very active in formulating the Paris Agreement. We had high hopes that this new agreement would give us the necessary legal measures to protect Tuvalu from the worst impact of climate change-related sea level rise. 10 years on from Paris, we have greatly and gravely concerned about the slow progress in delivering significant emissions reductions to ensure our survival. The recent released UNEP Emission Gap Report 2025 off target informs us that about a third of the parties to the Paris Agreement have submitted newly their nationally determined contributions. Based on current projections, we are heading towards 2.3, 2.5 global average temperature by the end of the century. We are clearly not on track to keep the Paris Agreement's promise of stabilizing global temperature at 1.5 degrees Celsius relative to pre-industrial levels. Tragically,
the world's largest historical emitter of greenhouse gas emission, has withdrawn from the Paris Agreement. I was at the UN General Assembly when President Trump spent a considerable amount of his address to world leaders disparaging renewable energy sources and challenging the scientific consensus on climate change. Mr. President, this is a shameful disregard for the rest of the world. We only need to reflect on the recent impact of Hurricane Melissa that wreaked havoc on Jamaica and Cuba, and Typhoon Tino that hit the Philippines, to understand that climate change is here. The more we warm our oceans, the more intense these severe weather events are becoming. There is no time in human history where the world has faced such an enormous threat to our future. We must act now, and we must do it urgently. Mr. President, there are clear messages that can be found in the International Court of Justice advisory opinion on climate change. It says, every state has an obligation to act with stringent due diligence and to use all the means at disposal to prevent harm to the climate system. All states, even those not party to one or more of the climate agreements, are bound to take actions and have a duty to prevent significant harm to the environment and a duty to cooperate for the protection of the environment in line with the principle of good faith and due diligence. When states breach one or more of their international obligations, they have a duty to cease the wrongful conduct, provide guarantees of non-repetition, and provide full reparations for any resulting harm in the form of restitution, compensation, and/or satisfaction. These are strong words which we must take heed of. Mr. President, my country and my people and the future generation cannot continue to suffer the impact of climate change while the world's major emitters believe that they can continue to pollute the atmosphere with total immunity. This is immoral and unacceptable. I do not need to reiterate that we must seize the concept of multilateralism and work together to find the necessary solution to addressing climate change as a matter of urgency. That is why we need Taiwan in the equation and have COP30 come to the Pacific. We must provide the countries who have suffered loss and damage from the impact of climate change with the necessary support to rebuild. The recent amount of money held in the fund for responding to loss and damage is tiny compared to actual costs countries around the world. We need new and innovative sources of finance to provide the necessary funding for loss and damage. To do this, we need to establish a group of finance experts who can think outside the box and develop new and innovative sources of finance for loss and damage. There are many ideas out there. We need these experts to find innovative solutions for us. Finally, I want to reflect on the fact that the Paris Agreement delivered a promise to ensure vulnerable countries like Tuvalu do not disappear. Mr. President, we believe in that promise. We believe that Tuvalu has a future, but we need the necessary support to ensure that we will survive, and we will survive. I thank you.
Convidamos agora representante da Venezuela, o senhor Ministro de Relações Exteriores, Ivan Gil.
En primer lugar, quiero expresar nuestro agradecimiento al gobierno de la República Federativa de Brasil y al presidente Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva por su hospitalidad y por el esfuerzo de hacer de Belém do Pará la cumbre de la verdad. Basta de hipocresía, basta de tecnicismos vacíos, basta de diplomacias que postergan las decisiones urgentes mientras el planeta arde. Lo que hace falta es compromiso real, acción concreta y cambios revolucionarios del sistema global, antes de que nuestra especie desaparezca, como lo advirtió el comandante Fidel Castro Ruz en el año 1992 en la conferencia de Río de Janeiro. Hoy, 3 décadas después de aquella alerta, no estamos ante una amenaza futura, estamos viviendo el colapso ambiental en tiempo presente. Ya no hablamos de un aumento de un determinado número de grados en la temperatura promedio global. Estamos al borde del umbral que acabaría la vida como la conocemos. Y eso es, en sí mismo, un fracaso colectivo del sistema internacional. Más allá de los números fríos que se han discutido en esta sala, los efectos están a la vista. El deshielo, la desertificación, pérdida de suelos fértiles, olas de calor y de frío extremo, incendios forestales que devoran millones de hectáreas de selva y vida, lluvias torrenciales y huracanes que amenazan comunidades en el Caribe, la Amazonía, África y en el Pacífico. Todo esto tiene una causa: el modelo capitalista salvaje, un imperialismo voraz y hambriento de petróleo y recursos que, en lugar de corregirse para frenar el cambio climático, se ha vuelto más feroz e inhumano. Ese imperialismo no envía barcos al Caribe para ayudar a reparar los daños del cambio climático, sino para amenazar, asediar y saquear los recursos naturales de nuestras naciones soberanas, como el caso de Venezuela, que es asediada a diario con el único objetivo de robarles sus recursos. La potencia más mortífera del planeta ha amenazado la zona de paz de nuestra América Latina con el único objetivo de saquear nuestro petróleo. Las grandes corporaciones transnacionales actúan hoy como potencias paralelas que violan el derecho internacional y ocupan territorios soberanos con total impunidad. Ahí está el caso de la ExxonMobil, que opera de manera ilegal en un mar que no ha sido delimitado, explotando recursos que no le pertenecen, sin respeto alguno por la soberanía ni por la justicia internacional. Eso no es inversión ni desarrollo, eso es saqueo y violación del derecho internacional, amenazando con incrementar el caos político, social y climático en la región, con la complicidad de un Estado miembro de esta conferencia. Señor presidente, el discurso de la transición energética promovido por las potencias occidentales es una farsa. No se trata de una transición hacia la sostenibilidad, sino hacia una nueva forma de dominación. Una transición que concentra el control de la tecnología y excluye a los países del sur global, que les arrebata su conocimiento, su soberanía energética y su derecho al desarrollo. Porque en realidad esta transición no consume menos energía, sino más. El balance energético global es hoy más negativo que hace una década. Cada unidad de energía que se produce bajo este nuevo modelo demanda más energía fósil que antes y al mismo tiempo se imponen sanciones y restricciones tecnológicas a los países que no se someten a ese esquema de dependencia. Eso no es justicia climática, eso es neocolonialismo energético. Y si a esto le sumamos la manipulación del sistema financiero internacional, donde los fondos para la mitigación del cambio climático nunca llegan a los pueblos que más lo necesitan, entonces debemos decirlo con claridad: la política ambiental multilateral ha fracasado. Desde la Conferencia de Estocolmo en 1972, pasando por Kioto, Río, por París, se han acumulado decenas de declaraciones, alertas tempranas, promesas y compromisos. Pero mientras los documentos se multiplican, los compromisos se incumplen. Hoy tenemos un mundo con más pobreza, más desigualdad, más guerra y más concentración de poder. Y todas esas guerras, desde Oriente Medio hasta las amenazas a nuestro Caribe, tienen un denominador común: los recursos naturales. Porque el petróleo sigue siendo la fuente vital del capitalismo y por eso lo defienden con armas, sanciones y bloqueos. Venezuela ha resistido el asedio, pero no ha renunciado a la solidaridad. Cuando los pueblos del Caribe, como Jamaica y Cuba, fueron golpeados recientemente por huracanes, allí estuvo Venezuela, junto al resto de los países del ALBA, ofreciendo ayuda humanitaria y reconstrucción. Así lo hicimos a través de Petrocaribe, una iniciativa de integración y justicia energética que fue atacada por las sanciones imperiales precisamente porque representaba un modelo alternativo, solidario y soberano. Venezuela defiende un modelo social, inclusivo, ecológico y solidario, donde el ser humano sea el centro de acción y no la mercancía. Un modelo que coloca el bienestar y la supervivencia de la humanidad por encima del lucro de las corporaciones. Un modelo donde el desarrollo vaya de la mano con la preservación del entorno natural y donde se respete el derecho de cada pueblo a decidir cómo gestionar sus recursos. Como bolivarianos, defendemos la vida y el equilibrio del universo. Hace 2 siglos, el libertador Simón Bolívar promulgó el decreto de Chuquisaca, protegiendo montañas, ríos y bosques, anticipando el principio de soberanía ambiental que hoy reivindicamos. Ese legado nos guía. Proteger la naturaleza no es un gesto simbólico, es un deber patriótico y moral. Hoy, desde Venezuela, hacemos un llamado al mundo a construir una verdadera transición energética justa, soberana y humana. Venezuela cree en una transición energética soberana, justa y solidaria. Cree en la cooperación sur-sur, en la ciencia abierta, en la agroecología, en la gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales y en un multilateralismo real, no subordinado al poder corporativo. Vamos a unir esfuerzos para descolonizar la economía, la tecnología y la energía, a reemplazar el capitalismo depredador por un nuevo sistema basado en la cooperación, la solidaridad y la justicia climática. Quiero cerrar esta intervención citando a nuestro comandante Hugo Chávez Frías, cuando en la Cumbre de Copenhague en el año 2009 nos señaló, abro comillas, seamos capaces de hacer de esta tierra no la tumba de la humanidad, hagamos de esta tierra un cielo de vida, de paz y de paz de hermandad para toda la humanidad, para la especie humana. Muchas gracias.
Convidamos agora representante da Zâmbia, o senhor ministro da Economia Verde e do Meio Ambiente, Mike Bosch.
Thank you. Allow me to start by recognizing the presence of the representative of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Brazil, Your Excellency, the COP30 President-designate, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, here present, and those being represented, the representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations, the representative of the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC Secretariat, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boa tarde. Your Excellencies, allow me to convey warm greetings from Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, who sends his best wishes to this conference. Further, I wish to convey my deep gratitude and appreciation to the government and the people of Brazil for the warm hospitality accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival in this beautiful city of Belém. Allow me to also congratulate you, Your Excellency Ambassador André Correa do Lago, on your appointment as President and Chair of COP30. As Zambia, we have confidence in your leadership and we are looking forward to your formal election on Monday. Your Excellencies, we are gathered here once again, as we have done each year in the last 3 decades, to apply our collective efforts and wisdom to address the existing threat of climate change. But let me remind all of you that for the least developed countries, most of which are in Africa, including Zambia, climate change is no longer a threat, but our daily lived reality as we grapple with its multiple impacts. Therefore, for us, these gatherings are not to be seen or taken as routine annual rituals, but we regard them as essential platforms to forge common solutions to this global challenge. Therefore, failure should not be an option. We also expect that all partners come with this sincerity of engagement, as this is not a game where we outdo each other with negotiating skills and trickery, but remembering that we share this planet as our home and that there is no winner or loser. It's either we all win or we all lose. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Zambia wishes to underscore the urgency of climate crisis as we are facing daunting challenges which threaten not only our economic development, but our very existence as a people. Despite our paltry contribution to global greenhouse gas emissions, notwithstanding these daunting challenges, Zambia has proactively taken significant actions to adapt and continue to mitigate against climate change. In this regard, this year, we have prepared and submitted our 3rd nationally determined contribution, NDC 3.0, in which we have kept our high ambitions of reducing our emissions by 25% based on our 2010 levels. We have indicated our commitment and willingness to raise this ambition to 47% if we received substantial external support in our climate action. As a country, we have progressively demonstrated our commitment by adding more sectors in our NDCs, moving from 3 sectors in our first NDC in the year 2016 to 6 sectors in our second NDC in the year 2021, and now 10 sectors in our NDC 3.0. This steady progress is intended to bring Zambia's climate action to an economy-wide approach, and we are getting close to that goal. We have also submitted our first biannual technical report, as well as the 4th national communication, to ensure we strengthen our transparency We thus expect nothing less from our partners, especially those who are more privileged economically than we are. Your Excellencies, on the negotiations front, adaptation remains a top priority for Zambia, like other vulnerable countries. The country places significant importance and priority on adaptation, actions to address the effects of climate change in order to enhance the resilience of its population, ecosystems, infrastructure, productive and health systems. Regrettably, there has been very little progress made on adaptation-related agenda items in the last few years, and it is important that these matters are taken seriously, as adaptation provides the only lifeline to the most vulnerable countries and peoples. In this regard, Zambia calls for progress on the global goal on adaptation by adopting robust, comprehensive but manageable set of indicators for tracking progress in building resilience. I am delighted to share with you, Your Excellencies, that Zambia was privileged to host the 2025 Global NAP Expo in Lusaka in August this year, and it was very clear to us from the experiences shared by multiple countries that there is a gap for resources for the implementation of NAPs, and this gap needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. Your Excellencies, on finance, it was and still remains Zambia's view that the new collective quantified goal we adopted in Baku was modest, and therefore the delivery of these funds must be expedited and not beleaguered by bottlenecks. The just transition must recognize the importance of differentiated pathways and different national circumstances and starting points for countries to transition towards net zero. In this view, the pace of transformation must consider the economic context of individual countries, allowing those countries with development deficits to meet their developmental needs, such as growing their economies, creating decent green jobs, and reducing poverty. As a tropical forest country, Zambia commends the launch of the Tropical Forest Forever facility by the host country, Brazil, and wishes to express its full support for this important initiative, which we had already conveyed in writing prior to our arrival here. As I conclude, I wish to call for collective sincerity in addressing global challenges like climate change. We need a common resolve, commitment, and shared responsibility to save our common home, planet Earth. This country, Brazil, where we are gathered today, gave us the Rio Conventions in 1992, which includes the Climate Change Convention itself. It is therefore a perfect platform to reset our resolve to work jointly as a global community and reverse climate change. Finally, I wish to thank the government and the good people of Brazil for a well-organized COP30 and wish you all the best deliberations and best outcomes. Muito obrigado. Thank you very much.
Convidamos agora representante do Zimbábue, a ministra do Meio Ambiente, Evelyn Ndlovu.
Your Excellencies, the President of the Federal Republic of Brazil, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to address this August gathering in this scenic city of Belém, the gateway to the Amazon. This venue serves as a powerful symbol of what is to shake our future generations in terms of climate change, ecological balance, and well-being of present and future generations. At the onset, I wish to express my profound gratitude to the government and people of the Federal Republic of Brazil for their warm hospitality and the excellent facilities of this landmark COP30. Due to other pressing national commitments, my President, His Excellency Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, regretfully could not be here and appointed me to represent him. Therefore, in this regard, I will read his statement to the summit as follows. Your Excellencies and distinguished delegates, Zimbabwe commends the government of Brazil for its exemplary leadership on the global climate agenda. As a country endowed with vast initiatives such as the Tropical Forest Forever facility, Zimbabwe welcomes this effort and looks forward to its operationalization as a significant contribution to the global forest conservation. The climate crisis has already reached alarming levels, with 2024 recording as the hottest year in history, and projections indicating that 2025 may follow this same dangerous pattern. Developing countries continue to endure the heaviest impacts despite bearing the least responsibility. Droughts, floods, cyclones, and other extreme weather events continue to erode development gains, threatening food security, damaging infrastructure, and destroying livelihoods. For small islands developing states, this crisis poses an existential threat. It is abundantly clear that climate change is not solely an environmental change, it is a developmental emergency. Your Excellencies, in this regard, our collective responsibility to this crisis must be held and be science-based. The science is unequivocal. We must keep the 1.5 degrees goal within reach or face irreversible and catastrophic consequences. On its part, Zimbabwe has demonstrated its unwavering commitment to the Paris Agreement. We submitted our third generation nationally determined contribution, NDC 3.0, country statement within the stipulated deadline. Our NDC 3.0 is a product of inclusive multi-stakeholder consultations, as well as a thorough assessment of the implementation of our 2021 revised NDC. Through NDC 3.0, Zimbabwe commits to reducing greenhouse gases emissions by 40% per capita by 2035, relative to the business as usual trajectory. We increased our mitigation measures from 17 to 27 across all sectors of the economy. We are determined to accelerate a just transition towards renewable energy, climate-smart agriculture, forest conservation, methane capture, and green industrialization. Your Excellencies, the level of ambition, however, requires adequate, predictable, and accessible climate finance. Zimbabwe requires at least US 19 billion to finance its NDC 3.0, as well as technical support to build national capabilities. In parallel, Zimbabwe has raised its ambition in the adaptation agenda. Guided by the Zimbabwe Climate Change National Adaptation Plan, we are integrating climate resilience across key sectors, communities, and development planning processes to protect lives and livelihoods and ecosystems. Your Excellencies, landlocked developing countries face unique climate change. Our geographic remoteness, high transport costs, dependency on transition routes, and energy constraints increase our vulnerability and hinder our capacity to transition to sustainable economies. Recognizing this, we completed the national registration of least developing countries as a negotiating group under the UNFCCC. This will enable us to advocate for climate justice tailored to our specific circumstances. However, ladies and gentlemen, ambition without the means of implementation is insufficient. Real impact will depend on access to predictable and accessible finance at scale. At COP29 in Baku, we agreed on the new collective quantified goal of 300 billion per year in climate financing by 2035. While this is welcome, we must now focus on the full and immediate implementation of the Baku to Belém roadmap, which aims at mobilizing at least 1.3 trillion annually by 2035. Delays will only deepen inequalities and amplify the human cost of inaction. Your Excellencies, we also underscore the urgent need to increase adaptation finance and the full operationalization of the fund for responding to loss and damage. Vulnerable communities are already paying a high price for the crisis they did not create. For developing countries, climate change is neither charity nor benevolence. It is a matter of equality, historical responsibility, and climate justice. Your Excellencies, as we enter the negotiations, Zimbabwe wishes to highlight the following priorities. A concrete Baku to Belém roadmap to scale up climate finance with clear milestones and monitoring mechanisms, strengthening the global goal on adaptation with clear indicators to measure progress. The full and effective operationalization of the fund
for responding to loss and damage to address irreversible climate change impacts, enhance the financial and technical support for NDC 3.0 implementation in developing countries, and fulfillment of unmet climate finance commitments consistent with national priorities and development strategies. Your Excellencies, in conclusion, Zimbabwe approaches COP30 with renewed ambition and determination to contribute to global climate action. The decision we make in Belém today will echo across generations and make us work together. Let us work together to turn commitments that we are committing ourselves today into real action and safeguard this planet we call our home. I thank you, Your Excellencies.
Convidamos agora representante da Palestina, o senhor embaixador do Estado da Palestina no Brasil, Ibrahim Al-Zeben.
مساء الخير للجميع. بريسيدنسيا بوا تاردي. معالي السيد أندريه كوريا دولاغو رئيس الدورة 30 لكوب 30، معالي السيد أنطونيو غوتيريس الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة السيدات والسادة، بالنيابة عن دولة فلسطين قيادتها الشرعية وشعبها، أود أولاً أن أعرب عن خالص امتناننا وتقديرنا لفخامة الرئيس لويس إناسيو لولا دا سيلفا وحكومة وشعب البرازيل على استضافتهم الكريمة والتنظيم المميز لهذه الدورة. كما أعبر عن تقديرنا الكبير لفخامة ولسيادة الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريس على التزامه الثابت بمواجهة الآثار السلبية لتغير المناخ، وعلى دفاعه أيضاً عن قضايا البشرية العادلة. السيد الرئيس، الحضور الكريم، إن أزمة المناخ ليست أمراً نظرياً أو مفهوماً مجرداً، إنها واقع ملموس ومترابط يؤثر مباشرة على حياة ومستقبل شعوبنا ونظمنا البيئية. وفي ظل هذا الواقع نجد أنفسنا في لحظة حاسمة تتطلب تعبئة عاجلة لمسؤولياتنا المشتركة والعمل الجماعي لتخفيض ثم وقف انبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة وتأمين التمويل المناخي وتعزيز التضامن العالمي، لا سيما اتجاه الدول ذات الأوضاع الخاصة بمن فيها دولة فلسطين، حيث يزيد تغير المناخ من وطأة واقع كارثي فرضه علينا الاحتلال العسكري الاستيطاني الإسرائيلي منذ 58 عاماً. إن دولة فلسطين شأنها شأن العديد من الدول الأكثر تضرراً لم تسهم إلا بقدر ضئيل في الانبعاثات العالمية، ومع ذلك فهي تواجه بشكل متزايد نتائج مناخية قاسية تفاقمت بسبب الاحتلال الذي حرم الشعب الفلسطيني لعقود من حقه غير قابل للتصرف في السيطرة على أراضيه وممارسة سيادته على موارده الطبيعية. هذا الأمر الذي ألحق بشعبنا خلال العامين الماضيين كارثة إنسانية وبيئية غير مسبوقة في التاريخ الحديث، وليس بخاف على أحد ما تعانيه غزة نتيجة لحرب الإبادة التي تشنها إسرائيل حتى الآن، تلك التي خلفت قرابة 250,000 ضحية وتراكم أكثر من 61 مليون طن من الأنقاض، بعضها ملوث بمواد خطرة، إلى جانب تدمير متعمد لشبكات الصرف الصحي والمياه، مما أدى إلى تلوث المياه الجوفية، المياه الساحلية. السيدات والسادة، غزة الآن تواجه مخاطر جسيمة على الصحة العامة وتهديد البيئة في ازدياد، كما دمرت الإبادة الجماعية الأراضي الزراعية والغطاء النباتي، مما ترك السكان في حالة انعدام حاد للأمن الغذائي والمجاعة، وقد تم استخدام الجوع كسلاح. في الوقت نفسه تواصل باقي أجزاء فلسطين المحتلة في الضفة الغربية والقدس معاناة من التوسع الاستيطاني الإسرائيلي ومصادرة الأراضي وندرة المياه وتحويلها والتدهور البيئي، مما يهدد سبل العيش والأمنين الغذائي والمائي. السيدات والسادة، يشكل الوضع الكارثي للبيئة في فلسطين عاملاً مهماً في تغيير المناخ العالمي، وهذا يبرز الحاجة الملحة إلى تحرك دولي عاجل نحو تحقيق العدالة المناخية لحماية الإنسان والبيئة على حد سواء. السيدة الرئيسة، رغم التحديات والعقبات الجسيمة التي يفرضها الاحتلال غير القانوني، تظل دولة فلسطين ثابتة في التزامها بالعمل إلى جانب جميع الدول من أجل خفض الانبعاثات، ويتم تجسيد هذا الالتزام في سياسات وإجراءات ملموسة، منها أولاً على سبيل الذكر إطلاق عملية تحديث المساهمات المحددة وطنياً والأولويات حتى عام 2040. ثانياً دمج تغير المناخ في التخطيط الوطني والقطاعي. ثالثاً تطوير استراتيجية طويلة الأمد لاقتصاد منخفض الكربون بهدف تحقيق نمو مستدام. رابعاً إنشاء إطار معزز للشفافية فيما يتعلق بتغير المناخ. خامساً تعزيز الشراكات بين القطاعين العام والخاص في مجالي الطاقة المتجددة وإدارة النفايات من أجل ترسيخ مساهمة القطاع الخاص بشكل فاعل. سادساً تعزيز الزراعة الذكية مناخياً وتوسيع الموارد المائية عبر إعادة استخدام ومعالجة المياه العادمة. السيد الرئيس، لابد من تلبية شروط أساسية حتى تتمكن فلسطين تحت الاحتلال بالتزاماتها المناخية، وهي أولاً وقبل كل شيء انتهاء الاحتلال الإسرائيلي لأرضه، الاعتراف بالضغوط الإنسانية من قبل المجتمع الدولي، من قبل الإنسانية والمادية والبيئية الشديدة الناجمة عن العدوان والتدمير المستمرين، مما يعقد الإغاثة الإنسانية وإعادة الإعمار. ثانياً الالتزام بمبادئ العدالة المناخية. ثالثاً تيسير نقل التقنيات المناسبة والميسورة التكلفة، خصوصاً في مجالات الطاقة المتجددة. رابعاً تقديم المساعدة التقنية ودعم بناء القدرات وتعزيز أنظمة الرصد والإبلاغ والتحقق. السيد الرئيس، السادة الحضور، عندما تتوفر هذه الشروط يمكن لفلسطين التي ترزح تحت الاحتلال الآن أن تنفذ التزاماتها المناخية بفعالية وتحمي شعبها وأرضها من أجل تحقيق المصير والاستقلال والسيادة على أراضينا، وبذلك تستعيد فلسطين دورها ونستعيد دورنا كأمناء شرعيين عليها ملتزمين برعايتها وفقاً لتراثنا وتقاليدنا ووفقاً أيضاً للقانون الدولي. السيد الرئيس، السادة الحضور، لقد اختارت دولة فلسطين وشعبها الثبات في وجه الاحتلال، والثبات في مواجهة تغير المناخ، والثبات على أرضنا رغم كل التحديات. ومن ثم فإن رسالتنا إلى العالم ونداءنا أيضاً من خلال هذا المنبر هي رسالة أمل وصمود وعزم على الإسهام في مستقبل عادل ومستدام وسلمي وحر، ليس لشعبنا بل لشعوبنا، لكوكبنا، لأجيالنا القادمة. أتمنى لمؤتمرنا النجاح وتحقيق أهدافه السامية، وشكراً.
Convidamos agora representante da Rússia, o enviado especial da presidência para a mudança do clima, Ruslan Edelgeriev.
Уважаемый председатель, уважаемые дамы и коллеги, последствия изменения климата уже ощущаются во всем мире, но особенно остро в развивающихся странах. Мы видим опасный перекос, когда глобальная повестка почти полностью сфокусирована на митигации. Адаптация – это не второстепенная задача, а наша общая необходимость. Мы должны восстановить баланс между адаптацией и митигацией, в том числе в вопросах финансирования данных мер. Именно поэтому на предстоящей 30-й сессии конференции сторон в Белене нам критически важно согласовать набор показателей для глобальной цели по адаптации. Мы предлагаем прагматичный подход, давайте согласуем тот минимальный набор, который устраивает всех сейчас, и зафиксируем план по доработке остальных показателей. Это позволит нам начать их апробацию и получить ценные данные уже для второго глобального подведения итогов. И, конечно, любой прогресс в адаптации невозможен без адекватных средств осуществления, прежде всего, финансирования. Подчеркну, что путь каждой страны к низкоуглеродному будущему уникален. По этой причине рабочая программа по справедливому переходу должна оставаться площадкой для диалога и обмена опытом, а не инструментом для навязывания новых обязательств. Нам нужны практические результаты, развитие навыков, передача технологий, доступное финансирование для переходных проектов, а не новые цели, которые могут подорвать социально-экономическое развитие. На КС-28 мы достигли исторического результата, завершили первое глобальное подведение итогов. Его выводы должны стать основой для обновления наших национальных вкладов и развития международного сотрудничества. Они должны служить ориентиром, а не директивой. Мы считаем недопустимым выборочный подход по итогам ГПИ и попытки навязать странам конкретные технологии или виды топлива. Право выбирать свой путь декарбонизации должно оставаться незыблемым. Нам необходимо как можно скорее уже на КС-30 запустить диалог ОАЭ по имплементации итогов ГПИ. Этот диалог должен быть конструктивным, не предписывающим и крайне важно должен уделить внимание односторонним мерам, которые подрывают международное сотрудничество и дух Парижского соглашения. В этом контексте особенно символично, что предстоящая КС пройдет в городе Белене в самом сердце Амазонии. Само место проведения конференции задает тон нашей работе, напоминая фундаментальную роль лесных экосистем в стабилизации глобального климата. Леса Амазонии не просто национальное достояние Бразилии, а важнейший компонент планетарной климатической системы, регулирующий водные циклы и поглощающий колоссальные объемы углерода. Тема сохранения лесов близка и понятна Российской Федерации. Наши леса простираются от субтропиков до арктических пустынь и занимают свыше 1 миллиарда гектаров, что составляет более 20% от глобальной площади лесных экосистем. Научные данные, полученные с использованием современных технологий дистанционного зондирования, подтверждают их колоссальный вклад. Средний годовой объем поглощения парниковых газов российскими экосистемами в секторе землепользования и лесного хозяйства превышает 1 миллиард тонн СО2 эквивалента. Однако этот важнейший ресурс находится под угрозой, и изменение климата ставит перед нами новые вызовы, прежде всего рост числа и интенсивности природных пожаров. В России работа по борьбе с лесными пожарами ведется на системной основе. В рамках национального проекта по обеспечению технологического лидерства беспилотной авиационной системы мы активно внедряем технологии дистанционного зондирования Земли и беспилотные летательные аппараты для оперативного мониторинга и ликвидации очагов возгорания пожаров. Таким образом, в Российской Федерации задача охраны лесов от пожаров является одним из национальных приоритетов развития. Именно поэтому, исходя из собственного опыта, мы полностью поддерживаем призыв к действиям в отношении комплексного управления огнем и наращивания устойчивости к природным пожарам. Мы с удовлетворением отмечаем, что предложенная концепция является логичным продолжением решений, принятых в ходе межправительственных процессов форума ООН по лесам, ФАО и ЮНЕП, в которых Россия также принимает активное участие. Благодарим бразильское председательство за акцентирование внимания на этой глобальной задаче и выражаем надежду, что призыв будет способствовать укреплению международного сотрудничества для защиты людей, биоразнообразия и природных экосистем в целом. Добавлю, что комплексный подход к охране лесов от пожаров невозможен без восстановления пострадавших экосистем. Сохранение и приумножение поглотительной способности лесов является приоритетом нашей национальной климатической доктрины, политики. В В России налажена система, при которой площадь восстановления лесов устойчиво превышает площадь их выбытия, а также создана основа для реализации лесоклиматических проектов с общим потенциалом поглощения до 100 миллионов тонн СО2 эквивалента в год. Без достаточных и доступных финансовых ресурсов все наши цели останутся на бумаге. Мы поддерживаем широкий подход к климатическому финансированию, которое должно направляться на весь спектр решений от возобновляемых источников до ядерной энергетики и технологий улавливания. Так называемое переходное финансирование является ключевым инструментом для быстрого снижения выбросов в краткосрочной перспективе без ущерба для энергобезопасности и экономического роста. Путь от Баку до Белема должен стать дорогой к укреплению доверия и мобилизации ресурсов, а не к созданию новых барьеров. Уважаемые коллеги, только через сбалансированный, справедливый и уважительный диалог мы можем выстроить устойчивое и безопасное будущее для всех. Благодарю за внимание.
Convidamos agora representante da Argélia, a senhora diretora de Meio Ambiente e Desenvolvimento Sustentável, El Ayoubi Manel.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. Boa tarde. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Excellency Ambassador André Correa do Lago, President of the COP30. First, I would like to thank the Brazilian government for its warm welcome, for all the efforts made so that this global event is a success, and for the generosity with which we were hosted in this beautiful Amazonian city of Belém. Distinguished guest of the COP30, as a representative of His Excellency, the President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, I am honored to speak today at this critical gathering as we confront huge climate challenges that affect us all. Algeria is facing major environmental challenges, is engaged in an ambitious, dynamic, articulated, solid strategic plans such as the National Action Plan for Environment and Sustainable Development, the National Plan, and the National Plan of Adaptation to Climate Change. These initiatives, supported by strong political will, aim to restore degraded soils, stop the advance of the desert sands, reduce the pollution, manage natural resources, and build climate resilience in order to participate in the common efforts aimed at preserving our planet, which is threatened by ruthless pursuit of gain and by our own restlessness. In this way, Algerian national efforts aim also to guarantee a better quality of life for our people and for future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, desertification is a particularly alarming problem. In the case of our country, my country, Algeria, desertification is being addressed with the Green Dam project covering 5 million hectares, mobilizing a budget of about $600 million for 2023 to 2030. This program has completed 64% of the plantations and created thousands of direct jobs. It also includes hundreds of water collection with the secure units to secure the supply. The national strategy aims at the sustainable rehabilitation of soils, the management of resources, and the active participation of local populations. As many countries, Algeria is facing another pressing challenge: plastic pollution. To counter this problem, my country, or the Algerian government, launched a few months ago the development of national plan to fight against plastic pollution, stressing that this pollution has serious consequences on ecosystems, biodiversity, and public health. The plan is part of a broader strategy for integrated waste management reinforced by Law 2502 on waste management control and disposal. Also, to face climate and environmental challenges, Algeria presented a national climate change adaptation plan, a strategic tool to strengthen the country's resilience. In the same time, we are developing a national hydrogen strategy to become a major global producer and exporter of both green and blue hydrogen, primarily targeting the international market. The plan includes producing 40 terawatt-hours of hydrogen by 2040, leveraging its existing gas export infrastructure and developing new pipelines and derivatives like ammonia and methanol. Key initiatives involve feasibility studies for large-scale projects and partnerships to build domestic expertise and infrastructure. The aim is to supply 10% of Europe's clean hydrogen demand by the year 2040. The strategy includes both blue hydrogen from natural gas with carbon capture and green hydrogen from renewable energy. Several feasibility studies for large-scale green hydrogen exports are underway. We envision an Algeria that harnesses its formidable renewable energy potential, especially solar, to drive a diversified green economy, protects its land, combating desertification, rehabilitating degraded ecosystems, strengthening the Great Green Dam's legacy, empowers rural youth and women in climate-smart agriculture, water-efficient systems, and sustainable livelihoods, contributed constructively to global climate governance, sharing our experience, learning from others, building partnerships. Let us then ensure that this conference marks a turning point not only in negotiations text, but in real-world transformation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Algeria stands ready to partner and to examine with required care and due diligence the various initiatives related to the protection of the environment and climate and sustainable development. In this vein, my country has already acted and formalized its adherence to some of them. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Convidamos agora representante da Armênia, o senhor vice-ministro das Relações Exteriores, Robert Abizov Gomonian.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset I would like to extend my appreciations to His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, as well as to the government and people of Brazil for their outstanding hospitality, and wish every success to our deliberations. We are meeting here in Belém, at the heart of Amazonia, on the 10th anniversary of the adoption of the Paris Agreement, with a renewed sense of hope and optimism that we can turn the dangerous tide of climate change and achieve the agreement's objectives. As we enter the critical decade of implementation following the first global stocktake, the decisions we take here in Belém must chart a credible path towards climate resilience and climate justice. The biannual transparency report, the synthesis report on NDCs, and the synthesis report on NAPs released by the UNFCCC Secretariat provide encouraging evidence of positive changes. They validate the effectiveness of the Paris Agreement in decreasing global emissions and strengthening adaptation mechanisms. However, the same reports point to the need for urgent and enhanced action, reminding us that we are still far from the levels we strive to achieve. If we are to keep the goals of the Paris Agreement within reach, we must redouble our collective efforts to accelerate the progress. COP30 in Belém must therefore become a milestone, transforming global ambition into concrete action on climate change mitigation, adaptation, as well as loss and damage, guided by equity and the common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Distinguished delegates, Armenia is firmly committed to contributing to collective efforts to mitigate and adapt to the impact of climate change. Despite Armenia's negligible share of global emissions, we strive for active participation in international undertakings to limit temperature rise to 1.5 Celsius through comprehensive, economy-wide mitigation measures. As a landlocked developing country, Armenia seeks to demonstrate that even small states can lead by examples through ambitious national actions. Armenia's updated NDCs for 2026-2035 under the Paris Agreement, informed by science and national circumstances, will represent an enhanced commitment to addressing climate change-related challenges. They aim to climate-proof our ecosystems, biodiversity, agriculture, and livelihoods. Our efforts are underpinned by the adoption of a comprehensive climate law, establishing a robust legal foundation for long-term economy-wide action and the integration of climate priorities into all sectors. Our long-term low-emission development strategy, in turn, provides clear pathway towards a resilient, low-carbon economy in line with the Paris Agreement. Energy transformation lies at the core of our climate strategy. We are expanding renewable energy generation at an unprecedented pace to substantially increase the share of green energy in our national mix. At the same time, we continue to rely on nuclear energy as a safe and stable component of our clear energy mix, providing real carbon-neutral electricity and enhanced energy security. Excellencies, there is a growing recognition that nature, climate, and land are parts of our one indivisible system, while fragmented approaches are no longer sufficient. Responding to the scale of the crisis requires coherence, partnership, and trust. For Armenia, this is not an abstract concept. Our country lies at the crossroads of the Caucasus, one of the world's biodiversity hotspots, where fragile mountain ecosystems are facing the combined pressure of climate change, land degradation, and biodiversity loss. We have learned that adaptation and restoration must go hand in hand, that no biodiversity policy can succeed without integrating climate and land considerations. To move the needle further and achieve transformative changes, we must recognize that environmental challenges are interconnected and affect us all, whether high in the mountains, deep in the forests, or on the high seas. We must rethink our relationship with nature. Recognizing the urgency of these interconnected challenges, Armenia, as the host of Biodiversity COP17, is taking active steps, together with other partners, to reinforce international collaboration and promote integrated approaches to climate change mitigation and biodiversity preservation, with a view to achieving a result-oriented outcome at COP30 in Belém on synergies that could be leveraged towards successful global review of the collective progress in implementing the Cumbre Global Biodiversity Framework at CBD COP17 in Yerevan next year. Armenia looks forward to welcoming you all to Yerevan next October for Biodiversity COP17 to review our progress, strengthen the bridges among the Rio Conventions, and reaffirm that multilateral cooperation is indispensable to restoring and protecting the living fabric of the planet for present and future generations. I thank you.
Convidamos agora representante da Dinamarca, o senhor embaixador climático e subsecretário de Política de Desenvolvimento, Ole Tonke.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in a time of political competition, geopolitical competition, and economic uncertainty, it might seem tempting to postpone climate action, but that would be unwise. The consequences of climate changes are here, and they are very clear. It is reshaping lives for our citizens. Extreme weather, droughts, rising sea levels are no longer warnings of a distant future, but it's the reality of today. Climate change is disrupting lives and communities, fueling conflicts, and forcing people to leave their homes. If we don't act, these challenges will only intensify. The complexity of the challenges underscores the urgent need for strengthened collective action. And the urgency is real. Ambition must increase, and our actions must be scaled up. Recently, EU member states have called. We have agreed on an ambitious new NDC, sending strong and united signal to the rest of the world. We have committed to reducing emissions between 65.25% and 72.5% by 2035. And more importantly, we agreed to a 90% net emission reduction by 2040, leading the way towards EU climate neutrality by 2050. It has been 10 years since the Paris Agreement was adopted, and Denmark remains steadfast in our commitment to the Paris Agreement, and as we will do everything we can do, leading by example, both in increasing our ambitions and delivering on implementation. A key element is moving from fossil fuels into renewable energy. Over the last 10 years, a remarkable technological transformation has happened. Renewable energy and technologies have become the fastest growing source of electricity in history. Switching to clean energy is not essential not only for green transition, but also for our security, and at a lower price than fossil fuel electricity generation. Step by step, we are moving forward, creating jobs and new opportunities, and reducing dependencies. Climate change affects everyone. A strong global agreement on adaptation is essential for all countries and a priority for Denmark. Strengthen resilience by protecting critical infrastructure and essential services will not only safeguard societies, but also promote economic growth and create jobs. Finally, we need financing to support our global ambitions. Denmark remains committed to providing 0.7% of our GDP in development assistance, and with 30% earmarked for climate action, and out of that 60% for climate adaptation, we are sending a strong signal. But development assistance will not be enough to cover the financing gaps. We must scale up all innovative financial solutions. As a concrete first step, I'm announcing at this COP today that Denmark will issue $100 million in a state-backed guarantee to the Inter-American Development Bank. This will help mobilize $400 million in new concessional lending for countries in the region towards accelerating energy transition in the Amazon areas. We cannot allow ourselves to do the easy thing alone, nor to postpone climate action. Denmark's ambitions and actions underline that we are determined to go the extra mile. Thank you.
Neste momento, convidamos a embaixadora para a mudança do clima e vice-ministra assistente do Japão, Misako Takahashi.
Distinguished guests, thank you for this opportunity to speak about Japan's climate actions at this excellently organized session today. Being committed to reducing greenhouse gas emission, or namely mitigation, is one of the most critical aspects of addressing climate change. Japan reaffirms its unwavering commitment to achieve net zero by 2050. To achieve the 1.5-degree goal under the Paris Agreement, which marks its 10th anniversary this year, international community, including not only developed countries, but also major emitting countries, must be united in our efforts. 2025 is the year for each party to submit our nationally determined contributions, NDCs. NDCs, together with the global stocktake and the biennial transparency report, are three critical elements for the ambition ratchet-up cycle under the Paris Agreement. In February this year, Japan submitted its NDC, which aims to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 60% in fiscal year 2035 and by 73% in 2014 compared to 2013 levels. Japan's reduction pathway is ambitious as it is consistent with the Paris Agreement 1.5-degree goal. In fact, we have already achieved approximately 27% reduction by fiscal year 2023, and Japan is committed to making steady progress. In this context, we welcome fellow countries that have submitted new NDCs this year toward achieving global net zero. At the same time, we call on parties that have not yet submitted NDCs to submit them as soon as possible with the highest possible level of ambition. In our view, it is crucial that all countries, regardless of being a developed or developing country, submit their NDCs with the highest possible ambition at the earliest opportunity and advance actions aligned with them. We need to keep the ambition ratchet up cycle rolling in order to move forward with green gas emission reduction. Our expectation is extremely high that discussions will be held from next week based on the NDCs and biennial transparency report submitted by countries around the world, and that a strong political message for further mitigation will be delivered as an outcome. Strengthening adaptation efforts is urgently needed for developing countries, in particular LDCs and CIS. Japan is leveraging its public and private sector expertise in disaster prevention to provide wide-ranging support across Asia, the Pacific, Africa, and other regions, covering flood and drought countermeasures, agricultural support, and beyond. We will continue these efforts. Climate finance is also crucial for advancing developing countries' mitigation and adaptation efforts. Under the Paris Agreement, Japan will continue providing financial support as a developed country. Simultaneously, as outlined in last year's new collective quantified goal, NCQG, meeting developing countries' climate finance needs requires not only public finance from developed countries, but also support from capable non-developed countries and the mobilization of private finance. Whether for mitigation or adaptation, needs and circumstances of each country differ significantly. Last year, under Azerbaijan's highly appreciated presidency, the NCQG was agreed after difficult negotiations. Going forward, we should avoid repeating similar negotiations. What we wish to see is practical discussion and efforts grounded in reality, focusing on how to respond to the diverse needs of each country to advance their actions and achieve the objectives of the Paris Agreement. Japan has proposed the Asia Zero Emission Community, so-called AZEC platform, which promotes energy transition through various pathways, taking into account each country's circumstances. Tangible cooperation with Southeast Asian countries and Australia is well underway through this platform. Furthermore, we will actively contribute to reducing emissions in other countries, including working with Brazil to decarbonize the automotive sector by leveraging both nations' strength in biofuels and high-performance mobility. Japan supports the Belém 4X pledge on sustainable fuels launched in this COP and will continue to commit in expansion of sustainable fuels, including in the road transport sector. In addition, in order to promote private investment in the field of climate change and the environment in Latin America, which has the abundant Amazon rainforest and renewable energy, we will provide support through ODA loans and private sector investment finance by JICA. These are just a few examples of Japan's international efforts. We will continue to vigorously promote initiatives both domestically and internationally. Let me conclude that Japan will continue to be an engaged partner in the international community for the success of COP30 and for the implementation of climate actions. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Muito obrigada.
Chamamos agora o representante da Maldivas, Amiad Abdullah, negociador-chefe e diretor-geral para mudanças climáticas.
Presidency, Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, the Maldives extends its warm appreciation to the government of Brazil for its leadership in hosting COP30 here in Amazon, a reminder of the natural systems that sustains all life. We gather at a moment of deep geopolitical uncertainty. Yet, on the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, we must demonstrate that multilateralism can and must still deliver. We also commend Azerbaijan for its leadership at COP29, express our full support in ensuring the success of this conference. Excellencies, science has never spoken more deeply. We are living through an accelerating crisis, and the gap between what must do and what we are doing continues to widen. The NDC 2.0 synthesis report exposed an ambition and implementation gap. Yet NDC 3 synthesis report reveals something more stark, that the gap is widening further and faster. We are not catching up with the climate change, we are falling behind it. For the Maldives and other seats, this is not a future scenario. The inequalities in climate impacts is already here. And every year that passes without action widens the injustice. Our communities are losing land, fresh water, heritage, dignity, and opportunity. For us, implementation is not a political aspiration. The gap we speak is not just financial. It is a gap in our survival. Excellencies, let's be honest about what this decade represents. The last 10 years, the first decade of the Paris Agreement, has left a climate debt owed to the most vulnerable. A debt defined not in accounting terms, but in lives, land, and livelihoods. Under the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, delivery must match responsibility. Capacity and urgency impose on those least responsible for creating this crisis. Despite our structural vulnerabilities, the Maldives has shown remarkable determination to build resilience and seize opportunities where we can. This February, we submitted our most ambitious contribution yet, the third NDC, aligned with low emission, climate resilient development pathway through 2035. We aim to reduce emissions, strengthen energy independence and energy security, modernize mobility and waste systems, and protect our most climate-exposed sectors. We did this not because it's easy, but it is necessary. Yet our contributions, like many seats, is conditional upon the provision of adequate, predictable, and sustainable finance, technology and capacity building, and equal means of implementation. The NDC synthesis report estimates that achieving national climate targets will require nearly $2 trillion. For SIDS, this is not a number, it is a question of existence. Our people are not asking for charity, we are asking for structural fairness to protect lives and livelihoods where national capacity is stretched to its limits. Excellencies, friends, this COP must reaffirm that adaptation is a global priority, equal to mitigation. We need climate finance that is scale up to match the crisis, access and predictable for planning, primarily grant-based in recognition of our vulnerabilities. Today, access remains slow, fragmented, and heavy bureaucratic, widening inequalities and delaying action where every year counts. This must change urgently. fast-track and simplified access to seats must become the norm, not an exception. Excellencies, friends, despite the shortcomings, we reaffirm that the Paris Agreement remains our only viable pathway for collective climate action. What we need now is implementation at scale in every region, across every sector, for every community. The Maldives arise in Belém in the spirit of cooperation, determined to restore trust and accelerate delivery. We call on all parties to have not yet submitted their NDCs to do so to align with the 1.5-degree pathways. Let COP30 be remembered not as another milestone of promises, but as the moment we begin to make good on them. For the most vulnerable among us, the stakes could not be higher. We are not negotiating for a political wins, we are negotiating for our survival. The Maldives stands ready to do our part. We ask our partners to do so. Thank you.
Neste momento, chamamos o secretário de Estado do MRE da Mongólia, Munkitusi Lanajav.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to the government of Brazil for gathering us here in Belém and hosting the COP30 in the spirit of global mutirao. The Amazon forests surround us as a living testament to nature's resilience and a reminder of its fragility. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, opening the third nationally determined contributions committed period. These milestones remind us to transform the promises of Paris and the ambitions of Glasgow into tangible results. We must move from pledge to progress, from rhetoric to regeneration. Now is the time for action, unity, and accountability. Mongolia was among the first countries to ratify the Paris Agreement in 2016 and pledged to be part of the global solution. Today, we reaffirm and elevate the commitment through our new NDC 3.0. By 2035, we aim to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by over 30%, and we further aim to push that reduction to more than 50% by concrete commitments in the energy, transportation, construction, food, and agriculture sectors. We have integrated land restoration, sustainable herding practices, and climate-resilient infrastructure. Today, developing countries face serious challenges like high debt levels, budget constraints, and limited financial resources which hinder their ability to meet climate commitments. We must also be mindful that adaptation is not a secondary concern, but a development imperative, especially for landlocked and climate-vulnerable nations. As such, Mongolia calls on all countries to embed nature-positive approaches in their national development plans and to recognize land restoration as a dual solution for both mitigation and adaptation. This includes scaling up finance for adaptation, protecting biodiversity, and ensuring that indigenous and rural communities are central to decision-making in a true spirit of global mutirao. For Mongolia, achieving our Paris Agreement goals will require financing equivalent to about 50% of our total GDP. To mobilize these resources, we are pursuing legal and economic reforms to create a favorable environment for investment in renewable energy, green agriculture, and forestry. Within the framework of our Billions of Trees national movement, Mongolia has expanded international cooperation and established the permanent financing mechanism for nature conservation called Eternal Mongolia. According to UN Women, failure to meet global climate targets by 2050 could push 160 million more women and girls into poverty, while 240 million could face food insecurity. In response, Mongolia hosted the World Women Entrepreneurs Forum towards Green Future in August this year and adopted Ulaanbaatar Declaration towards a sustainable future, calling for greater participation and leadership of women in climate action. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in 2026, Mongolia will host the 17th session of the Conference of the Parties to the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, as well as observe the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. I cordially invite you all to participate at the highest level with broader representation in the 17th session of the Conference of the Parties to the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, scheduled on 17th to 18th of August 2016 in Mongolia. This conference seeks comprehensive solutions to adapt to climate change, protect and enhance water resources, and combat desertification and land degradation. As a country deeply shaped by vast rangelands and nomadic heritage, Mongolia recognizes that land is not only a source of livelihood, but also frontline in the fight against climate change. At the COP30, in partnership with the United Nations, we are preparing to launch the Rangeland Flagship Initiative. This initiative will unite knowledge, investment, and technology, including AI-powered monitoring, to unlock the carbon sequestration potential of our landscapes. This initiative will also promote investment and livelihoods in over 100 pastoral nations, benefiting nearly 500 million people. We warmly invite you to join us in supporting and collaborating on this important endeavor. Distinguished delegates, Mongolia calls all nations to embed nature-positive approaches in national development plans, drawing from its own leadership in climate adaptation and the momentum of this COP30 in Belém. Let us act with courage and unity to protect our planet and work together for a future of harmony, resilience, and peace. Let the sacred Bayami of Belém inspire our resolve and action. I thank you. Obrigado.
Nesse momento, convido o representante do Nepal, o secretário do Ministério de Florestas e Meio Ambiente, Rajendra Prasad Mishra.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished Head of the States and delegates. At the outset, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Brazil for your remarkable leadership and warm hospitality in the heart of the Amazon. It is truly symbolic that we gather here exactly 30 years after the Rio Summit and 10th anniversary of Paris Agreement to advance the same global agenda now with urgency for humanity, solidarity, and shared prosperity. Excellencies, Nepal has long been a front runner in upholding nature-friendly systems, advancing climate actions, and environmental stewardship. Nearly 46% of our land remains under forest cover, protected in close partnership with local communities and indigenous people. Nepal is home to Mount Everest, Sagarmatha, mountain and Himalayas hold existential services, support systems, and provide rich biodiversity, clean air, and fresh water to the billions of downstream people. This makes Nepal a vital contributor to sustaining the global climate system. Despite our negligible carbon footprint, Nepal continues to lead through strong policy and action. Our NDC-3 and National Adaptation Plan exemplify our commitment to the Paris Agreement. We are rapidly transitioning toward electric mobility and clean energy, prioritizing the phase out of fossil fuels. Earlier this year, Nepal convened Sagarmatha Samvad, a global dialogue that reaffirmed our shared commitment to the extended multilateralism and to keep global temperature rise below 1.5 degree. This Samvad echoed the COP30 presidency vision of multilateral unity in purpose for all and forever. Excellencies, despite these efforts, Nepal faces escalating climatic crisis in recent years. This year alone, over 300 lives were lost to floods, landslides, droughts, glacial lake outbursts, and forest fires triggered by the temperature extremes. For vulnerable mountain countries like Nepal, the climate crisis is not a longer threat, rather it is a daily reality for all. Excellencies, a decade after Paris Agreement, the evidence is clear. It is delivering, but not at the pace and scale needed. For countries like Nepal, access to finance and technology remains costly and complex. It should be easier and accessible to all. Therefore, COP30 must deliver tangible outcomes, delivering on the roadmap for keeping 1.5 degree on track. The Baku-Belém roadmap for mobilizing $1.3 trillion in climate finance must be realized. Adaptation finance must be tripled and the loss and damage fund must be fully operationalized with simplified and direct access for vulnerable countries and alignment with national systems. Excellencies, we no longer have the luxury for delay and Nepal is committed to align itself with global initiatives to address this urgency. Let us act now together to safeguard our people, their livelihoods, and our planet. Thank you. I thank you.
Convidamos para a manifestação a secretária federal do Ministério da Mudança de Clima e do Meio Ambiente do Paquistão, Aisha Umera Moriani.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum. I begin by thanking the government and the people of Brazil for their warm hospitality in the beautiful city of Belém and for hosting this critical gathering. Pakistan has continuously drawn attention and spoken of living on the front line of the unfolding climate disaster. We have consistently highlighted climate injustice that constitutes the gravest human rights violation of our time. Tragically, our words were not a prediction but a premonition. In 2022, a super flood submerged a third of our country, causing over $30 billion in losses and damages. We thought it was once in a century calamity. We were wrong. Just 3 years later, in 2025, we have again faced floods of catastrophic magnitude, washing away lives, livelihoods, and the hard-earned progress of the people. Our mountains in the Hindu Kush Karakoram Himalayas region, forming part of the world's third pole, hold more than 13,000 glaciers, now melting at unprecedented rates. Recurring glacial lake outburst floods have become an annual nightmare, threatening lives, infrastructure, and fragile ecosystems. This is not a cycle of disaster. This is an accelerating cascade, and we who contribute less than 1% to global emissions are being asked to pay a price we did not incur. This is the stark reality of climate injustice. Yet, Pakistan is not here only to lament this injustice. We are here to lead by example. Guided by our Prime Minister's clear vision, Pakistan is translating ambition into action. We are already on a path of climate-resilient development. In NDCs 3.0, we now voluntarily aim to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by up to 50% by 2035. Of this ambitious target, 17% will be achieved unconditionally through domestic resources and policy measures as compared to 15% in NDCs 2.0, while 33% remain conditional on receiving adequate, primarily grant-based international climate finance, supported by technology transfer and capacity building. The total investment required for NDC implementation stands at $565 billion. For Pakistan, adaptation, resilience, and enhancing the coping capacities of its communities remains the priority. The country has outlined major investment needs across critical areas, including disaster risk preparedness and response, universal water and sanitation, and modernization of irrigation system. Here I would recall what my Prime Minister highlighted in New York Climate Summit, that climate finance is the key to NDC implementation. I reiterate that NDC 3.0 represents our solemn commitment to climate action, and we now call upon industrialized nations to honor their historical responsibility and uphold the principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. The outcome on the new collective quantified goal in Baku, though not sufficient, could be a first step to meet the trillions required. Therefore, from the front line of this crisis, we demand that we operationalize the loss and damage fund with billions, not millions, and make it immediately accessible to countries like Pakistan without creating a new debt trap. The framework for the global goal on adaptation must include clear indicators for means of implementation, because a goal without finance is merely a wish list. The discussion on just transition at this COP must recognize that for developing nations like Pakistan, it is a pathway to development, not a detour from it. Our transition must be nationally defined, ensuring it lifts our people out of poverty, provide energy crisis, and create sustainable livelihoods, all while aligning with our climate goals. A just transition cannot be just a slogan. It must be a vehicle for equitable development, fully supported by the means of implementation. Baku to Belém roadmap for the 1.3 trillion climate finance goal must prioritize public finance as its core component, ensuring it is easy to access and primarily grant-based, and devoid of any conditionalities that create debt traps for climate-vulnerable countries like Pakistan, which are already drowning in liabilities they did not create. Mr. President, as we gather here to discuss the threat being faced as a result of climate change, we must not forget the suffering of the people from Palestine. The root cause of the ongoing situation in the Middle East is Israel's prolonged illegal occupation of Palestinian territory. Pakistan supports all efforts aimed at ensuring lasting peace and stability in the region. We reiterate the need for the full implementation of the ceasefire, leading to a permanent cessation of hostilities, Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, unfettered humanitarian assistance, and reconstruction of Gaza. Mr. President, the pursuit of climate justice can no longer be deferred. It must be realized through fair finance, technology access, and shared responsibility. Pakistan stands ready to lead by example. But our resolve must be met with global responsibility. Let Belém be the COP where we move from excuses to execution, from empty rhetoric to accountable action, guided by the equity and the principles of common but differentiated responsibility. Let us not be remembered as the generation that watched the planet burn, but as the one that had the courage to save it. Thank you.
Neste momento, vamos ouvir a manifestação do vice-ministro do Meio Ambiente do Uruguai, Oscar Capucci.
Excelentísimos señores jefes de Estado, honorables ministros, distinguidas autoridades, representantes de organismos internacionales, señoras y señores. En nombre de la República Oriental del Uruguay, deseo expresar nuestro sincero reconocimiento al Gobierno de la República Federativa de Brasil por la hospitalidad brindada y por la organización de esta trascendental reunión de líderes de la COP30 en Belém, corazón de la Amazonia. Este encuentro nos convoca con una responsabilidad histórica: reafirmar nuestro compromiso colectivo con la acción climática, la justicia ambiental y la solidaridad entre los pueblos. Uruguay reitera su pleno compromiso con la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Cambio Climático y con el Acuerdo de París, como los instrumentos multilaterales legítimos y esenciales para enfrentar la crisis climática de forma colectiva, inclusiva y basada en la ciencia. En esta instancia decisiva, Uruguay hace un llamado a renovar los compromisos en materia de financiamiento climático, con especial énfasis en la adaptación, incluyendo la definición de una nueva meta colectiva y cuantificada que permita fortalecer la resiliencia de los países más vulnerables. Asimismo, es fundamental brindar claridad y previsibilidad sobre el cumplimiento efectivo de los compromisos financieros de los países desarrollados hacia los países en desarrollo. Las brechas que aún existen en los montos y que en las condiciones preferenciales del financiamiento deben ser abordadas con determinación y sentido de justicia. Uruguay aboga por decisiones firmes y concretas en materia de adaptación, particularmente en lo que respecta al financiamiento y a la implementación de los planes nacionales de adaptación. Estos instrumentos son esenciales para fortalecer la capacidad de los países frente a los impactos del cambio climático y constituyen una expresión tangible de la voluntad política y la solidaridad internacional. Asimismo, creemos indispensable que la COP30 emita un mensaje claro sobre la centralidad de la justicia climática en la toma de decisiones. La transición hacia economía bajas en carbono debe ser justa, equitativa e inclusiva, sin dejar a nadie atrás. La acción climática debe avanzar de la mano de la justicia social, la equidad intergeneracional y la participación plena de las comunidades locales, las juventudes y las mujeres. Excelencias, Uruguay se ha posicionado como un país pionero en la integración de la sostenibilidad ambiental con el desarrollo económico productivo. En el ámbito energético, culminamos con éxito una primera transición energética, transformando la matriz eléctrica gracias a la incorporación temprana y estratégica de energías renovables no convencionales que hoy constituyen la base de un sistema limpio, autóctono y resiliente. Esta transformación fue posible gracias a una política de Estado de largo plazo, sostenida por distintos partidos políticos y acompañada por un clima favorable de la inversión y la innovación. En diciembre del 2024, Uruguay presentó su tercera contribución determinada a nivel nacional, en la que, por primera vez, establece límites absolutos de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, consolidando así el compromiso de desacoplar el crecimiento económico del aumento de las emisiones. Estos compromisos están alineados con la estrategia climática de largo plazo al 2050, que define la ruta hacia la neutralidad de carbono mediante el impulso de las renovables, el almacenamiento energético, el hidrógeno verde y la reconversión de procesos industriales hacia fuentes limpias. Junto con la mitigación, la adaptación y la resiliencia son ejes centrales de nuestra política climática. Uruguay desarrolla planes nacionales de adaptación sectoriales con un enfoque participativo y territorial que fortalece nuestras capacidades institucionales y sectoriales. Nuestro país cuenta con una sólida arquitectura de gobernanza ambiental mediante la coordinación interinstitucional, continuidad de las políticas de Estado y participación ciudadana, en consonancia con el Acuerdo de Escazú, articulada por el Sistema Nacional de Respuesta al Cambio Climático. En línea con el llamado de la presidencia de la COP30, Uruguay impulsa la red de gobiernos subnacionales frente al cambio climático, convencido de que la adaptación debe ser soberana, local y profundamente anclada en los territorios. Excelencias, la COP30 debe ser recordada como una COP de decisiones firmes y resultados equilibrados. Uruguay aspira a que en Belén surja un marco integral del Objetivo Mundial de Adaptación con indicadores claros y medios de implementación definidos. Un compromiso renovado de financiamiento para la adaptación que honre y amplíe las promesas de Glasgow. Una decisión robusta sobre el programa de trabajo conjunto de transición justa con un enfoque integral que abarque empleo, juventudes, equidad social y comunidades locales. Y la aprobación de un nuevo plan de género y cambio climático que fortalezca capacidades, promueva la participación de las mujeres y reconozca los impactos diferenciados del cambio climático. El camino hacia una economía carbono neutral y resiliente está trazado y lo recorreremos con justicia climática, justicia social y compromiso con las generaciones futuras. Muchas gracias.
Nesse momento, convidamos o representante do Canadá, embaixador Emmanuel Camara-Riarnax.
Boa tarde, good afternoon, bon après-midi tout le monde. President, Excellencies, guests, I am pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of the Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada. We're meeting in Belém at a crucial moment. These past 10 years, we've come a long way together. In Paris, we agreed that our shared future depended on our shared ambition, and that we could confront the climate crisis through a cooperation, trust, and a common vision. Since then, we have collectively made further strides towards a low-carbon and climate-resilient future. But there is still much to do. The benefits of climate action and the profound impacts of climate inaction are becoming more clear every day for the well-being and health of citizens across the globe, for biodiversity, for food and energy security, and for economic security. We know that effective action starts with detailed planning. We encourage all countries to come forward with ambitious climate action and to come to COP ready for candid discussions on the progress made so far and what more we can do collectively to reach net zero. We commend Brazil for making multilateralism a priority for COP30. We must signal that climate action remains a common priority and that we will work together relentlessly to address climate change. But planning is only the first step. As governments, we must harness the ideas, the expertise, and the resources of all of our partners to deliver results. At home, the Government of Canada laid out this week its key priorities in its federal budget. These priorities include a new climate competitiveness strategy, positioning our economy to be more competitive by investing in deep decarbonization. Under this strategy, Canada is driving emissions down while investing in clean technology, innovation, and creating good-paying jobs. We are creating the right environment for Canada's industry and private sector to innovate and invest in a low-carbon future. We are reskilling and preparing Canadian workers, and we are teeing up the whole economy for the low-carbon transition. Canada comes to COP30 in the spirit of collaboration, to learn from and partner up with countries and institutions around the world to accelerate the global transition. Nous sommes déterminés à faire notre part pour mobiliser les 300 milliards de dollars convenus à la COP29 et soutenir les actions vers l'objectif élargi de 1,3 trillion de dollars. Nous examinons actuellement notre prochaine enveloppe de financement climat pour la période après 2025. Pour le Canada, le soutien aux mesures d'atténuation et d'adaptation dans les pays et les communautés pauvres et vulnérables restera une priorité absolue. Et nous examinons également comment le financement climat du Canada servira à mobiliser des ressources bien au-delà des fonds publics et contribuera ainsi à accroître la finance climatique mondiale à des niveaux et à des vitesses sans précédent. Ici à Belém, nous avons hâte d'explorer des solutions concrètes pour atteindre l'objectif de 1,3 milliard de dollars américains provenant de toutes les sources d'ici 2035. Nous voulons aussi parler des autres défis liés au financement, comme les barrières à l'accès, en particulier pour les pays les moins avancés et les petits États insulaires en développement, le coût élevé du capital et le manque de cohérence dans le paysage financier mondial. Alors que nous nous rassemblons à la COP30 avec une énergie renouvelée, notre objectif ultime est clair. Il faut maintenir les hausses des températures en deçà de 1,5 degré et accélérer la résilience mondiale. Il s'agit non seulement d'un impératif moral et environnemental, mais aussi d'un investissement judicieux dans notre avenir collectif. La Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur les changements climatiques ne détient pas tous les leviers ni toutes les solutions pour mobiliser le financement de la lutte contre les changements climatiques et accélérer l'action climatique. Mais ici, nous pouvons créer de nouvelles connexions et lancer des nouvelles conversations et des nouvelles idées pour réduire l'écart entre nos ambitions et nos résultats actuels. Nous saisissons déjà cette opportunité lorsque nous parlons de climat et biodiversité, d'égalité des sexes et d'inclusion, des droits des peuples autochtones, de transition équitable et des droits des travailleurs, et bien sûr de finances climat. Le Canada est fier de faire partie de cette nouvelle forme de multilatéralisme qui apportera des résultats concrets pour tout le monde sur la planète. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado.
Neste momento, convidamos a embaixadora da Eslováquia, Katarina Tonková.
Excelências, distintas delegações, senhoras e senhores. É uma grande honra representar a República Eslovaca nesta cúpula dos líderes da COP30. Permítanme transmitir as saudações e os melhores votos do primeiro-ministro Robert Fico, bem como nossa gratidão ao presidente Lula da Silva e ao governo do Brasil pela liderança e hospitalidade nessa conferência tão importante para o nosso futuro. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the climate emergency is no longer a distant threat. It is a daily reality for millions, and especially for the most vulnerable. COP30 is more than a conference. It is a test of political will, of moral responsibility, and of our shared humanity. The first global stocktake makes the path clear to reduce global emissions by 60% in 10 years and reach net zero by 2050. Slovakia is fully committed to climate action and to the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Since 1990, my country has reduced its emissions by more than 50%, and we want to do more. Today, Slovakia operates one of the lowest emission energy systems in the European Union, mainly powered by nuclear and hydropower. The share of low-emission energy will soon reach almost 90%, a result that speaks louder than words. But ambition and economic reality must go hand in hand. Our policies must protect jobs, competitiveness, and people's well-being. A successful green transition is one that strengthens both the environment and the economy, leaving no sector or community behind. No country can succeed alone. We need inclusive global partnership. Supporting developing countries is a moral duty. Slovakia stands by this principle, contributing 2.2 million euros to the Green Climate Fund and sharing our climate expertise through climate finance and development cooperation. Excellencies, climate change is the defining challenge of our time. Our response must be collective, coherent, and sustainable. Just transition must unite climate and social justice. Agora é o momento de agir com coragem, sabedoria e compaixão. Muito obrigada pela atenção.
Agora, neste momento, convidamos o embaixador da Etiópia, Leuceged Tadez Abeb.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates. At the outset, I thank the government and people of Brazil for welcoming the world to Belém, a beautiful city in the Brazilian Amazon and symbolically important location for global climate action. The 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement being commemorated at the heart of Amazon, the planet's carbon vault, should propel us to meaningful climate actions. This is the time to take climate actions with a sense of urgency and renewed political commitment. While gravely concerned by the gaps in delivering commitments in climate action by some developed countries, we remain hopeful of a notable progress in achieving the Paris Agreement goals. In this regard, we commend Brazil and fully support its theme Global Mercurio that calls for a shift from pledges to concrete and collective implementation. We also thank Brazil for introducing impactful initiatives during this COP. We are also in solidarity to put the world on solidarity, to put the world on the right course to effectively address climate change in all areas, including adaptation, loss and damage, climate finance, and mitigation. Equally important, it's time to forge genuine partnerships and take concrete climate actions and solutions. Ethiopia has long pursued forward-looking policy on building a climate-resilient economy. Africa has also assumed leadership by advancing climate solutions. Such was exhibited at the second Africa Climate Summit, where the continent outlined its leadership through actionable commitments in innovation, finance, energy transition, critical mineral development, restoration of nature, and emergency preparedness. The Addis Ababa Declaration is a bold testament to Africa's resolve and a clear message that Africa stands as a committed partner and a driving force in our shared mission to address the continued impacts of climate change. Excellencies, allow me to outline key imperatives for COP30. First, the most important climate action originates at home. Ethiopia's Green Legacy Initiative, pioneered by His Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, has achieved concrete results by planting 48 billion, yes, 48 billion tree seedlings over 7 years period. The multitude of similar initiatives across Africa are prime examples for tangible climate actions and solutions. Ethiopia's bold move to greening its transportation sector is reducing dependence on fossil fuels, resulting in massive reduction in emissions. That's why we say Ethiopia is leading by example. We therefore encourage all developing countries to start from home by taking climate actions that center on community mobilization and the use of domestic resources. Second, the devastating impacts of climate change cannot be addressed unless there is a breakthrough in delivering means of implementation for all pillars of the Paris Agreement. All financing commitments should be delivered in grant-based and non-debt-generating concessional finance. The Loss and Damage Fund also needs to be urgently capitalized. We also call for the operationalization of the Baku to Belém roadmap to mobilize 1.3 trillion USD to close the financing gap, while ensuring a balanced allocation between mitigation and adaptation finance. Third, on energy transition, we should honor the COP28 commitments by tripling renewable energy investment for Africa's share of the global 60 billion USD energy investment from just 2% to 20% by 2030. Furthermore, we wish to underscore the urgent need to ensure fair, sustainable, and just supply of chains of critical minerals that are key for the development of zero and low emission energy technologies. Excellencies, it is my great honor and pleasure to announce to this August Assembly Ethiopia's bid to host COP32 in 2027 in Addis Ababa, the diplomatic capital of Africa. The government of Ethiopia has already begun preparations, mobilizing leadership, institutions, and partnerships to ensure a successful and historic summit in Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa, home to the African Union, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, and over 160 diplomatic missions, avails seamless air connectivity and excellent track record of hosting major conferences. I therefore humbly request your support to bring COP to Africa once again. Finally, Excellencies, allow me to close by joining His Excellency President Lula da Silva in his declaration that is COP30 shall be a conference for truth. Truth that should lead us to realize our commitment is measured not by the promises we make, but by the actions we take to address the devastating consequences of climate change. The time to act is now. I thank you, Excellencies.
Nesse momento, convido para a manifestação o embaixador da Geórgia, Zurab Mishedlishvili.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a particular honor to address you on behalf of the delegation of Georgia. And at the outset, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the government of Federative Republic of Brazil for the wonderful hospitality and honorable efforts that have made the COP30 a true success. Distinguished delegates, at the critical juncture as we mark the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, it is vital to celebrate what we have already achieved together. From bending the emission curve to operationalizing the loss and damage fund, these achievements stand as a statement to our collective efforts to combat the climate change. Acknowledging this progress is not complacency. It is reaffirmation of the Paris spirit and a reminder that multilateral climate action delivers results. At the COP30, Georgia will advocate for an outcome that balances urgency with recognition, anchoring our collective efforts in the tools that drive implementation and shape a resilient, decarbonizing future for all. Georgia will support a consensus outcome that acknowledges the ambition implementation gap and commits us to closing through the instrument already agreed under the Paris Agreement. Nationally determined contributions are not absent pledges. They are the operation blueprint for climate action. Delivering of them requires a coordinating push across ambition, adaptation, finance, and technology. Georgia cautioned against reopening the ambition cycle. Instead, we must focus on delivering what we have promised using every tool at our disposal. Georgia is preparing its own national adaptation plan and encourages others to do the same, recognizing the resilience is inspirable for the credibility for our climate commitments. Georgia welcomes the Baku to Belém roadmap to $1.3 trillion and calls for it to both credible and inspiring. We support a strong signal of adaptation finance, including consideration of a new goal post 2025. The continuation of the Sharm el-Sheikh dialogue is essential to aligning finance flow with low emission, climate resilient development at COP30. Georgia will work to ensure that climate finance delivery clarity, momentum, and trust, empowering countries to turn the NDC into tangible outcomes. Ambition, adaptation, finance, and technology are all connected. They work together to help countries deliver on their climate promises, known as NDS. Their tools are not separated pieces. They support each other and must be used side by side to make real progress. Georgia is ready to help shape in COP30 outcomes that brings this effort together, building a future when our economy grows without harming the planet and our communities are stronger and safer in the face of climate change. While we commit to addressing the ongoing climate crisis, conflict worldwide continue to disrupt and slow global efforts in the direction. Due to the occupation of Georgia's Abkhazia and Tskhin Valley region, the government of Georgia is unable to implement measures to severe consequences of climate change in those regions, which consist of 20% of Georgia territories. Georgia welcomes the COP30 presidency effort to connect the action agenda with the result of the global stocktake. This is a crucial step to move from word in action, turning, negotiate, decision into real program on the ground. We believe these 6 thematic axes should lead to a clear and unified signal of how far we have come and where we need to go. For Georgia, the action agenda is not a side activity. It is a powerful tool to boost ambition and make climate effort more effective. We stand ready to contribute to a result-driven, inclusive, and forward-looking outcome of the COP30. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Agora convidamos para a manifestação o embaixador da Grécia, Ioannis Tisovas Morouses.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas, excelências, autoridades, colegas, amigas y amigos todos. J'ai suivi avec beaucoup d'attention les discours de nos leaders et des présidents et des premiers ministres. Je suis arrivé à la conclusion qu'il y a une espèce d'embarras général. On ne sait pas exactement où on en est. Et le pire, où on veut aller. Il y a plein de contradictions. Nous avons fait campagne pendant des années, pendant des décennies, pour les énergies propres. Et maintenant, comme les choses ont changé, surtout aux États-Unis, nous allons nous adapter aux nouvelles conditions et nous allons suivre une route différente. Drill, baby, drill. Je crois qu'il faut qu'on prenne des décisions et s'y tenir et ne pas changer tous les 3 ans notre politique. On m'avait préparé un discours très long. Je ne lirai pas, ce sont 10 pages. À la place, je vous dirai quelques aspects de la politique de la Grèce à propos de notre sujet de changement climatique. Hier, à Athènes, nous avons reçu la visite de 4 ministres des États-Unis. Ministre d'énergie, économie, intérieur. Le but de la visite était de voir avec les autorités de mon pays des moyens de faire de la Grèce l'entrée du gaz naturel liquéfié, gas natural licuado. La idea es que barcos de los armadores griegos, metaneros, de bateaux metaneros, van a transportar el gas licuado de Estados Unidos para Grecia, 2 puertos adaptados, y después desde la Grecia para toda Europa orientale. Et nous avons signé des contrats dans ce sens avec les autorités des États-Unis. Alors le LNG, c'est un combustible qui est un combustible de transition. Ce n'est pas définitif. C'est pour passer avec aisance à l'usage des énergies propres. Donc la politique de mon pays, c'est une transition juste, graduelle et efficace, qui ne mette pas en cause les équilibres sociaux et géopolitiques. Greece is fully committed to ensuring the compliance of EU policy. And the objectives of Paris Agreement and the European Climate Law. Specifically, Greece is committed to implement the EU legal framework Fit for 55 set of proposals with the aim of ensuring that policies are in line with reduction of net GHG emissions of EU by at least 55% at the least by 2030, in comparison with 1990 levels. So our emissions in Greece are down 45% in comparison with 2005. And lignite used to provide much more than 50% of our power generation is share today is just 6%. Our commitments to equip by 2030 at least 12 ports, 12 harbors in Greece with cold ironing and their simultaneous transformation to energy hubs will assist the decarbonization of the shipping sector, which is very important in my country. So we will decrease the emission and as well the climate change mitigation will take place. So, la conclusion, nous allons continuer notre politique énergétique et notre politique de changement climatique en accord avec l'Union européenne et avec tout ce qui a été dit hier par la présidente de la Commission européenne, Ursula von der Leyen, et par le président du Conseil, Antonio Costa. Thank you very much.
Chamamos agora o embaixador Mibala Alfredo Fernandes, de Guiné-Bissau.
Boa tarde a todos. Gostaria, em primeiro lugar, de saudar a todos os que estão aqui nesta sala, bem acolhedora, até esta tarde, para podermos falar daquilo que nos trouxe aqui de vários cantos do mundo, que é a COP30. Quero aqui cumprimentar todas as autoridades presentes nesta sala, autoridades civis e militares, e todo o protocolo que nos foi reservado até este momento pelas autoridades brasileiras. É com grande honra que a Guiné-Bissau toma a palavra nessa 30ª Conferência das Partes da Convenção 4 das Nações Unidas sobre as Mudanças Climáticas aqui em Belém, símbolo da maior floresta e da nossa responsabilidade comum partilhada a nível do planeta. Em nome da Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente da República da Guiné-Bissau, General Umar Sissoko Embalo, que não pode estar aqui neste momento por agenda nacional, gostaria, eu e a minha delegação aqui presente, de expressar o nosso profundo agradecimento ao Estado brasileiro e ao povo brasileiro pela hospitalidade e pela forma como paraenses nos acolheram aqui nesta cidade, que vai marcar uma viragem da política climática no mundo. Muito obrigado ao povo de Pará, muito obrigado, Amazônia. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a Guiné-Bissau é um país costeiro, situado na África Ocidental, mas enfrenta grandes vulnerabilidades: a subida do nível do mar, a erosão costeira, a perda de biodiversidade e o impacto das secas e inundações nas comunidades rurais. Apesar dessas dificuldades, o nosso país mantém um compromisso firme com o Acordo de Paris e com o desenvolvimento sustentável. Estamos a concluir a 4ª Comunicação Nacional e o 2º Relatório Bienal de Transferência, reafirmando o nosso empenho na transferência climática. Executamos projetos estruturantes, como o projeto Coastal, o Aqua e o projeto de reforço de capacidade e de adaptação de resiliência, que fortalecem a proteção das zonas costeiras nacionais e melhoram a vida das nossas populações. Reforçamos igualmente a aposta nas energias renováveis, sobretudo a energia solar, para reduzir a dependência de combustíveis fósseis. Excelências, estes esforços nacionais exigem apoio financeiro previsível e justo. A Guiné-Bissau apela para que a COP30 seja um marco na implementação efetiva do novo objetivo global de financiamento climático, com recursos adequados, acessíveis aos países mais vulneráveis. Defendemos também o reconhecimento dos serviços ecossistêmicos prestados pelos nossos ecossistemas, florestas, mangás e zonas úmidas, verdadeiros pulmões de carbono do planeta. Acreditamos firmemente no papel da juventude e das mulheres como agentes centrais da ação climática e reafirmamos a nossa determinação em construir uma transição ecológica justa, inclusiva e solidária. Senhoras e senhores, que a COP30 em Belém, aqui no Pará, seja um ponto de viragem, um momento em que a comunidade internacional transforma promessas em ações concretas e a justiça climática seja uma realidade. Muito obrigado a todos.
Chamamos neste momento o embaixador da Índia, Dinesh Bhatia.
Namaskar, boa tarde. Let me begin by complimenting Brazil for hosting COP30, coinciding with the 10th anniversary of Paris Agreement, a crucial milestone. This is an opportunity to reflect on our response to the challenge of global warming. It is also an opportunity to celebrate the 33-year legacy of the Rio Summit, where the UNFCCC Convention principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities were adopted, laying the foundation for the international climate regime, including the Paris Agreement that continues to guide our collective action. Over the past decade, India has consistently striven to drive its development along a low-carbon pathway. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, India has steadily met its climate targets ahead of schedule. Between 2005 and 2020, we reduced the emission intensity of GDP by 36%, and this trend continues. Non-fossil power installed capacity now accounts for over 50% of our total installed capacity, enabling us to reach our revised NDC target 5 years ahead of schedule. India has not only conserved but also expanded its forests and tree cover, which now stands at 25.17% of the total geographical area, witnessing the third highest annual net gain as per the FAO's Global Forest Resources Assessment 2025, creating an additional carbon sink of 2.29 billion tons of carbon dioxide, equivalent from 2005 to 2021. With around 200 gigawatt of renewable energy, India is now the world's third largest producer of renewable energy. While ambitious programs in solar, wind, green hydrogen, and biofuels are transforming its energy landscape. The International Solar Alliance, launched globally by India and France in 2015, now unites over 120 countries, promoting affordable solar energy and South-South collaboration. 10 years after the Paris Agreement, global ambition remains inadequate. Many nations' NDCs fall short. While developing countries continue to take decisive climate action, developed countries that have disproportionately appropriated the global carbon budget must accelerate emission reductions and deliver the promised adequate and predictable support. Given the rapid depletion of the meager remaining carbon budget, developed countries must reach net zero much sooner than they have declared and invest substantially in reaching net negative emissions. While mitigation is important, it is equally important to focus attention on adaptation to address climate risk and vulnerabilities at the local level, more so in developing countries. For developing nations like India, access to affordable finance, technology, and capacity building is vital to implement ambitious NDCs. Equitable, predictable, and concessional climate finance remains the cornerstone for achieving global climate goals. On the occasion of COP30, India reaffirms its commitment to multilateralism and towards preserving and safeguarding the architecture of the Paris Agreement, built on the foundations of the Convention. As a firm believer in climate action, we stand ready to collaborate with all nations to implement solutions and transition to sustainability in ways that are ambitious, inclusive, fair, and equitable, based on the principles of CBDR, RC, and national circumstances, thereby ensuring that climate action uplifts communities globally, protects livelihoods, and honors the principles of justice and equity. India welcomes and supports Brazil's initiative in establishing the Tropical Forests Forever Facility, representing a significant step towards collective and sustained global action for the preservation of tropical forests. India is pleased to join the facility as an observer. Finally, together, let us ensure that the next decade of climate action is defined not only by targets, but by implementation, resilience, and shared responsibility based on mutual trust and fairness. Thank you, dhanyavad, namaskar, muito obrigado.
Convidamos neste momento o embaixador do Líbano, Elias Nicolá.
Mr. President, Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the President of the Republic of Lebanon, His Excellency General Joseph Aoun, allow me first to convey to the government and people of Brazil our sincere gratitude and deepest appreciation for hosting this important conference and for their continued commitment to advancing the goals we collectively set a decade ago in Paris. As we gather here in the heart of the Amazon, under the theme Delivering on Implementation, this COP marks an important milestone in our shared journey. It's a moment to move from promises to practice, from ambition to delivery. As our common challenges are getting more pressing, our credibility now depends on what we achieve together, on the actions we take, the systems we strengthen, and the trust we rebuild through tangible progress on the ground. Our summit today is a clear testimony that multilateralism is still standing and attuned to the necessity of scaling up the efforts towards the UN SDGs. Lebanon continues to face severe political, economic, social, and environmental challenges that have tested its resilience. Yet, despite these hardships, Lebanon has not wavered in its climate commitments. Over the past year, we finalized our newest national determined contribution, our National Adaptation Plan, and our long-term low-emission development strategy, a comprehensive policy package that aligns climate ambition with recovery and sustainable development. In our updated NDC, Lebanon has increased its ambition, committing to reducing national greenhouse gas emissions by 22% unconditionally and 33% conditionally, compared to a business-as-usual scenario by 2035. It also commits to meeting 25% of national electricity demand from renewable energy sources unconditionally and 30% conditionally by 2035. On adaptation, Lebanon has identified 8 priority sectors, that is agriculture, forestry, water, biodiversity, urban infrastructure, public health, disaster risk reduction, and tourism, thus emphasizing protection of lives and livelihoods, the strengthening of institutions, and the mainstreaming of climate action across all key sectors. Lebanon progress, however, has been overshadowed by the dire consequences of chronic instability, hostility, and repeated aggressions against its territory and its sovereignty. The economy has contracted by over 40% since 2018, let alone the most recent aggression that inflicted an estimated $6.8 billion in direct damage and up to $11 billion in reconstruction and recovery needs, according to the World Bank Rapid Damage and Needs Assessment report this year. These crises have also caused extensive environmental degradation, reversing years of effort to safeguard biodiversity, forests, and productive lands. Environmental losses amount to around 720 million, primarily driven by the conflict's impact on natural ecosystems, with recovery and reconstruction needs for environmental damage alone estimated at $444
million by 2030. These sad facts remind us that peace, stability, and environmental protection are deeply interconnected, and that climate resilience must be pursued hand in hand with human security and peace efforts. To enable countries under strain not to lag behind when it comes to realizing the objectives we all aim at. Predictable and accessible climate finance remains indispensable. The Loss and Damage Fund must become fully operational with direct access for vulnerable countries, and the new global finance goal beyond 2025 must guarantee equitable and transparent support for developing nations. Such mechanisms are essential for rebuilding resilience, scaling renewable energy, and advancing adaptation efforts on the ground. At the same time, the global goal on adaptation must move beyond dialogue to delivery. For Lebanon, this means securing the means of implementation to act on our national priorities and operationalize our LD-LATs through cleaner energy, sustainable transport, and waste-to-energy transitions, all while ensuring that our path toward decarbonization remains just and inclusive. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Lebanon's message today is clear. Lebanon's message today is clear. Despite all the constraints we face, we continue to plan, to reform, and to act. Climate action for Lebanon is not separate from recovery. It is at the heart of it. As we deliberate in Belém, let us make COP30 the moment when ambition is matched by implementation and solidarity by action. The world expects results, and it's our collective duty to deliver on them. Thank you. Obrigado.
Nesse momento, convidamos o representante do Panamá, embaixador Flávio Mendes.
Buenas tardes. En reconocimiento del presidente de Panamá, José Raúl Mulino Quintero, hago un reconocimiento al Gobierno de Brasil y a la Organización de Naciones Unidas por acogernos para hoy celebrar la Conferencia de las Naciones Unidas para el Cambio Climático aquí en Belém do Pará, ciudad testigo de grandes logros multilaterales, como fue la adopción del Tratado Interamericano de 1994 para prevenir, sancionar y erradicar la violencia contra la mujer. Aprovechando que tuve la oportunidad en la infancia, por ser hijo de diplomáticos, de aprender el idioma portugués y luego estudios posteriores, me motiva a interpretar el discurso en portugués para poder compartir con la mayor fidelidad posible el mensaje del pueblo panameño al pueblo belenense y brasileño que nos ha acogido con tanta afección. Estamos vivendo tempos de grandes retos que convergem à aceleração da mudança do clima, a persistência da pobreza, a falta de oportunidade, o surgimento de riscos sanitários e tecnológicos de alcance global. Estes fenômenos transacionais, por natureza, nos obrigam a reconhecer que nenhum Estado, por si só, está em capacidade de dar resposta a estes retos. As magnitudes dessas ameaças exigem mecanismos de cooperação internacional capazes de atuar com eficácia em defesa da sustentabilidade do planeta. A natureza não espera. O Panamá também não. O Panamá atua com urgência e com coerência, unificando ciência, a política e o território. Atuamos não por conveniência, mas por convicção, porque cada bosque que se perde, cada recife de corais que se branqueia, cada lar que se inunda, nos lembra que o custo da inação já é alto demais. Durante décadas, o mundo tem tentado avançar na luta contra a mudança do clima, na proteção da biodiversidade e do manejo sustentável da terra, como se fossem 3 caminhos separados. Esse enfoque tem nos custado muito tempo e muita eficiência. Em Panamá, estamos fazendo as coisas de outra maneira, ou como dizem no Rio, de outro jeito. Por essa razão, estamos apresentando o Nature Pledge, pacto que une nossos compromissos em matéria de clima, biodiversidade e terras. É uma forma nova de entender a política ambiental e climática. Na prática, Panamá se compromete a fazer uma redução adicional dos 11% de emissões por ano antes do ano 2035. Nos orgulhece informar que Panamá chegou e superou 9 anos antes o que foi acordado nas metas 30 por 30. Hoje em dia, 35% do nosso território está protegido. 54% dos nossos mares estão protegidos. Porém, nós não vamos nos deter aí. Nós nos comprometemos a restaurar 100 mil hectares adicionais de ecossistemas prioritários. Para conseguir isto, estamos alinhando nossos fluxos financeiros para ações coordenadas aos temas do clima, da biodiversidade e da terra. Vamos fortalecer corredores biológicos, garantir a conservação das nossas áreas protegidas e assegurar a conservação de espécies em perigo de extinção. Queremos também reconhecer que isto não seria possível sem quem não são os que protegeram a nossa natureza muito antes que existissem tratados e convenções, os povos indígenas do Panamá. 24% do nosso território é protegido por eles, com a sabedoria ancestral que guia hacia uma convivência harmoniosa com a terra. Excelências, a divisão mundial nos tem feito trabalhar muito lentamente. A integração é que garante a efetividade oportuna. Com o Nature Pledge, o projeto que estamos promovendo, queremos demonstrar que é possível unir compromissos internacionais com uma ação nacional efetiva e imediata, para que seja a base de um desenvolvimento mais justo e próspero. A verdadeira ambição climática não está em acumular documentos dispersos, está em ter a valentia de construir uma agenda comum. Por isso, para esta COP, impulsaremos um documento único, cujo formato facilite aos países em desenvolvimento a acceder aos principais fundos multilaterais e ambientais. Também por um mecanismo de perdas e danos com uma coordenação efetiva e por um plano de ação interseccional onde ninguém vai ficar atrás. Quero fechar este discurso com uma anedota pessoal. Quando eu estava preparando a visita da nossa delegação para a COP em Glasgow, eu recebi uma ligação do Ministério de Ambiente indicando que nós éramos carbono negativo, coisa que não entendi nesse momento, porque sempre estava ouvindo do carbono neutro. Quando eu perguntei como é que tínhamos chegado a isso, a esse patamar, eles responderam: bom, não foi uma decisão só, tem sido um comportamento natural do povo panamenho ao longo do século. É no dia a dia, decisões de políticos, de pessoas comuns, sociedade civil, de que cada vez que tomava uma decisão, sempre pensava no bem comum ou no meio ambiente. Aliás, essa pessoa me lembrou que eu tinha começado, depois de me formar aqui no Brasil...
Pela primeira vez, eu quero pedir desculpas a vocês por não estar cumprindo o horário que estava marcado na agenda de vocês. Eu gostaria de dar as boas-vindas a todos os líderes aqui presentes nesta terceira sessão temática da COP. Esta sessão será dedicada à celebração de 10 anos do Acordo de Paris. Teremos como foco o diálogo sobre as contribuições nacionalmente determinadas e o financiamento climático. Agora vai ser exibido um filme e depois eu farei uso da palavra antes de apresentar o nosso presidente, o nosso secretário-geral das Nações Unidas. Atenção, senhor secretário-geral, eu vou passar a palavra agora ao presidente Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, da República Federativa do Brasil. Com a palavra, o presidente Lula. É porque não tivemos dinheiro para contratar um apresentador, então eu mesmo me apresento aqui. Bem, meus amigos e minhas amigas, na primeira conferência do meio ambiente, em Estocolmo, em 1972, o geógrafo brasileiro José de Castro enfatizou a diferença entre crescer e se desenvolver. Ele disse que crescer é fácil, mas se desenvolver equilibradamente é um objetivo tão difícil que nenhum país do mundo teria sido capaz de atingi-lo. As contribuições nacionalmente determinadas são o caminho para concretizar o ideal do desenvolvimento sustentável. Segundo a Agência Internacional de Energia, no ano passado, o crescimento das emissões foi inferior ao do PIB global. Isso mostra que é possível pensar em um novo modelo de economia sem sacrificar a geração de riqueza. É viável trabalhar por uma transição justa em que o Sul global tem as oportunidades que lhe foram negadas no passado. Podemos avançar rumo ao futuro sem abrir mão de reivindicar daqueles que mais se beneficiaram historicamente das emissões que façam jus às suas responsabilidades. Estão na América Latina, na Ásia e na África, as regiões que correm o risco de se tornarem inabitáveis. Estão no Caribe e no Pacífico as ilhas que podem desaparecer. Omitir-se é sentenciar novamente aqueles que já são os condenados da terra. O Brasil propõe que esta COP na Amazônia reconheça o papel dos territórios indígenas e comunidades tradicionais e as políticas de proteção como instrumento de mitigação climática. Fazer da COP30 a COP da verdade implica reconhecer a ciência e os inegáveis progressos. Significa, entretanto, admitir uma verdade desagradável. O mundo ainda está distante de atingir o objetivo do Acordo de Paris. O acordo se baseia no entendimento de que cada país fará o melhor que estiver ao seu alcance para evitar um aquecimento de mais de 1,5 graus. O que nos cabe perguntar hoje é: estamos realmente fazendo o melhor possível? A resposta é: ainda não. 100 países, representando quase 73% das emissões globais, apresentaram suas contribuições nacionalmente determinadas. Em sua maioria, as novas NDCs avançaram ao abranger todos os setores econômicos e todos os gases de efeito estufa. Mas o planeta ainda caminha para um aquecimento de cerca de 2,5 graus. No que depender do Brasil, Belém será o lugar onde renovaremos nosso compromisso com o Acordo de Paris. Isso significa não apenas implementar o que já foi acordado, mas também adotar medidas adicionais capazes de preencher a lacuna entre a retórica e a realidade. Por isso, é fundamental que saiamos da COP30 com o compromisso de acelerar o alinhamento de nossas NDCs à missão 1.5, com o qual nos comprometemos em Dubai. Sem meios de implementação adequados, exigir a ambição dos países em desenvolvimento é injusto e irrealista. O mapa do caminho Baku-Belém mostra que, com vontade política, temos alternativas para chegar à meta de 1 trilhão e 300 bilhões de dólares por ano. Hoje, só uma pequena parcela do financiamento climático chega ao mundo em desenvolvimento. A maioria dos recursos ainda é oferecida sob forma de empréstimo. Não faz sentido, ético ou prático, demandar a países em desenvolvimento que paguem juros para combater o aquecimento global e fazer frente a seus efeitos. Isso representa um financiamento reverso, fluindo do sul para o norte global. Instrumentos de troca de dívida por ações climáticas já se provaram viáveis. O enfrentamento da mudança do clima deve ser visto como um investimento, não como um gasto. As exigências crescentes de adaptação vão requerer esforços ainda maiores de financiamento. Sem incluir o capital privado, a conta não fechará. A maior parte da riqueza mundial gerada nas últimas 4 décadas foi apropriada por indivíduos ou empresas. Ao mesmo tempo, os orçamentos nacionais encolheram. Segundo a Oxfam, um indivíduo pertencente ao 0,1% mais rico do planeta emite em um único dia mais carbono do que os 50% mais pobres da população mundial durante um ano inteiro. É legítimo exigir dessas pessoas uma maior contribuição. O imposto mínimo sobre as corporações multinacionais e a tributação do patrimônio de super ricos podem gerar recursos valiosos para a ação climática. Os mercados de carbono também podem se tornar importantes fontes de receita pública, mas só ganharão escala se os países caminharem na direção de parâmetros comuns. É esse o objetivo da coalizão aberta de mercados regulados de carbono, lançado pelo Brasil, pela China e pela União Europeia. Ainda há tarefas pendentes a serem concluídas pela ação multilateral. É crucial definir metodologias melhores para contabilizar o financiamento climático. O comércio internacional requer regras ambientais que sejam equitativas e decididas coletivamente. Os bancos multilaterais precisam ser maiores, melhores e mais eficazes. A proposta de criação de um Conselho do Clima, que já tive a oportunidade de apresentar ao G20 e à Assembleia Geral da ONU, é uma forma de dar ao desafio da implementação a estatura política que merece. Faço um chamado a todos vocês. Não existe solução para o planeta fora do multilateralismo. A Terra é única. A humanidade é uma só. A resposta tem que vir de todos para todos. Em vez de abandonar as esperanças, podemos construir juntos uma nova era de prosperidade e igualdade. Muito obrigado. Eu agora passarei a palavra ao nosso secretário-geral das Nações Unidas, Antônio Guterres.
President Lula da Silva, Excellencies, dear friends. Since the Paris Agreement was adopted 10 years ago, nationally determined contributions have been a barometer of countries' climate ambitions. The latest NDCs represent some progress, but we must be honest.
held in the Amazon, reminding us of our shared responsibility for preserving nature and advancing climate action. COP30 can be an opportunity to highlight the importance of synergies across climate, oceans, and biodiversity, which deserve greater attention as they are essential for delivering core benefits for adaptation and mitigation. In particular, Korea will work towards advancing the ocean climate agenda by hosting the 4th United Nations Ocean Conference in 2028, together with Chile. We hope that Muchirao, the spirit of solidarity and cooperation rooted in the indigenous traditions of Brazil, will bring us together to reinvigorate multilateralism. The Republic of Korea stands ready to work with all parties toward a successful COP30, one that will be remembered as the moment when ambition turned into implementation and confidence in multilateralism was renewed. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado.
Convidamos agora representante da Sérvia, o embaixador Aleksandar Ristic.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas. Eu gostaria de agradecer ao povo brasileiro, ao governo brasileiro, também ao povo e governo paraense pela calorosa recepção e pela esta oportunidade de conhecer essa região linda e rica e diversa. Dear colleagues, excellencies, we'd like to extend our gratitude to the President of Brazil, His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, for having the vision to organize this conference in Belém, this beautiful place where we are witnessing today that the importance of maintaining the Amazon ecosystem as it literally secures the future of our civilization. Since Rio 1992, the perils, dangers, and challenges of advancing climate change grew on a yearly basis. Extreme weather events, violent storms, unprecedented hurricanes, and massive floods, as well as forest wildfires, became the norm and not the exception. Serbia is located in southeastern Europe, in a geographic area that is affected in an above-average manner by climate change. Over the past 5 years, the mean annual temperature has been 2.5 degrees higher than the baseline, with consecutive record-breaking year after year. Droughts, heat waves, floods, and extreme storms have intensified, causing over 10 billion euros in losses since year 2000, including 1 billion euros in the summer of 2024 alone, when 92% of our territory suffered from severe drought. Not to mention the floods of 2014 that we are still recovering from, one of the reasons why the Serbian people expressed its solidarity with the people of Rio Grande do Sul, because we know the best what the floods can do in our nations. These impacts threaten our agriculture, water resources, forests, biodiversity, public health, and infrastructure. As a country where agriculture remains vital for food security and economic stability, we are deeply aware that the adaptation is not an option, it is a necessity. We call Serbia a small country, but I've learned from my colleagues from other European countries of the same size that we should drop this designation and call ourselves well-optimized and compact countries. But yet, we have an energy sector which still relies on domestic lignite, but we have a commitment to global action for sure. This year, in September, the government of the Republic of Serbia adopted our third national determined contribution, and it reflects our new level of ambition while also confirming our intended mitigation trajectory. The third Serbian NDC of September this year, we have committed to an economy-wide emission reduction target of 40.1% by 2035 compared to 1990 levels, or 46.7% when including land use. Given the need to ensure a just and inclusive energy transition, our target is conditional and will depend on the availability of financial resources and technical assistance. Our message today is clear. Despite our size and developing economy, Serbia stands firmly with the global community in pursuing a climate-resilient, low-carbon future, one that is fair, ambitious, and built on solidarity. I thank you very much. Muito obrigado.
Neste momento, convidamos para a manifestação o embaixador do Sudão, Ahmed Etgani Suar.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. فخامة السيد لويس إيناسيو لولا دا سيلفا، رئيس جمهورية البرازيل الاتحادية، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي، الرؤساء ورؤساء الحكومات، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي باسم رئيس مجلس السيادة الفريق أول عبد الفتاح البرهان وحكومة وشعب السودان أن أعرب عن خالص الشكر والتقدير لحكومة وشعب البرازيل الصديق على كرم الاستضافة وحسن التنظيم لهذه القمة التاريخية التي تنعقد في قلب الأمازون، رمز التنوع البيئي وكنز الإنسانية المشترك. كما نثمن الجهود المخلصة التي تبذلها سكرتارية اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن التغير المناخ وكافة الشركاء الدوليين الساعين إلى مستقبل أكثر أمناً واستدامة لكوكبنا. السيدات والسادة، يواجه السودان اليوم آثاراً مركبة للتغير المناخي تتجلى في تدهور البيئة والنظم الإيكولوجية نتيجة ما قامت به الميليشيا المتمردة
من تدمير لأهم مناطق التنوع الحيوي بما في ذلك الغابات النيلية مثل غابة الصمت والمنشآت الصناعية ومستودعات النفط، مما أدى إلى تلوث الهواء والمياه بالمواد الكيميائية وارتفاع غير مسبوق في درجات الحرارة، إلى جانب موجات الجفاف والتصحر المتكررة والفيضانات المدمرة التي تهدد سبل كسب العيش والأمن الغذائي لملايين المواطنين. وليس خافياً أن التغير المناخ لم يعد قضية بيئية فحسب، بل أصبح قضية تنمية وحياة وكرامة وسيادة وطنية، إذ تؤدي التدخلات البشرية في الصراعات المسلحة التي تفاقم هشاشة الدول وتنزف مواردها. ومن هذا المنطلق يدعو السودان إلى مواقف دولية أكثر تضامناً وإنصافاً في مواجهة هذه التحديات، استناداً إلى مبادئ اتفاق باريس للمناخ ومبدأ المسؤوليات المشتركة وتحقيق العدالة في التنمية والتحول الأخضر. سيدات والسادة، رغم الظروف الاستثنائية التي تمر بها بلادنا، فإن السودان يواصل التزامه الثابت بأهداف اتفاقية المناخ ويسعى بجدية إلى تنفيذ خططه الوطنية الرامية إلى معالجة آثار التغير المناخي في قطاعات الزراعة والطاقة والمياه من خلال التحول نحو الطاقة المتجددة والنظيفة، وإعادة تأهيل الغابات واستزراعها، وتطوير أساليب الإنتاج الزراعي لتعزيز الأمن الغذائي ضمن مسار إعادة الإعمار والتعافي الوطني وتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. إن السودان وهو عضو فاعل في المجموعة الأفريقية ومجموعة ال77 والصين التي يؤكد دعمه لمواقفهما المشتركة، يدعو الدول المتقدمة إلى الوفاء بتعهداتها الدولية المتعلقة بالتمويل المناخي ونقل التكنولوجيا وبناء القدرات. فجهود الدول النامية ستظل محدودة دون دعم عادل ومستدام يضمن قدرتها على التكيف والتحول نحو تنمية منخفضة الكربون. سيدات والسادة، إن العدالة المناخية ليست شعاراً سياسياً، بل ضرورة أخلاقية وإنسانية لضمان مستقبل متوازن وآمن. ومن هنا يجدد السودان دعوته إلى تفعيل صندوق وآلية الخسائر والأضرار التي أقرتها قمة شرم الشيخ وتوفير التمويل الكافي لتنفيذها. فالقارة الأفريقية رغم مساهمتها المحدودة في الانبعاثات العالمية تتحمل العبء الأكبر من تداعيات التغير المناخي، الأمر الذي يجعل تحقيق العدالة البيئية شرطاً أساسياً للسلام والاستقرار والتنمية في عالمنا. إن اجتماعنا اليوم في البرازيل، الدولة الرائدة في التنمية الزراعية وحماية البيئة، يمثل فرصة تاريخية لتعزيز التعاون بين دول العالم لبناء اقتصاد أخضر شامل وعادل. ومن هذا الإطار يدعو السودان إلى إقامة شراكات استثمارية فعالة في مجال الزراعة المستدامة وإدارة الغابات والطاقة النظيفة والمياه والمعادن الحيوية، لتكون هذه القطاعات ركيزة للحلول لا ضحية للأزمات. إن السودان وهو يسعى لتجاوز التحديات الراهنة وبناء مستقبل أفضل لأبنائه، يحمل هذه القمة رسالة أمل وشراكة، ويدعو الجميع إلى الوقوف والتأمل في هذه الصراعات وتعزيز الدور الإيجابي من أجل إحلال السلام الدائم والتنمية الشاملة من أجل كوكب آمن ومستقبل مزدهر للبشرية جمعاء. شكرا جزيلا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Chamamos agora para a manifestação a embaixadora da Tailândia, Kundini Akosorwong.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, since becoming a party to the Paris Agreement in 2016, Thailand has translated its commitment and obligation into concrete policies and actions and has continuously raised our bold ambition. Our nationally determined contribution 3.0 features a more ambitious absolute emission reduction target, reflecting our commitment to a deeper cut by 2035 in line with the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal of the Paris Agreement. Our NDC 3.0 also incorporates an investment plan, align climate goals with investment prioritization, climate finance mechanism, and collaboration with international and private sector partners. This lay a solid foundation for steering the country towards net zero by 2050, 15 years earlier than Thailand's original pledge made in 2021. This reinforced Thailand's unwavering effort to create a sustainable and resilient future. On the adaptation front, our vulnerable communities are on the front line of climate impacts. That is why we have adopted a national adaptation plan while also strengthening early warning system, building resilient infrastructure, and empowering local administrations. We are also in the process of drafting the Climate Change Act. This legislation is designed as a comprehensive and balanced framework to fulfill Thailand's international climate commitment to foster a rapid transformation toward a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy and society, encompassing both mitigation and adaptation obligations, while providing adequate support to all sectors. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, at COP30, our work toward Baku to Belém roadmap to realize the goal of both $300 billion annually and $1.3 trillion by 2035 will be critical. We are also eager to see all parties agree on indicators that will effectively track progress made under the Global Goal of Adaptation framework. Our expectation also includes the establishment of clear guidelines on the implementation of the fund for responding to loss and damage, especially on the disbursement of funds annually by 2035 and on accessing the fund. Excellencies, our collective effort, or the so-called multi-round, should not be taken for granted. Our efforts here in Belém will not only mark a milestone in climate negotiations, but also act as a trigger point for more inclusive action on climate mitigation and adaptation. Let us work together towards this goal. Muito obrigada. Thank you.
Neste momento, convido o embaixador da Tanzânia, John Stephen Simbachawene.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and the people of the United Republic of Tanzania, I extend our heartfelt appreciation to the government and the people of Brazil for their warm hospitality and the excellent arrangement for COP30. We commend Brazil's leadership in advancing global climate action, particularly through nature-based solutions and the sustainable forest management in the Amazon, an inspiration for all of us
striving to balance development with environmental stewardship. Excellencies, we meet at a decisive moment after more than 30 years of the UNFCCC and a decade of the Paris Agreement. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is our daily reality. Developing countries, including Tanzania, bear a disproportionate burden. Rising temperature, droughts, and floods are reversing development gains and threatening lives and livelihoods. In Tanzania, floods have doubled since the 1980s, causing losses of over USD 460 million annually. The 2023 and the 2024 El Nino and the Cyclone Hidaya caused an additional USD 553 million in damages and claimed 170 lives. Yet we come to COP30 not with the despair, but with conviction that climate action must be accelerated through predictable, equitable, and inclusive support that addresses the realities of those most affected. Excellencies, Africa is already accelerating climate action. Under Tanzania's Development Vision 2050, our agenda, inclusive climate action for the resilience and a sustainable future, places environment integrity and climate resilience at the heart of our growth. Over 70% of Tanzania depend directly on land, water, and the forests. For us, climate resilience means food security, clean water, and safety in our communities. We implementing bold measures by integrating climate priorities into national policies, including the National Environmental Policy of 2021, the Blue Economy Policy of 2024, NDC 3 for the period of 2025 to 2035, and the National Adaptation Plan. We have also established the National Carbon Monitoring Center to enhance transparency and the capacity in carbon trading. Excellencies, as chair of the African Group of Negotiators, Tanzania works with all African parties and the African Union to ensure our collective voice is heard. However, progress remains constrained by limited access to predictable and grant-based finance, technology, and the capacity. The Back to Belém roadmap and the commitment to mobilize USD 1.3 trillion by 2035 are crucial. We call for the agreed USD 300 billion annually by 2035 to be delivered in line with the principles of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. Excellencies, Tanzania NDC 3 alone requires USD 48.6 billion to achieve its goal. We urge our partners to move from pledges to disbursement and from bureaucracy to delivery so that ambition translates into real action on the ground. Excellencies, let Belém be remembered not only for raising ambition, but for accelerating implementation. Let this COP mark a turning point where commitments are honored and the climate action deliver hope for present and the future generation. I thank you. Muito obrigado.
Neste momento, convido o embaixador da Albânia, Gentil Bendo.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I first want to thank all the staff here. Maybe some of the previous speakers missed this. I think that the conference could have been such a successful meeting without the excellent work of the supportive staff of the Secretariat. And I also am very appreciative of the hospitality of the government of Brazil. And we should recognize that Brazil is a leader in climate diplomacy. And in a way, my country, Albania, is also trying to make the climate topic a central pillar of our country diplomacy. And in this way, we have demonstrated that solidarity between large and small nations is the key to collective success. Albania was among the countries that co-sponsored and supported the Vanuatu resolution in the United Nations General Assembly, an act reaffirming the importance of advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the obligation of states concerning climate change, and this turning point of the international law which can guide to global policy towards a fair and accountable climate order. We believe that climate justice is inseparable from social justice, and small nations can have a big impact when they speak with a voice of fairness and principle. Albania remains fully committed to a just energy transition, strengthening its base of renewable energy, which today amounts for over 95% of national electricity generation, an achievement that places our country among the regional leaders in clean energy. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It's a daily reality affecting the lives of our citizens, from the coast of Adriatic to our fertile valleys and mountains. This is why Albania is implementing national strategies for climate adaptation, strengthening water management, biodiversity protection, and civil protection to confront natural disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, in fulfilling our obligations under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, Albania has taken concrete steps to strengthen national climate governance and to build long-term resilience. We are finalizing our national adaptation plan, and 8 municipalities drafted their local adaptation plans, and 14 other municipalities are in the process. In parallel, we are integrating adaptation priorities into national development planning and mobilizing investments to safeguard our coastal zones, ensure water security, support climate-smart agriculture, and increase the resilience of infrastructure and public health system. These efforts reflect Albania's determination not to only commit, but also to deliver on the global climate agenda, in line with the spirit and ambition of COP30. About this summit, we have also been presented with several initiatives and declarations from Brazil, such as the call to action on integration of fire management and wildfire resilience, the T50S, the tropical forest, and also the Belém Declaration on Hunger, Poverty, and Climate Action. My country is studying very carefully this, and given that we can have also the possibility to join them during next week that starts the COP30, we now have only positive reviews, and it's very likely we can join them in a few days. In this spirit, Albania is also exploring ways to reflect the human dimension of climate action and ensuring that our climate policies serve people, equity, and dignity. Today, more than ever, law, science, and solidarity must advance hand in hand. Albania will continue to be a responsible and constructive voice for climate justice and human-centered climate action. At this historic meeting, in this city of life and greenery, let us unite our efforts to make climate action synonymous with human dignity and our shared future. Because the fight against the climate crisis is the fight for the life itself. Muito obrigado.
Convido, nesse momento, para a manifestação, o representante da República Dominicana, vice-presidente executivo do Conselho Nacional para a Mudança do Clima e Mecanismo de Desenvolvimento Limpo, Maximiliano Puig.
Distinguido presidente de la sesión, excelentísimos jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, distinguidos delegados. Quiero iniciar estas palabras agradeciendo al presidente Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva por su liderazgo al convocar este evento de alto nivel y por asumir el reto de recibirnos en la Amazonía para la COP30. El simbolismo de esa decisión es poderoso. Desde la República Dominicana, que ocupa una de las vicepresidencias de la COP, respaldamos los esfuerzos de Brasil para que esta sea una COP enfocada en resultados, en acciones concretas, en los 30 objetivos que este extraordinario país ha compartido con el mundo. La República Dominicana reitera hoy su firme compromiso con el Acuerdo de París. Trabajaremos para un mundo de no más de 1.5 grados. Nuestra acción climática está centrada en proteger a nuestra gente y nuestros recursos naturales, la preservación de cuencas y costas, la gestión sostenible del agua, la resiliencia agrícola, la salud y la protección social adaptativa para los más vulnerables. Para nosotros, la resiliencia climática es una cuestión de seguridad nacional, estabilidad económica y justicia social. Hemos definido una visión de país en nuestra Meta RD 2036, cuyo objetivo es duplicar nuestro Producto Interno Bruto per cápita para el año 2036. Pero ese crecimiento debe ser sostenible, inclusivo y resiliente, o no será crecimiento real. El Fondo Monetario Internacional ha señalado que para alcanzar esa meta debemos fortalecer nuestras capacidades, la competitividad y la resiliencia ante desastres naturales, además de integrar la variable ambiental a la política fiscal. En coherencia con ello, hemos incorporado la acción climática en nuestra planificación y presupuesto. No la concebimos como un gasto, sino como una inversión en nuestro futuro. En 2020 nos comprometimos a reducir nuestras emisiones en un 27% para 2030, de las cuales solo un 7% sería cubierto con recursos internos. Sin embargo, ya hemos alcanzado una reducción del 11% exclusivamente con el esfuerzo nacional, superando en más del 50% nuestra meta autoasignada, lo que demuestra que con voluntad política, compromiso social y confianza del sector privado se logran transformaciones reales. El costo estimado para implementar nuestras medidas de adaptación asciende a 12.200 millones de dólares, abarcando 7 sectores prioritarios con 41 medidas y 155 metas específicas. Además, en la elaboración de nuestra NDC 3.0, hemos identificado un potencial de reducción de casi 10 millones de CO2 equivalente, que requerirá más de 11.000 millones de dólares en inversión. Podemos movilizar recursos internos, pero necesitamos acompañamiento y cooperación internacional. Cada dólar invertido en acción climática en un país en desarrollo no solo reduce emisiones, salva vidas, estabiliza economías, impulsa la innovación y construye prosperidad compartida. Este es un momento crucial. El liderazgo, la solidaridad y el compromiso deben traducirse en decisiones concretas. La República Dominicana está lista para contribuir a ese gran mutirao global, como ha llamado el presidente Lula, al gran esfuerzo colectivo que tenemos por delante. Muchas gracias.
Neste momento, convidamos para a manifestação o secretário-geral da Organização dos Estados Ibero-Americanos, Mariano Jaboneiro.
Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Boa tarde. Es un privilegio estar aquí hoy. Quiero expresar nuestro sincero agradecimiento al Gobierno de Brasil, en nombre del presidente Lula, así como a todas y todos los trabajadores y trabajadoras que han participado en que este evento sea posible. Tenemos la alegría de acompañar al Gobierno de Brasil en la realización de esta iniciativa, en calidad de organismo coorganizador de la COP. Agradecemos profundamente la confianza depositada en la OI para esta tan honorable tarea. Somos un organismo multilateral de cooperación que trabaja desde hace más de 75 años en la educación, la ciencia, la cultura, junto con los países iberoamericanos, con una mirada especialmente atenta al sur global. Nuestro sistema está conformado por 23 países, hogar de más de 800 millones de personas que comparten dos lenguas intercompresivas, el español y el portugués. La decisión de traer la COP a la Amazonía brasileña ha sido, en nuestro entender, tan acertada como necesaria. La OI desarrolla proyectos de cooperación en los países amazónicos, muchos de ellos orientados a objetivos medioambientales que cuentan con miles de beneficiarios. Intervengo en Belém para reafirmar una convicción sencilla. La transición energética, para ser duradera, debe ser justa. Y solo será justa si los países del sur global son escuchados protegiendo a quienes más se exponen, reforzando la seguridad energética y ampliando las oportunidades para todos. El presidente Lula ha señalado algunos ejes centrales que compartimos. En primer lugar, hablar de mutirao global, lo que implica decidir con los territorios, coordinar con los gobiernos, sectores académicos y productivos y mantener la integridad y la transparencia entre metas, presupuestos y resultados. Cuando hablamos de verdad, de la verdad, reconocemos el papel de la ciencia, afirmar que, más allá de coyunturas u opiniones políticas, debemos invertir en la investigación sin ninguna excusa. Al hablar de implementación, el presidente recordó ayer la desconexión entre los salones diplomáticos y la vida real. El lema de la OI es muy explícito al respecto: hacer que la cooperación realmente suceda, con más recursos, más ejecución y menos retórica. Sobre financiación es necesario avanzar en la integración regional y lograr acuerdos de asociación, como es el caso del acuerdo Mercosur-Unión Europea, que desde la OI aplaudimos. Quiero enfatizar que la COP no es un punto de llegada, es un punto de partida. Es la culminación de todo lo que se ha hecho antes, durante y lo que se hará después de este evento. Y un gran proyecto de futuro que nos une y al cual la OI siempre acompañará, como hace en esta ocasión, haciendo sostenible a través de la educación, la cultura y la ciencia, que, insisto, son lo que le harán sostenibles. Sabemos que la materialización de esta agenda no será alcanzada por solo los gobiernos. Es imprescindible contar con todos y con todas. La OI pone su cooperación iberoamericana al servicio de este rumbo para convertir los acuerdos de protección real para las personas y territorios y para dejar un legado institucional más sólidas, o instituciones más sólidas, servicios de calidad que permanezcan y una ciudadanía capacitada para conducir este desafío. A todos y a todas, muchas gracias, muito obrigado.
Neste momento, convidamos para a manifestação a subsecretária-geral da ONU e diretora executiva da ONU Habitat, Ana Cláudia Rosbach.
Excellencies, Heads of State, Ministers, eu agradeço o presidente Lula e a presidência da COP30 por nos convocarem e por colocarem os desafios climáticos e soluções mais cruciais ao centro desta COP. Excellencies, the global housing and climate crisis are intertwined. More than 2.8 billion lack access to adequate housing. 1 in 3 urban residents in the Global South live in informal settlements. Their growth is partially driven by climate displacement. Informal settlement communities are amongst the most exposed to climate impacts. Cities are also responsible for over 70% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The housing and building sector account for over 30% of the emissions. Thousands of cities and regions are already taking comprehensive climate action, yet they receive less than 10% of climate finance. This is not just a funding gap, it is a justice gap and a missed opportunity for transformative action. Our analysis of the new and updated NDCs shows that national governments increasingly recognize the importance of urban and multi-level action. The share of NDCs strongly integrating urban content has almost doubled. 3/4 of NDCs clearly describe sector-specific climate responses in urban areas, making a shift from planning to delivery. Recognition of housing and informal settlements remains limited, but it is growing, with approximately 1/3 of NDCs mentioning housing and informal settlements-related climate action. Since COP27, we have co-hosted ministerial meetings on urbanization and climate change to facilitate multi-level climate action to keep the goals of the Paris Agreement alive. UN Habitat supports countries in strengthening the urban content of their NDCs, in developing national and city-level plans that integrate urban solutions. And we support cities in accessing climate finance and implementing of tailored climate action. Such finance needs to increasingly reach the most vulnerable, especially informal settlements. Local leaders met in Rio earlier this week. They are committed to driving climate action in partnership with national governments. I invite you to next week's ministerial meeting on urbanization and climate change, which will further advance concrete multi-level climate action. Local climate action will also be key to the 13th World Urban Forum on the theme of Housing the World, Safe and Resilient Cities and Communities in Baku, Azerbaijan next year. Excellencies, 10 years after Paris, the upcoming decade must be one of delivery. Let us operationalize multi-level climate action in mutirão spirit of collective action and ensure cities and regions are recognized and resourced as co-architects of the Paris Agreement's implementation. Thank you. Obrigada.
Neste momento, convido o diretor executivo sênior de Desenvolvimento e Políticas do Banco Mundial, Axel van Trotsenburg.
Excellencies, good afternoon. At the World Bank Group, we are committed to helping countries grow, create jobs, and lift people out of poverty while facing droughts, storms, and floods. The demographic surge in emerging markets presents an opportunity for the future. If young people have access to clean air and water, education, healthcare, and jobs, that's why we focus on smart development, resilient, fiscally sound, efficient, and built to last. Last year, 48% of World Bank Group financing across sectors from education to waste management, agriculture to transport realized climate co-benefits exceeding expectations. To put the 48% in perspective, climate finance was about $50 billion of the World Bank. That's about double the amount compared to 5 years ago. Investments to make countries and communities more resilient comprise 43% of the public sector portfolio, and that's up from a third 2 years ago. Of our IDA financing for low-income countries, 53% are directly supporting adaptation investment, i.e. building resilient communities, companies, and economic assets. On IDA 21, we have started implementing. There are clear commitments taken on climate financing. We have committed ourselves to provide at least 45% of climate financing of the IDA commitments, and half of it will be in the adaptation area. And turning to crisis preparedness and response, we have completed our toolkit in helping countries better deal with crisis, including introducing climate-resilient debt clauses that are being currently implemented. But it is also important to recall that we are able to react fast and immediately when crisis hit. For instance, Jamaica is receiving a full payout of $150 million after Hurricane Melissa hit the country, and this is provided under the catastrophic insurance coverage. Our private sector arm is also stepping up its investment in climate. IFC delivered about $8.1 billion in long-term development finance with climate co-benefits and mobilized an additional $16.5 billion. So totally almost $25 billion. But behind these numbers, we need to say there are key outcomes. Last year, we supported with this climate financing about 136 million people with enhanced resilience, about 210 million people with strengthened food security, and about 93 million hectares of land and sea under improved management. But international finance alone is not enough. It must be paired with investment-friendly policies, strong institutions, and resilient infrastructure. And most importantly, what we need to realize, it is apart from all these policies, what we need is commitment, and commitment to climate action and climate implementation. And you can count on the World Bank Group to continue its effort to improve not only climate outcomes in developing countries, but also provide that through finance and technical advice as well as studies. Thank you very much.
Convidamos agora a diretora-geral da Organização Mundial do Comércio, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala.
Thank you, President Lula, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking you for inviting us to join you here on the edge of the Amazon. Trade is often thought of in terms of goods, services, and markets. But trade is fundamentally about people's lives and livelihoods and about the planet. Trade and the multilateral trading system are part of the climate solution. While there's an asymmetry of perception in which negatives like transport-related emissions tend to loom larger in people's minds, trade is a net positive for the climate. Since Glasgow, trade has risen in prominence on the climate agenda, and I thank our partners for organizing COP Trade Days. We take note of the launch of the Integrated Forum on Climate Change and Trade and look forward to seeing if and how our members take it forward, because the world cannot succeed at fighting climate change without trade. First, not every country can manufacture all the low-carbon technologies needed to make the transition, and even those that can need to import critical minerals and other inputs that are central to low or zero emissions technologies. Trade is essential for production and deployment. The specialization, scale, and competition that comes with trade drive down the cost of green technology, so much so that they now routinely undercut fossil energy. Second, although many countries' nationally determined contributions have typically overlooked trade, this may be changing. At COP28, the WTO launched a menu of trade policy tools to turbocharge climate action, such as appropriate tariff policies that incentivize the import of new or zero carbon emissions goods and services over higher emissions products, or using the roughly $13 trillion in annual public procurement spending to create new markets for green goods and services. And we are seeing good examples, like Fiji's duty-free imports for renewable energy equipment, or Japan's rules requiring the procurement of materials with a low environmental impact. Further, as governments implement trade facilitating measures, border wait times are falling, and with them the emissions from idling trucks. Third, and as I mentioned in the session on oceans and forests, harmful subsidies should be part of the trade and climate conversation. The WTO agreement on harmful fisheries subsidies just entered into force, and I want to compliment WTO members for doing this. Cutting $22 billion of harmful fisheries subsidies that encourage illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing of our high seas delivers SDG 14.6 and will free up resources that could be redirected to the green transition. Reforming harmful fossil fuel subsidies and trade-distorting agricultural support would have even greater impact. I know this is politically difficult to accomplish, but imagine if only 1/3 of the harmful fisheries subsidies were repurposed to serve climate objectives. It could add $7 billion, 9 times more than what we now have in the Loss and Damage Fund. So let us join hands to make trade work even more effectively for people, for climate, and for nature. Thank you.
Nesse momento, convidamos o senhor Dan Donner, que aqui representa o diretor executivo da Agência Internacional de Energia.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, 10 years ago, when world leaders gathered in Paris, a key question confronting them was whether their climate commitments might harm their economic and development goals. 10 years later, today here in Belém, the data shows that this is absolutely not the case. 10 years ago, global energy investment was around $2 trillion. $1 trillion of that was in fossil fuels, and $1 trillion of that was in clean energy. 1 to 1. 10 years later, today, fossil fuel investment is still $1 trillion, but clean energy investment is no longer $1 trillion, but now exceeds $2 trillion. The ratio has now moved to 2 to 1.
And at the same time, as investment has grown, so too the unit costs have fallen precipitously, meaning that we now get much more for each and every dollar we invest. And again, more than that, we now see that we have also created more than 10 million new clean energy jobs over that period. But we also know that much more must be done. Global improvements in electricity access, for example, have stalled. The number of people without access to clean cooking facilities, that number is actually growing today. The situation is getting worse, not better. And as we know, energy sector CO2 emissions continue to rise. So in this context, praise to Brazil for its focus on implementation at COP30. The International Energy Agency has been honored to co-chair a series of energy transition dialogues this year with the COP30 presidency, and we bring from those dialogues 3 concrete priorities into COP30. First, boost investment in electricity grids urgently. In 2024, 700 gigawatts of renewables were added globally. And yet, despite this, emissions still grew by around 1%. And another 1,700 gigawatts of renewables are still awaiting connections to the grid. And if those 1,700 gigawatts had also been connected in 2024, rather than seeing an increase in emissions in that year, we would have seen a decrease in emissions. They would have gone down and not up. Second, the IEA has been honored to support Brazil in the development of its Belém 4X pledge on sustainable fuels. Scaling up sustainable fuels in line with this pledge can complement electrification and energy efficiency, supporting transition and energy diversification. We see this pledge as a positive rallying call in this important area that needs further action. Third and last, we must ensure that the benefits of energy transition are felt much more widely than they are today. More energy investment must flow into emerging and developing economies. Only 2% of clean energy investment today is in Africa, only 2%. And more must also be done to overcome the tragic fact that 1/4 of the global population still cooks with traditional toxic fuels that link to 2.7 million premature deaths each year. We at the International Energy Agency will continue to work with our partners to overcome such terrible energy inequalities. And we are so grateful to President Lula and Brazil for putting such a strong focus on the most vulnerable and the least responsible in society. We must ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you. Obrigado.
Convidamos agora o assessor especial da presidência do Banco Interamericano de Desenvolvimento, Avinash Persaud.
Your Excellencies, Ministers, friends, bom dia. I speak to you on behalf of Ilan Goldfein, President of the Inter-American Development Bank. We are proud to be the current chair of climate heads of the multilateral development banks. The MDBs have been acting in recent years as a system, and I can report to you, pleased to report to you, that that system is strong and stronger than ever before. Last year, the multilateral development banks delivered a record $118 billion mobilized and invested directly to low and middle-income countries on climate action. Within that figure, the proportion, the amount for resilience and adaptation has doubled since 2019. We want to do more. We're on track to do more. But we recognize that, especially for vulnerable countries, more debt, however low cost it is, however long-term it is a challenge. And so we're also expanding debt swaps, the ability for countries to release funds for resilience without increasing debt. We will be launching here and a new initiative at COP, a first multi-guarantor debt swap facility to enable us to expand the size and amount of those debt swaps. We're also expanding the amount of pause clauses in debt to make debt more shock absorbing. We recognize the importance of investing in resilient public infrastructure, but we're also prioritizing ways to catalyze the private sector to mobilize that money into national development priorities. We know that the billions to trillions has so far been elusive, and we propose some new instruments here at COP, Reinvest Plus, where the multilateral development banks may act as a bridge between those with the money and the capital internationally, but without the risk appetite, and with those locally with experience of navigating local conditions, but without the money. We can act as a bridge to catalyze and get us from the billions to trillions. We're also launching Colabara, because we need not just debt, but we also need equity. And here in Belém, at the doorstep of the Amazon, we are scaling up our Amazonia Forever, an umbrella of holistic programs, because we know that we cannot stop deforestation unless we're also building resilient livelihoods. Here in Belém, vision can become reality. We believe that with partnership, with innovation, with collective purpose, we can turn ambition into action and action into implementation. Thank you very much.
Neste momento, convidamos para ouvir a manifestação do senhor Pablo Gentili, que aqui representa a presidência executiva da Corporação Andina de Fomento.
Excelentísimos jefes de Estado, distinguidas autoridades nacionales e internacionales, señoras y señores, les traigo el saludo fraterno, afectuoso del presidente del Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe, Sergio Díaz Granados. Gracias, presidente Lula, por recibirnos nuevamente en su casa, aquí, en esta tierra generosa, en Belén, corazón del Amazonas, corazón del planeta. La enorme acogida de esta plenaria y de las sesiones que la acompañan, así como el éxito que le espera la COP30, ratifican a Brasil como un potente motor de integración. CAF, el Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe, es la principal fuente de financiación al desarrollo de la región y vamos camino a ser el Banco de Desarrollo con mayor cobertura geográfica. Tenemos 57 años de historia y 24 países accionistas. Ese crecimiento sostenido está conectando los ecosistemas estratégicos de la región. Somos el Banco Verde y Azul de América Latina y el Caribe y lo demostramos con los hechos. Hace 4 años nos comprometimos a destinar $25.000 millones a operaciones verdes en un lapso de 5 años y ya hemos alcanzado el desembolso de más de 20.000 millones de dólares. Hoy, más del 40% de nuestro financiamiento es verde y hemos hecho de la innovación financiera nuestro sello institucional. Desde 2021, el banco ha crecido un 33% y sus aprobaciones se han duplicado. Pero debemos, podemos y queremos hacer más. Nuestros países socios nos han autorizado a buscar nuevos aliados. Podemos hacerlo y para eso podemos contar con mecanismos tales como intercambios de cartera, bonos híbridos o el uso de los derechos especiales de giro, de los cuales somos, siga siendo un territorio de esperanza y de soluciones globales. Muchas gracias.
Convidamos a diretora executiva do Fundo das Nações Unidas para a Infância, Catherine Roussel.
Excellencies, thank you very much for giving me the floor, and thank you to His Excellency President Lula and the COP30 presidency for convening us here in Belém. Children today live in a world that is hotter and more polluted than the one we all grew up in. This crisis is at its heart a child rights crisis. Children make up 1/3 of the world's population and half of all people living in extreme poverty. Half the world's children live in countries at extreme risk of climate change. Because children are smaller, with less developed systems, they are much more vulnerable to climate change than adults are. The risks to children begin even before they take their first steps. For every 1 degree Celsius increase in temperature, the odds of a pregnant woman experiencing a preterm or stillbirth rise by 5%. Once born, the threats continue. During heat waves, children's bodies heat up faster and sweat less efficiently, putting them at greater risk. They also breathe twice as fast as adults, which means they inhale more polluted air. By the 2050s, children's exposure to heat waves is projected to increase 8-fold. Already, 1 in 5 children experiences at least double the number of extremely hot days each year compared to when their grandparents were children. Climate events are growing in frequency and severity. The science is clear about what needs to be done. What is less clear is, will we meet the challenge? Will the world act to protect children? We know what we must urgently do, which is to reduce emissions. A just energy transition will bring enormous benefits for children, reducing air pollution, which accounts for 15% of all under 5 deaths, and creating new opportunities for young people in the green economy. We must scale up investments in adaptation and in the response to loss and damage, particularly in the basic services children rely on to survive and thrive: health, education, water and sanitation, nutrition, and social protection. UNICEF welcomes the growing recognition of children's needs in national plans and the COP process. Today, 70% of the nationally determined contributions include child-sensitive commitments, and 70 governments have signed the Declaration on Children, Youth, and Climate Action. We commend your leadership and reaffirm UNICEF's readiness to support your efforts. Children need and deserve a cleaner, safer planet. The question for all of us is, will we meet that challenge? Thank you very much.
Nesse momento, chamamos o diretor de clima da Organização das Nações Unidas para a Agricultura e Alimentação, Kaveh Zaed.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Achieving climate goals will require a systems change, fast and at scale, as was made clear during the global stocktake at COP28. And at the center of this change is the transformation of global agri-food systems to be more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable. This transformation is essential for achieving the Paris Agreement and much more. Agri-food systems can address multiple challenges simultaneously. They can strengthen livelihoods, ensure food security, and conserve and restore the natural ecosystems on which we depend. Without changing how we produce, distribute, and consume foods, our goals for addressing the impacts of the climate crisis or preserving biodiversity and food diversity and addressing hunger will not be met. The Belém Declaration on Hunger, Poverty and Human-Centered Climate Action shows just how interconnected these agendas are and how we must respond with systems solutions. But science and experience shows what works. Well-designed agricultural interventions reduce emissions, boost carbon sequestration, and revive ecosystems, while ensuring food security and nutrition for the world's growing population. From the restoration of degraded agricultural lands to resilient crops and sustainable agriculture and livestock, we have the solutions that deliver across sectors. For example, agroforestry initiatives such as mixed crops help farmers earn higher and diversified incomes, as well as protecting soil health, pest control, and pollination. Here in the Amazon region, agroforestry projects are restoring degraded lands while supporting local communities, a triple win for biodiversity and food diversity, for food security, and for the climate. But of course, potential is not enough. Investment remains far below what is needed to deliver agri-food system transformation at scale. Despite an increase in critical agri-food investments by the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environment Facility, forestry, livestock, fisheries, and crop production together still receive just 4% of total climate-related development finance. For a sector that can deliver a third of global emission reductions, this gap is not only unequal, it is a lost opportunity. By overlooking agri-food systems, we are leaving one of the most effective pathways to low-emission growth untapped. Investing in sustainable and resilient agri-food systems, including forests, is one of the smartest choices we can make for climate action. And for the four betters: better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Nesse momento, teremos a manifestação do diretor-geral da Organização Mundial de Saúde, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus.
Thank you, moderator. Your Excellency President Lula, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends. WHO thanks Brazil for hosting COP30. Here in the heart of the Amazon, the lungs of the earth, we're reminded that healthy people depend on a healthy planet. If our planet were a patient, it would be admitted to intensive care. Its vital signs are alarming. It's running a high fever, with the average global temperatures increasing year after year. Its lung capacity is compromised, with the destruction of forests that absorb carbon dioxide and produce oxygen. And many of the Earth's water sources, its lifeblood, are contaminated. Most concerning of all, its condition is deteriorating. A sick planet means sick people. The climate crisis is a health crisis, not in the future, but now. It's already spreading disease, worsening malnutrition, displacing communities, and claiming lives through heat, floods, fires, and pollution. Health is the strongest argument for climate action. It's much easier to convince people of the need to protect their own health or that of their children than to protect glaciers or ecosystems. Both are important. One is a lot closer to home. We welcome Brazil's leadership through the Belém Health Action Plan and the inclusion of health in the COP30 activation agenda. And we commend the Baku COP President's Continuity Coalition for Climate and Health, which is an important step to institutionalize health as a central part of COP presidencies. WHO is supporting more than 100 countries to build climate-friendly and climate-resilient health systems through the Alliance for Transformative Action on Climate and Health, or ATTACH. But there is still one step to go, making health a formal topic in UN climate negotiations. It's also worrying that health-specific climate action remains severely underfunded, capturing only 2% of adaptation funding and 0.5% of multilateral climate funding. So our call today is simple. Put health at the center of every climate decision. Direct climate finance towards protecting lives and livelihoods. And recognize health as a measure of climate ambition and success, because there can be no healthy people on a sick planet. I will repeat, because there can be no healthy people on a sick planet. Obrigado. I thank you.
Nesse momento, teremos a manifestação do gerente adjunto do Fundo Monetário Internacional, Borli.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, COP30 takes place in a challenging context. Growth is not as strong as we need, and uncertainty is high. Poor and vulnerable countries face additional challenges, such as high debt service costs and cuts to development assistance. In this context, unfortunately, the world is not on track to achieve goals of the Paris Agreement, as shown by a forthcoming IMF paper. There is an ambition gap. NDCs, including new pledges submitted ahead of COP30, would cut emissions by only 7% from 2019 levels, compared to the 30% needed to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. And there is an implementation gap as well. IMF analysis suggests the gap between promises and practice is such that current policies will see global emissions rise by 9% by 2035. In part, the shortfall is driven by explicit fossil fuel subsidies, which amounted to $800 billion last year alone, that effectively constitute a negative carbon price. By making it cheaper to burn oil, coal, and gas, these subsidies are in direct opposition to our climate goals. Putting emissions on a path compatible with the Paris Agreement would entail significant macroeconomic shifts. Many countries working towards their national mitigation goals call on us to examine the macroeconomic implications of these shifts. The IMF can discuss the most efficient and fiscally sound policy options to achieve countries' climate objectives. For fossil fuels exporting countries facing potential revenue losses, we discuss economic and fiscal diversification strategies, such as putting revenue into sovereign wealth funds or developing low-carbon exports. Climate change and extreme weather events already threaten economic stability and put pressure on budgets and external positions in many countries. The IMF is working to map these threats into macroeconomic and debt sustainability frameworks. When relevant, we have also included climate-related risks into our financial sector assessment programs. We advise on policies to enhance resilience, including through technical assistance, data and capacity development. Through the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, we also provide affordable lending to reduce climate-related risks to prospective balance of payment stability in low-income and vulnerable middle-income countries. We have approved 26 countries with RSF arrangements so far, with total commitments of about $14 billion. In the context of ongoing RSFs, we can also work with country authorities to help them mobilize and coordinate climate finance by convening dedicated roundtables. One thing we found through these roundtables is that public sector and private sector have to work together to scale up climate finance. Public sector has to assume more risk by providing equity investment or providing guarantees as a way to de-risk for the private sector. And private sector have to be innovative and also look through short-term fluctuation for long-term gains and long-term profitability. Thank you.
E neste momento teremos a manifestação do secretário-geral da Organização do Tratado de Cooperação Amazônica, Martin von Hildebrand.
Excelencias, distinguidos delegados, muy buenas tardes. Es un honor dirigirme en nombre de la Organización del Tratado de Cooperación Amazónica, OTCA, una organización de los países amazónicos Bolivia, Brasil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Perú, Surinam y Venezuela. Y allí trabajamos juntos para cuidar la Amazonía y a casi 50 millones de personas que aquí viven, celebrando una de las mayores diversidades culturales del planeta. La Amazonía reúne más de 500 pueblos indígenas y centenares de lenguas en paisajes rurales y también urbanos, con casi el 70% de su población en ciudades. Es una región plural, contemporánea y en permanente cambio. Esta floresta, manejada ancestralmente por pueblos diversos, es esencial para el equilibrio climático, para la vida de millones de todos en el planeta. La humedad que llega desde el Atlántico se recicla sobre la selva por evaporación y transpiración y forma ríos voladores que llevan lluvias a gran parte de Sudamérica. Los países amazónicos sabemos que el equilibrio y funcionamiento de esos ciclos es imperativo para mantener nuestro bienestar. Hemos avanzado mucho en ese sentido, pero también sabemos que podemos y debemos hacer mucho más. Estamos comprometidos con detener la deforestación y la degradación en nuestros territorios, pero si el calentamiento global no se frena, la ciencia advierte que la Amazonía puede colapsar a pesar de nuestros esfuerzos locales. Mantener el funcionamiento de la selva y su conectividad con los océanos es una responsabilidad global. Del lado de los países amazónicos, gobiernos y sociedades civiles hemos avanzado. El 47% de la Amazonía está bajo figuras de protección legalmente reconocidas, lo que vale a casi 300 millones de hectáreas, de las cuales la mitad es territorio indígena. Estas cifras representan un logro extraordinario, fruto de la cooperación y del compromiso regional durante las últimas 3 décadas. Aún así, quedan muchas tareas por hacer. Consolidar lo avanzado, implementar plenamente las áreas protegidas, fortalecer la gestión de los pueblos indígenas en sus territorios, restaurar la conectividad perdida y seguir adelante con eficiencia, sinergia y unidad. La OTCA acompaña este rumbo con una agenda robusta de cooperación entre gobiernos y sociedad civil, con protagonismo de los pueblos indígenas y participación activa de comunidades locales, academia y ciencia. Contamos con espacios de gobernanza regional, como la Red de Autoridades de Agua RADA, la Red de Autoridades de Manejo Integrado Fuego, el RAMIF, la Red de Autoridades Forestales RAFO, entre otros. Estas redes alinean esfuerzos, promueven cooperación a escala de paisaje y aseguran la coherencia entre conservar el bosque y mantener sus funciones para la vida y el bienestar de las personas. Desde la OTCA nos proponemos a impulsar agendas de cooperación regional con sinergias reales, de modo que cada acción avance en clima, biodiversidad, desertificación de tierras y vida digna para sus habitantes. La Amazonía ya es un lugar de soluciones. Queremos que hoy, en esta COP, nos inspire a ser más, mejor y juntos, porque en su diversidad está la fuerza y en nuestra cooperación está la esperanza. Muchas gracias a todos.
Neste momento, convido para a manifestação do clima do PNUMA, Martin Kraus.
Excellencies, colleagues, good afternoon or better good evening. The new NDCs have made a slight difference to global warming predictions, but not enough of a difference. Most countries are off track to meet their 2030 commitments, never mind new 2035 targets. Excellencies, we are strolling along while climate change is sprinting. UNEP's emission gap report that was launched earlier this week, finds that we need to cut 55% of global greenhouse gas emissions by 2035 to stay on a 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway with little or no overshoot. The size of these cuts, the time available, and current political trends means that temperatures will officially exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. And that is very likely to happen within this decade. We cannot stop this from happening, but we can affect how far we go above and how quickly we come back down. To keep returning to 1.5 degrees Celsius by the end of this century, to keep this within the realms of possibility, we need rapid, unprecedented cuts to greenhouse gas emissions, far above what has been pledged. Addressing methane emissions and other short-lived climate pollutants is our emergency brake. We must pull it fast and forcefully. Such action is essential because every fraction of a degree avoided reduces damages, saves lives, reduces the need for carbon dioxide removal, and also lowers the need for adaptation. Excellencies, we must invest more in adaptation. UNEP's Adaptation Gap Report, which was launched about 10 days ago, finds that developing countries will need over $310 billion in adaptation finance per year by 2035. And that is 12 times as much as current international public adaptation finance flows. Temperature exceedance will require exponential investments in adaptation and in loss and damage. So we need COP30 to deliver a clear plan to close the gaps on mitigation, on adaptation, and on finance. We need nations, and particularly the G20, to step up. Excellencies, we are on the right path, but with the wrong pace. UNEP is working with nations to deliver solutions, particularly those that bring socio-economic benefits, such as protecting forests, tackling short-lived climate pollutants such as methane, implementing cooling solutions, transforming the building and construction sector, and backing also early warning systems. Excellencies, investing in and implementing these solutions can rapidly bring down emissions, can save lives, and deliver trillions of dollars in economic benefits. And that is what this COP must deliver. We welcome the COP focusing on implementation and on action. And we are pleased to be partners of the Beat the Heat, the wildfires, and other mutiraos. Many thanks. Obrigado.
Convidamos a diretora executiva do Fundo Verde do Clima, Mafalda Duarte.
Excellencies, colleagues, caros amigos brasileiros, let me begin by recognizing Brazil's leadership and thanking President Lula and the COP30 presidency for bringing us together here in Belém, no coração da Amazônia. Standing at the heart of the world's largest tropical forest reminds us what's at stake. A stable climate in support of human prosperity, resilient ecosystems, and the dignity and inclusion of the people and communities who depend on them. We commend the presidency for establishing the 4 leadership circles, which have created new bridges across ministries, financial institutions, civil society, indigenous and traditional communities, political leadership, and cultural sectors. The Circle of Finance Ministers, in particular, has been instrumental in guiding inputs to the Baku to Belém roadmap's bold target of mobilizing at least 1.3 trillion per year by 2035. We also recognize how the People's Circle and the Global Ethical Stocktake Circle have ensured that the voices, rights, and knowledge of indigenous people, Afro-descendant, and traditional communities are integrated in the global conversation. We further value the mutirão for climate action as a principle that has amplified inclusivity throughout the process leading into Belém. This COP has rightly been called the implementation COP because promises kept matter more than promises made. It is time to focus on accountability and to stop pretending that there are trade-offs between climate ambition and human development. To recognize that climate finance, of which Green Climate Fund is at the heart of this system, has been critical in reducing the green premium of critical investments and helping prevent suffering for the poorest and most vulnerable. In that spirit, at this COP, we are highlighting our support to the Tropical Forest Forever Facility countries, advancing multi-level climate action, particularly for adaptation, and will soon unveil new momentum on country platforms in support of greater scale and impact of investments. These are all priorities in the COP's presidency action agenda. Excellencies, as most speakers have alluded, we gather at a defining moment in history and in a world shaken by overlapping crises. And amidst of all of this, last year, for the first time, we entered a 1.5-degree world. And partly because of the compounding crisis the world is facing, multilateralism and the post-Second World Order is being tested. But 10 years after the Paris Agreement, we must recognize that multilateralism is delivering. Together, we have reduced projected global warming by around 1 degree. In many countries, emissions are falling even as economies grow. And as another example, renewable power is expanding faster than total energy demand. Change is happening, and the Green Climate Fund is helping drive it. Now, 10 years since we first approved our first project, we have grown into the world's largest multilateral climate fund for developing countries, delivering capital at scale, strengthening national systems, and building partnerships for lasting impact. With our $20 billion of investments and the $60 billion from our partners, we are on track to support 1.7 billion become more resilient to the impacts of climate change and reduce 3.2 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. These figures reflect the real-world change that happens when finance reaches where it can achieve the greatest impact. This year, we've achieved our highest volume of investments, more than $3 billion, a result of the reforms now taking hold as we work to build a $50 billion fund by 2030, one capable of mobilizing far greater volumes of public and private capital in alignment with the new collective quantified goal. As we look ahead to the next decisive decade, we will carry forward the spirit of Belém, a spirit of solidarity and delivery. We will continue to show that when the world works together, transformation is possible. I thank you.
Neste momento, encerramos a plenária da Cúpula do Clima de Belém. A todos e todas, muito obrigada pela presença e tenham uma boa noite.
A Amazônia não é Eldorado. Seus rios voadores irrigam o céu. Suas árvores sustentam o pulsar do mundo. Seus povos carregam saberes ancestrais, respostas para agora e para o amanhã. Aves, peixes, plantas, solos, águas são nossos parentes mais antigos. Divindades que guardam o segredo do renascer. Este corpo-território reflete verdades do mundo. Neste mundo de águas, culturas se encontram, eclodem. O futuro nos interpela. Belém, Mairi, território ancestral. Essa é a COP da verdade. Defenda a vida.